Spooky Ghost spots out a couple members of RNG, but you have to find some way to pop that Banshees before you can get in.
I like how RNG reacted here. They were confident that Fnatic would not start the Baron, so they didn't face check. And it felt like they were aware of a possibility of Fnatic looking for a pick. So they just sent Lang Jing down to bot lane, set up that push, and then they just kind
RNG
of cautiously hovered around the Baron. They
Stage
maintained
four.
control over their half of the
No,
jungle
D4,
without
stage,
overextending, which means
station.
no
Lows,
Fnatic reveal
World
themselves,
2008.
no one ends up going down, and it's RNG that actually gets to collect the farm and create a point of pressure on the map.
There's still 1,500 gold up. Now this time round, Fnatic are going to call the bluff. Their blue trinket from RNG is being blinded by the control ward. Now another ward comes over the wall. Now it's finally done. Hylissang's looking for a fish, looking for the rocket grab. Decides to hold the trigger for now. Stand United and TP is available for Bwipo. He doesn't use either.
One of the things we're going to have to remember also with the Kayle, a strength here between Ocean Dragon and your W spam, that is healing 2 people. You actually have fairly good sustain and the ability to constantly start up objectives like this and shrug off a lot of the damage that they will deal.
You're also seeing how Fnatic are forcing RNG to come and face check them, and no one wants to face check a Morgana Blitzcrank because you're going to, oh, Reckless.
All right, that's a very good black shield. The teleport comes out. No, the Realm of Brother comes out as well. Reckless flashes down.
Yeah, that is the flash, and that gives RNG access now into this Baron area. They are going to be able to clear out all the Fnatic vision, get some of their own down here, and try to establish control really for the first time in that area.
Let's see what Nemesis does with his reset. We'll just pick up the Blasting Wand, and it felt like that he was getting very close to his third itemization there, but the main point is that, as you were saying, Azelle, RNG have been able to reclaim a little bit more map control, and I'm surprised by how defensively they're playing, but one of the things I think we haven't really talked about is how difficult it is for RNG to actually engage. Remember that a lot of the fights that they started came off the back of Ming on his Blitzcrank, running up and basically doing what Hylissang is doing, forcing you into situations where you have to come and fight RNG. However, now they have to rely on a flank from Lang Jing or a flank from Caster to actually find that initiation, and they're not actually able to successfully find those picks, which means that Fnatic just gets to sit back and continue to scale.
Well, Xiaohu's going to take that teleport to the top lane. This will be the second of the game. I'm looking at the vision to see whether or not RNG can find those flanks right now, because Fnatic did a fairly good job of holding on to Baron sort of river control for a few minutes until that attempted gank onto Reckless, and Nemesis is stepping forward. He gets minion blocked. Not going to go down yet. He still had the Divine Judgment if it was needed, but this will be a tower trade, and he's not going to go for Lang Jing yet. Here comes Broxton. He's too late.
Yeah, and this is really nice, just swapping Nemesis, changing up those lane assignments over into Lang Jing. The Kayle certainly can answer this Gnar a lot better at this point in the game, and you know, Bwipo is itemizing fairly defensively here, has picked up a cow, and he's going to be kind of parked in this side lane, it seems like, against the Rise, trying to help deal with him.
Now, who do you favor in that side lane? Kayle at this point, who's level 14, 2.5 items, because he seems to, Nemesis seems to definitely have Lang Jing's number. Now Hylissang's in trouble, got the flash available, will not find the rocket grab onto Uzi as he fades away. And RNG start to threaten the Baron if Fnatic play
Right, that's starting it.
All right, they are starting it indeed. What is the response here? Teleports, remember, still available. He's got it up for Nemesis. Mega Gnar is now procced for Lang Jing. Broxton,
Fnatic doesn't know.
pushing mids.
Caster's taking so much damage from the Baron though, and between him and Xiaohu, they actually don't have the survivability to secure this, which means that Fnatic, they didn't have to do anything. A play was being happened, and they had no idea what was going on, and they still got away with it.
How much do you criticize Fnatic for being unaware? Because now, obviously, RNG attempted and failed, but do you think Fnatic should have known? Do you think they should have had vision?
I mean, you can make the argument that maybe they should have kind of been aware that someone's off the map, but I think they're making the read that at this point in the game, RNG can't do it without Uzi and Lang Jing, who were both showing on the map, right? And they were clearly correct in that read.
Well, listen, 26.5 minutes in, the next Ocean Drake goes down. It'll be an Infernal before we expect an Elder to come up. Nemesis is taking a lot of damage from Lang Jing. He was about to proc the Mega Gnar. Take a look at your CS numbers on screen, by the way. 316 in nearly 27 minutes for Uzi. He saw what Chovy was doing yesterday and said, I can do better. Fantastic.
Honestly, sounds like he's slacking a little bit, to be honest, compared to normal Uzi performances, quick shot. But, of course, the man, he's always praised for building these massive CS discrepancies.
It helps into a Morgana.
And how efficient he is with his farming as well. But Uzi now level 15. We did get to see his gold just a little bit ago, and you can see that he was sitting on the highest amount in the game, along with Xiaohu and Lang Jing. And RNG, we talked about it earlier, they're good to fight. Yep. They're ready to go. But Fnatic aren't taking any of the bait. Fnatic are not coming into them. It's actually RNG who are getting caught out.
It was a catch on Ming. Nothing else has happened, though. No further follow-up. Teleport will start to be channeled. That looks like Nemesis coming in from base. He's now picked up the Liandry's Torment and has level 16. We'll get some time to discuss the build in a few seconds, but look at the damage going down into Hylissang. He throws up the static field. Nemesis gets tagged by a couple of feathers and is running for his life, but I think the Rocket Grab is still available for Hylissang.
Yeah, I'm actually a big fan of the Liandry's. I think because of your consistent DPS that comes out, the burn damage will build up, and as Kayle, you just get more and more damage, so it adds a bit of health, and I think that against this comp, especially when there is a decent amount of health.
Round warp,
the flank.
round warp. RNG are looking for the fight with the Mega Gnar. They've caught themselves onto Hylissang. He gets the black shield and will get taken down. Now to focus. Uzi is being shut down and pushed out of the fight. It's a split, 5 versus 4. Divine Judgment still available for Nemesis. It needs to be crucial. It's thrown down, and it will keep Nemesis alive. He stepped backwards for now. Caster below 400 HP. He gets the Unburrow onto Reckless. Now Whippo spreads refuge into the Torch. Will not buy enough time. RNG have found 3. And they turn towards the Baron.
Yeah, there's still 5 members alive on the side of RNG. They're going to start this one off. It all comes down to whether or not Broxah can steal the Baron.
Broxah, he's got Flash, he's got Smite, he's got Dragon Rage, but he's got to deal with Langxing. Nemesis is below half HP. Baron at 3,000. Broxah's being forced away. Xiaohu comes in for backup. That is a clean Baron defense, and RNG accelerate their lead.
Yeah, no chance for Broxah to steal that one, and RNG initiate the fight very nicely here, utilizing the Realm Warp right on the Mega Gnar timing here for Langxing. Right as he's actually gnarring out, they send him in. Hylissang has to go in full retreat, but the Black Shield is late there on the stun coming through. Karst is able to flash over, and they're taking him down. Meanwhile, Fnatic had pushed Uzi out of the fight, but you have to deal with Xiaohu, and the amount of damage here is just incredible.
Fnatic end up getting divided in this fight, and RNG, they just buy their time. They dance in, they dance out, and they use their range and mobility to be able to consistently close the gap against Fnatic, and a lot of the damage comes from Nemesis. He wasn't able to dish it, which means that RNG end up coming out on top.
And of course, that What's Your Move replay allows RNG a 4,000 gold lead, 7 kills to 3, and the Baron buff as they can start to push down Fnatic's base.
And I think one of the most impressive things about that team fight for me was simply how spread RNG maintained, right? You know, they have such good team fight discipline, never grouping up for what could have been a flash ultimate from the Morgana. You know, Reckless had that available for almost the whole fight and did have to just flash and ult one person trying to retreat in the end. RNG's positioning is just immaculate as they kind of keep this semi-circled around you.
And we talked a few minutes beforehand how RNG were looking for a fight, but the tools they had available. Well, if you can't get a flank, just force it with Realm Warp, and that's exactly what happened. One thing to note, how difficult it's going to be for Fnatic to clear these waves out. Baron empowered minions, with the Kayle and the Morgana, it's going to take a long time.
But look, RNG is setting up on the side waves as well. They have Xiaohu in the top lane. They have Langxing in the bot lane. With the Baron, it's very easy for RNG to just threaten the base at multiple points from Fnatic. And while they do have Nemesis, he doesn't have teleport. Whippo will have the ulti if he wants to try and join in the event of a force. But right now, RNG just have too much pressure on the map, and Fnatic will be forced to concede at least some of their base.
Yeah, they certainly will, and it gets really difficult. Every time Nemesis has to come and group up with the rest of the team, Xiaohu is given time to actually push up, and RNG is backing off anytime Kayle is not on the map to not give Fnatic any opportunity of having a positive fight.
Yeah, that's already 2 towers down. A third looks like it might go down in a moment. 3,500 gold Baron power play. And as that mid lane outer was being sieged, Ming got caught by the Dark Binding. I love that instantaneously Caster steps forward and it's like, what are you going to do, Hilly? Do you want to grab me? You've got no backup, you've got no support. The team is just playing the split push perfectly. They even get an Infernal on the way out and still 45 seconds left the Baron.
Yeah, so quite a nice power play there for RNG. You know, not massive, but an additional 3,600 gold in the lead for them is a big deal. And while we are in kind of this reset, I want to talk a little bit more about the Liandry's. And with Liandry's, everyone does always talk about the burn, which is very powerful. It's an efficient item, you know, even just with that. But something that's often overlooked is actually the Madness passive, which stacks up to 10% flat more damage during a fight. So for a champion like Kayle that is getting a lot out of the AP, as well as that true damage, magic damage burn, the flat 10% is also an incredible amount of damage.
Yeah, it definitely stacks up. And if you're going to be burning through Xiaohu's shields and Langxing's Mega Gnar, it takes time. But look at that damage onto Hylissang. Uzi's Featherstorm comes out. There's a teleport coming down. Casa gets the Unburrow onto Hilly. Static Field will buy some time, and the Dragon's Rage sends them backwards. Nemesis holds on to his ultimate, and Bwipo, no TP, no Stand United. They just concede Hilly's life.
Yeah, they just leave the support to the Wolves. RNG more than happy to pick that kill up, and for now, they don't need to force. They know that the Baron is spawning in 2 minutes. They feel that they can get a good fight around that objective, and I also love the itemization that we're seeing from Uzi. Something that we said at the beginning of the game was that there's a single damage profile pretty much. It's all coming off of Nemesis. It's all magic damage, and it makes it that much harder to kill Uzi, especially given that he has the additional peel of Ming. And while it is hard for RNG to find these fights, they've been pretty creative in how they found a lot of these flanks. And I think that now they have so much control over the map in terms of wave setup and the river control. It's now Fnatic who's in an awkward position where they have to find a pick, otherwise they can't be the team to find a fight.
Yeah, and getting those picks becomes more and more difficult, right? You know, when you're looking at all of this vision that RNG actually has, you know, they're essentially extending their vision all the way across the map, almost to this line, right? Less and less of the map is becoming kind of these safe dark zones that Blitzcrank and Morgana really want to play in, because at this level, you expect these players to be able to dodge Blitzcrank hooks that they see coming.
Man, it's been such an exciting game thus far, and Fnatic, you have to imagine they still have the ability to disrupt RNG if they can be setting plays up. But when they get caught out, it's trouble. Stand United this time is channeled. Divine Judgment is going to get needed in a moment. It's thrown down onto Nemesis. Xiaohu goes forward, goes backwards, and now Bwipo's in trouble. Langxing's about to gnar out. Flash is available as well. He throws the boulder. It hits Reckless. Reckless has already thrown the flash down. Manages to catch the Dark Binding, but the rest of RNG are pushing for the base.
Yeah, they're going for the base, and Xiaohu's looking to wrap around here potentially.
All right, another boulder toss. That throws down to Nemesis. There may have been enough acting from Fnatic to pull RNG away from the inhibitor turret, at least for a few seconds.
So much praise needs to be given to Xiaohu for how, in every single fight, he is single-handedly eliminating Nemesis. With a single combo, he pretty much removes Nemesis' health bar, which makes it impossible for him to get into the fight once again. This Rise pick for the mid laner of RNG is a game changer.
It definitely is, and we see, you know, with the death cap completed, he has the Spellbinder's Orb. He has been incredible, right? You know, and he's sitting at such a strong point in the game now. Rise scaling is so powerful.
And of course, he's sitting 2-1-5, 400 gold bounty, 3-0-4 for Langxing's Gnar. Been fantastic. This is a teleport coming in, looks like from Bwipo. And it's going to be the case. Now, Baron's been started. If you look at the minimap, RNG are very nearby. Hylissang steps forward. This is potentially do or die for Fnatic. There's going to be a fight inside the pit. Bwipo will not find the taunt. Static Field will go down from Hylissang, but the Mega Gnar comes out. 3 more members of Fnatic are chucked down. Divine Judgment needs to do something here for Nemesis. 4 versus 3. Uzi flashes forward. He gets Hylissang. The feathers fly, and they've come back. 1-2 for Nemesis. He needs to find more. Xiaohu is low, but Uzi finishes it off. There's not enough damage from Fnatic.
And RNG can close the game off of this. Everyone wiped off the map. They are going to push down mid. Nemesis so close to having the heroics, but it won't be enough.
And when it matters most, Uzi comes up clutch. The star for RNG wins the team fight and will take the win over Fnatic.
Fantastic performance from RNG as they will close out the first half of groups 2-1.
Nemesis was so close in the final team fight for bringing it back to Fnatic, but the dance from Xiaohu and Uzi was just so beautiful to watch. These two were so incredible. Xiaohu would set up the plays, and Uzi would just knock him down.
I agree. I mean, you have to look at the positioning. You have to look at the ability to always avoid a grouped up situation where Reckless could get a good ultimate. There was no opportunity, it felt like, for him to do so. And that is because the immaculate positioning here and team fighting from RNG. This is how they have made a name for themselves on the international stage. And they show why they are a team to be feared here at Worlds 2019.
Absolutely the case. I've thoroughly enjoyed every single one of RNG's games thus far in groups. I enjoyed this Fnatic game a little more than I did the 2 previous ones, but it is a difficult task ahead on Saturday. All 4 teams from this group will come back to the stage again. And for Fnatic now sitting, they'll be watching Clutch versus SKT, hoping Clutch can find an upset. just increasing the chances of being one of those teams to make it out of groups.
Yeah, they're going to have to maybe depend on a little bit of help, but we have seen Fnatic come back from 0-4 in group stages and make incredible runs, so they're certainly far from being out of it. And I know a lot of people are going to throw criticism towards the Blitzcrank, didn't have a good score line, didn't be able to accomplish that much, but I do respect the attempt here.
I agree.
From Fnatic, and so many times at Worlds we're crediting the innovation and the change of play style, and I think Fnatic is trying to find something that really is going to kind of upset the tournament.
For me, I felt that we saw a lot of poorly set up and executed fights from the side of Fnatic, but it just goes to show how talented RNG is at team fighting. And I really want to give so much praise to Xiaohu, a guy that didn't have the best playoffs, had a fantastic Rise game, and I was very impressed.
Well, we have to move on and hear a little bit more about the game from the Safe Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much. Quick shot indeed. A lot to unpack about that game and also about the draft. A lot of curveballs coming in, but it wasn't enough for the side of Fnatic. However, there's more to those comps than meets the eye, Papa Smithy.
Yeah, I think a lot of people threw shade at Fnatic for going for this mono damage comp. It's Kayle in the late game, nothing else going to happen, but if you told me it was going to late game, I kind of already gave it to RNG one way or the other. Yeah. And this is a comp we've seen in Korea before. SKT last year, the few games they were able to win was actually with Bang and Effort playing Morgana Pike, Morgana Blitz, basically comps that allow the Pike especially. I think that was going to be the pick here before it was banned more for Hylissang and his reputation on the pick rather than the Morgana carry. But it was banned mostly to stop a roaming champion from roaming through and getting a lot of snowball advantages. So I actually give them credit for the comp. It's like a variant on Garen Yumi, even though the champions are very different. But you need to actually pull off the Blitzcrank side of things. It's a little bit more tricky than the Pike, and it didn't come together in this game.
And my problem with it was if you're running a single carry comp, generally they have to be able to get into the fight, and you rely on people coming to you as Kayle, and that's what we saw in that last team fight. Despite Nemesis pumping out a lot of damage, was not able to line up the perfect scenario between Uzi and Xiaohu.
Exactly. A lot of people will always look at the carry of these compositions, but so much is on how you use the utility that you did draft. That's the spot that they sacrificed for not getting another carry. It isn't just a Blitzcrank, but it's also the Shen ultimate. So the Lee Sin. A lot of these champions have the tools to create those picks, create those things with their utility, and the execution just was not there.
Yeah, exactly. I think you're not giving yourself a very big window because it all has to go right, and synergy is such a big issue. And I feel like from this moment on, I realized that perhaps Fnatic was not completely in sync in this game. Is that fair to say for some of the early moves?
Yeah, I mean, it's always hard to attack Gnar top lane just because of the fact that he does have the bounce, the double jump at the start of the game. But I think that if you're running this comp, you need a good early game because there's going to be a sweet spot window in the mid game where you will come online. And a lot of this was about Karsa being able to be very proactive. He already picked up a kill at level 2. You could see him trying to get in the top lane as well. And I think he had a very good game.
And you saw a 0 kill plus assist at 15 in 2 games, Broxah. Flashy, don't worry about hitting any skill shots there. He finally got on the board. But it was a better Fnatic performance. It has to be admitted. I think they had ideas and there were spots that worked here, even though by the end, when Uzi's items were together, it looked very difficult to actually get over the line.
And the early mid game is very critical for this composition for Fnatic. And that Rift Herald that they went to late and then still fought and gave away so many of those kills, that was a game-breaking moment.
Yeah, exactly. Some of the decisions, that was what I meant actually with the synergy. Like sometimes it feels like they didn't really have the right timings or ideas about some things. And when you run this comp, that is going to be extremely disruptive. And then you had 2 tails in the mid game because you know that if you grab someone, you'll probably be able to kill him. But on the other hand, you have that team of RNG that is so good at team fighting and doing those skirmishes. So it did feel like the clock was running out a little bit.
Absolutely. I mean, the couple of attempts they made with a turbo blitz weren't coming together. And every time we flashed to a 5v5, the positioning, the movements, it's happened from RNG already this tournament and on full display here.
And this is what changed about RNG last year. They stopped being a team that only looked for team fight and they started to work a lot on their setup. And I think that this Baron play was a very good example of how well they understand how to play around their carries.
In a tournament where we have had so many Baron steals and poor setups, this was a really well executed one. Plus, at the start of this team fight, I really want to compliment RNG on how they always attack the Blitzcrank and take away some of those openings. Now you can see them dissecting the team, taking away the threat there, not giving Nemesis room to be the threat on.
Because often as the Kayle, you want to be the quarterback at points and then open up with the auto attacks. The ult is not always a self-ult, but they just never got those sort of fights. Now flashing onto the Baron. The goaltending here, hope Splice is watching, because this was a very well set up Baron.
This was a picture-perfect Baron, the way they pushed him out of the pit to secure the objective. Great play coming out of RNG. Another win on the board, and the Oppo player of the game was the top laner, Longshin. And I want to take this opportunity, perhaps, to reset some of the narrative around RNG and the always Uzi all the time talk. Is it ready? Are we ready to change that up?
Like I talked about at the beginning of the day, Uzi applies so much pressure by himself, so they can put more emphasis into him, but they don't have to. And big part of Longshin getting this player of the game is that the Gnar is so important in that team composition. His zoning, choosing the right times to jump in on the back line, making Kale's job so much more difficult, and playing that distance without taking as much damage as you would think.
Final note, takeaways for RNG and their first games before the second week, and Fnatic. Fnatic, we already said, is going to be a rough one because they have to bounce back and win versus some people they haven't been able to win against. But on the other side, RNG is looking more and more confident.
Yeah, absolutely. I think RNG are a legitimate contender because not only is their team fighting good, but their understanding of the map. That Baron setup, the mid lane priority push to break the base. I think they just have more to their bow than previous LPL teams have had at these international tournaments.
And it needs to be a watershed moment for Fnatic. They've come back from bigger disadvantages and got out of groups, but you're going to have to get some comeback victories. It's such a stack group. It's going to be hard.
Such a naysayer. I'm not scared until they're 0-4 spawn. Just kidding. Up next is an interview with Kobe's favorite, Karsa.
Hi guys, Laure here, and joining me right now is Karsa after RNG's victory against Fnatic. Congratulations on taking this one. I'm confused. I was not expecting such a composition from Fnatic. So did you expect it, and how did you plan to play around this?
首先，恭喜你们对上 Fnatic 有赢下胜利这样子。那我看到 Fnatic 的阵容，我自己其实非常的震惊。你们有预期他们会选这样的阵容吗？那你们怎么样准备跟这样的阵容对战？
因为主要我们一直看他们前面都玩盖伦加猫咪嘛，然后我觉得他们是应该也是准备了很多类似法师下路的一些套路吧，所以我们其实准备了很多。
So we've seen previously that they played a lot of Garen plus Yumi, so we understood that they were most likely going to play a lot of mages in the bot lane, so we did a lot of preparation against that.
Right, and you were on point, obviously. Now, I want to talk to you about your top laner, Longshin, because he's often been pointed out as one of the weaknesses sometimes for RNG, but I feel like here, his Gnar initiations were on point. Do you agree? And what did you think about his performance?
想问一下关于你的队友狼行的一个看法，因为他很多时候人家会说他是 RNG 的一个弱点，但是他这场比赛里面的话，他的纳尔开的是非常的漂亮，你可以评价一下他这场的表现吗？
我觉得他世界赛这3场打的都还打得很不错吧，就打出了他以前还没来 RNG 的时候，他以前是个比较进攻型上单嘛，就我觉得他在这世界赛表现得非常好。
I think all 3 games he played so far, he's done very well on them. It really looks like his previous form when he was playing an aggressive style, not on RNG. So I think he's been doing incredibly well.
I agree, and I hope it continues going for you guys like this. Now, tell me about the last team fight. Uzi flashing in, you defending the Baron. What was it in commentaries and in communications for you guys?
最后想问一下，你们在最后一个大龙团战的话，队内的一些指挥沟通，我们有看到你在坚守大龙，然后有看到就是 Uzi 闪现进去击杀敌人这样子，你们可以跟我们说一下队内怎么沟通的吗？
主要他们阵容输出其实就有一个天使嘛，就我们只要盯着天使就好了，而且他们开大龙已经是有点迫不得已了吧，就他们其实这条大龙没吃掉的话，他们已经输定了，所以我觉得我们算是打得很有把握吧，这个团战。
So first off, they only have 1 carry point in the Kayle, so their Baron play was really a desperate attempt. If they didn't take that Baron, they were pretty much going to lose the game anyway. So it's quite simple for us to just look at the Kayle and make sure that we could take her down.
All right, now last question. You seen all these fans who are here cheering for you today. Does it make you proud?
最后一个问题，我们今天看到有很多粉丝为你们加油，这个会让你感到骄傲吗？
很开心吧，因为都有点忘了这里是欧洲了，就听到很多用中文说加油，就其实特别开心吧。
It makes me very happy. We almost forgot that this is Europe. To hear everyone cheering for us in Chinese makes us incredibly happy.
You deserved it. Congratulations on this one once again. We'll see you in a few days. Thank you, Clement, for the translations.
The other thing worth noting here is how lane focused the runes are, and they're actually looking to set up a dive here on Nemesis.
There's the unburrowed Nemesis under the tower! With the wave clear and push that Morgana has, the rocket grab is going to instantly collect. And no, we'll keep Nemesis alive. He stepped backwards for now. Caster below 400 HP. He gets the unburrow onto Reckless. Now Whippo spreads refuge into the taunts. Will not buy enough time. But when they get caught out, it's trouble. Stand United this time is channeled. Divine Judgment is going to get needed in a moment. It's thrown down onto Nemesis. Xiao Hu goes forward, goes backwards, and now Whippo's in trouble. Needs to do something here for Nemesis. 4 versus 3. Uzi flashes forward. He gets Hillisang. The feathers fly, and they've come back. 1-2 for Nemesis. He needs to find more. Xiao Hu is low, but Uzi finishes it off. Fantastic performance from RNG, as they will close out the first half of groups 2-1.
Hercules, I have been expecting you.
And I brought you a gift, so you can fight properly. Red Bull.
Ooh, how nice of you, but also rather foolish. Mine, no mine, mine, no mine,
Mine. Red Bull gives you wings.
think as an individual, like my own success at Worlds is definitely going to be based on how I stack up in like a pure 1v1, 2v2 sense in my role, and just how I can hold my ground against the best players. Just want to be remembered as the NA mid laner that no one believed could make it, and he really proved that he could.
Success for me at my first Worlds would be that we played at the best level that we could. It's possible we play the best level that we can and still don't make it out of groups just because we got a little bit unfortunate with the drawing. But at the same time, it's a really great experience to play against these teams. So success would be having no regrets with the way I played and the way our team played. I guess most of the time I see it as I'll just try to be the best for my team. I don't care if people don't acknowledge me or don't praise me for what I do. Just try everything I can so that my carries can pop off and have their moments.
And welcome back to Worlds 2019, where Clutch Gaming are looking for their first win of group stage. We are going to dive straight into picks and bans, and I absolutely want to circle back to some of the things that the Clutch players were talking about in that video. Into the draft, Renekton and Pantheon are banned away.
Yeah, no surprise there. I'm going to be really interested to see if Rumble or Kiana, those are kind of the Clutch Gaming calling cards, are going to be left up here by SKT. We have actually seen that composition run a couple times at Worlds thus far, but not yet by Clutch.
I wonder how high Xayah/Rakan priority are for both these teams. With the Morgana being taken off the board, this suggests to me that Clutch could be looking for an early Rakan, or maybe they go for the Xayah in the hopes that SK Telecom will take the Rakan. I'm not sure how deep they're thinking into the draft, but I know that Morgana is a very obnoxious champion, especially for many supports in the current meta.
I can certainly tell you for Clutch, Xayah Rakan is always incredibly high priority. Most played for both of
but Kiana got left open.
Kiana is up, so that's going to be an insta-grab here. And it should be going to Damonte. We have not seen Lyra play it, throughout the playoff run or here at Worlds. Certainly a possibility to be flexed, but definitely expecting to get a little bit of Tanner time.
Are we really going to get to see?
I don't think we're going to go. Oh, okay,
wow,
let's go.
So, do we anticipate Kiana versus Yasuo mid?
No, right now I'm going to say that this is a Yasuo Gragas bot lane. For the time
interesting.
Being. Bear in mind, Trevor and I are from Europe, and that's where it most commonly goes for a team like G2 Esports. Mid-jungle, I know over in the LCK they are very big fans of it. Clid is a very well-known Gragas player, and Faker obviously well-known for pretty much any champion that he plays. And with the Akali locked in, you can still see there's a lot of flexibility still left in this draft.
Yeah, it's very interesting because Teddy, has not played Yasuo at all throughout summer or at Worlds thus far. So it would surprise me a little bit if it was going down to him in effort. I'm definitely expecting this to be Clid and Faker. So much of SKT's success has been around this 2v2 playing incredibly well. When we see this combo in the LCS, it's almost always jungle mid as well. And it just has so much power, especially post 6. Such easy setup for guaranteed ultimate. It feels like it's almost unavoidable to die at least once or twice to that.
Well, I have to give some congratulations to both of my analysts. Various for calling out the Morgana champion that was banned in first drop. The Xayah Rakan high priority for Clutch absolutely coming true. Now the question is, where do they turn their attention to next? With a Taliyah banned away, this also signals to us SK Telecom believe that Kiana is going to Damonte as they're starting to remove champions from that jungle pool.
Yeah, I'm going to be really interested to see if Lyra actually goes back to Skarner, because that was kind of his bread and butter in NA. He has not yet brought it out here in the World's group stage, and when they are sort of struggling here, I wouldn't mind seeing them just go back to that pure comfort.
One of the things that SK Telecom are doing right now is actually taking AP options off the board. With Elise already gone in the first rotation and Taliyah now gone, they're really narrowing down the AP champion pools that are available so that Clutch don't have that damage diversification.
Is it time for Echo to pop
off? It could be.
Silas is open and available as well. The Skarner, again, one of those signature picks that we were talking about earlier, now removed from the pool. So it is limiting those AP options, and I'm just trying to figure out where else it could come from.
Yeah, Silas wouldn't shock me. That was a 3-way flex for Clutch in NA, so certainly something that they could go towards. I think there's some pretty strong ultimates to steal here as well. You can set up for your own ultimate with your chain. That's actually a little knock-up with the Yasuo. Obviously, Gragas as well as Akali, great ultimates to steal, as we've seen so many times throughout competitive for the Silas. So certainly is a possibility there. And with Huni, you always know that Huni could be playing something like Casio top or some sort of crazy pick.
So there it is. The Gragas is going into support with the Lee Sin lock-in. That's going to be going into the hands of Clid. Definitely setting up for the Yasuo Gragas bot lane. That suggests to me that Akali is likely going to go into the top lane, but I know that she can have a pretty favorable matchup into the Kiana. When we see like damage spread, SK Telecom are pretty healthy for the time being, and Clutch, they need to get some AP somewhere in their composition. They could consider the Echo jungle if they wanted to try and get it out, but they could also go for the Vladimir in the top side of the map.
Yeah, so Vladimir top here for Huni, certainly giving them a lot of scaling, a lot of kind of team fight and wombo combo power there with the engage they already have here from both Rakan as well as that Kiana. And we know the damage amp from Vladimir is going to be big, both for Kiana and Xayah, especially when they have all of this kind of AoE damage that they can put out.
I wonder if they consider a Jarvan right now. No, okay. Going for a little bit more of the team fight angle as you were talking about, Azael. I know that Clutch Gaming, one of the big ways in which they won versus Team Liquid during the playoffs was just constantly forcing fights in the mid game. And I think that what is great about Sejuani is you can just throw that ultimate out. There's plenty of follow-up with the Kiana and Rakan as well. So it's very easy for Clutch to actually start these fights off.
Yeah, it certainly is, and anytime you have Sejuani as alongside, melee solo laner, you can actually set up for that Sejuani passive, proccing that out pretty quickly. The root from Kiana followed up by a knockup from Sejuani, followed up by the E-stun there as well, so there is potential for some pretty strong lockdown.
So we're going to be getting to see Teddy's Yasuo and Faker's Akali. Still very excited to see them both on these champions, but as we were saying earlier, the Yasuo Gragas bot lane is a bit of a European special, something that G2 consistently get banned away from them, and it is very obnoxious in the laning phase. You have a lot of all-in power, and you don't even need to be level 6. Around the level 3, level 4 mark, you can just look to go for these all-ins, especially if your jungler isn't playing around your side of the map. But SKT, they have pressure up towards the top side. I believe that in the early laning phase, Faker should be able to gain pressure as well, and only the bot side should struggle for the first few levels, but I think that'll get better and better as the levels come through. So I feel like across the board, SKT have very strong laners.
They certainly do. One concern I have for them is, though Akali has a lot of burst, if Sejuani gets to the later stages, builds up a lot of armor, most of their consistent damage is actually physical here between the Yasuo as well as that Aatrox, so Sejuani could be difficult to deal with, and I also really want to see how Teddy executes on this, because if the info I have here is right, this is his first competitive play on Yasuo.
And welcome back to Worlds 2019 as Clutch Gaming are taking on SK Telecom T1. We were just talking about the team compositions before we went into the video. And Azael, you were touching on some expectations around what Lyra could do if we were to get to the later stages of the game. We do have a momentary pause, so Vedius, when we zoom out, and we only have team comps to talk about, what do you like to see these teams do over the next few minutes? You've already alluded to sort of top and mid having some, pushing lanes in favor of SKT. So do they just play around that? Or?
So I think a very early game, I don't think CG have a huge amount of options. I think that once Demonte gets level 3, you can consider looking for a gank mid, but Akali, the moment she has a Shroud, very difficult to play around. Your best bet is to try and attack the bot lane before it has an opportunity to come online. You will have a lot of push, and what I would imagine is that Lyra will actually start on his top side jungle, he will path towards bot, and he will allow Cody-Sun and Vulcan to get a hard push in bot so that they can get the wave to bounce back. And that can force the Yasuo and Gragas into an awkward situation for then a repeat gank later on from Lyra. So I want to see him focus his attention more towards the bot side of the map during the early stages of play.
Yeah, I really tend to agree, but that also is going to put Huni in a pretty tough spot, right? Huni is then going to be in a losing matchup, going to be getting pushed in, and there is always the potential of that early game Vladimir being dove by a combo such as that Aatrox and Lee Sin.
I feel, though, that Vladimir is one of those champions that gets harder to dive the moment he does have his pool up unavailable, and I think that the problem that CG is going to encounter is that because SKT have such strong lanes across the side of the map, whatever lane they try to play through, there's a real risk of it being countered. But on top of that, they're guaranteed to lose something on the other side of the map. So it's important that CG, whatever side of the map they choose to play through, which in my opinion should be the bot side, they really do net some advantages because the lanes are very in favor of SKT early on.
I keep an eye on the decision making, and we can reevaluate what Clutch decide as we eventually get into game. I am hearing from a production team that the players are pausing just to double check some of the specific settings, and we'll keep you updated as I get more information.
Yeah, Hooney is just having a little bit of a keyboard issue, so he's trying to get that sorted out, and certainly will be hopefully getting back into the game here pretty quickly. But it is going to be, I think, an extremely interesting game, right? You know, people think a lot about SKT, you know, as kind of this slow team. This team likes to play around very standard marksman picks for Teddy. That is kind of his bread and butter, and it's going to be interesting to see really how they perform, not only just specifically individually with him playing Yasuo, because he hasn't played it in competitive, I had that confirmed, but also it changes how the rest of the map has to play, right? And this is something that we hear a lot of teams talk about, where you'll talk to a pro and they say, yeah, I can play the pick, but we can't play around it. Because all of a sudden, when you lose that ranged marksman, the team fights have to be played out completely differently.
Now, I would say that expectation, the fear of a team like SKT being unable to adapt to that style is somewhat lowered.
Oh yeah, I mean,
in my mind.
I agree completely, right? You know, I'm not saying you can't play it. I'm just excited to see how well he can, because if they can showcase this sort of a style, you also then are looking at that as another strength, another thing that these other teams have to worry about. Because one of the big reasons people are looking at G2 and saying they're the best in the tournament right now is they have showcased multiple different styles, and this would be a step in the direction of increasing your flexibility.
It would be a statement game after the first half of groups concludes that then makes you question, do I need to ban Yasuo?
Yeah.
Based on the performance that we're going to see. Thank you for your patience as we load back onto Summoner's Rift for Clutch Gaming, taking on SK Telecom. My eyes are going to be on Lyra, and I mentioned it beforehand. Just hearing Demonte talking a little bit in that pre-video about showing up on the world stage and, you know, trying to win those 1v1s and 2v2s. Well, Sejuani Kiana against Lisa and Akali. This is going to be interesting to watch, and I will review it later in the game.
I'm a big fan of melee champions being paired up with the Sejuani. Earlier in the year, we saw Camille Sejuani coming out as a pretty popular duo just because of how easy it is to stack up that Sejuani passive. And I do think that Kiana versus Akali can be a pretty big skill matchup, but I naturally just give the advantage to Akali at the early levels, especially against Kiana, because she relies on having her W and Q combo in order to be able to set up any kind of plays.
Small engage there from Vulcan onto Effort, but nothing really following there on. And the wave, as it stands, Teddy and Effort seem to be pushing a little further forward.
I want to draw attention to the early jungle pathing that we actually saw. You'll notice that what happened is that Clid started on his red, he ward hopped over the wall, and then he snuck into blue, meaning he's been able to create a split map, and because of the pressure that he has in mids, he's likely not going to be contested by the enemy mid laner either. This is going to put the Sejuani behind, as Lyra chose to start on the bot side of the map and do a full clear. This will give him level 3, and he could look to play around the bot side still, but SKT demonstrating great use of early vision to understand what Lyra is up to in the early game.
Thankfully for Clutch, they do actually spot out Clid up on that top side of the map over by the Krug. So we'll see if this actually gives the information that Lyra needs to try to punish on the bot side. And he's actually looking for a gank, and their ward has just expired here for SKT.
There's the knock up onto Teddy. The body slam comes out from Effort. The feathers fly forward, and nothing further follows up.
And this is what we wanted to see. Notice that Cody-san and Vulcan didn't hard push. They actually let Teddy and Effort get the push in. They arrived late because they were helping Lyra start off on his red, which means that they were overextended in the lane. Jungle was topside, but now Lyra, he's overstayed in the river.
He has indeed. Flashes available. Arctic Assault 2, and very easy to escape. It'll just be the Rift Scuttler picked up for SKT.
This is honestly just a beautiful early game here from SKT. They're able to avoid the gank. You can see it's now going to be a 3 buff here for them. They've also grabbed this bottom side scuttle to protect their bottom lane that was pushing and playing somewhat aggressively now that their ward has expired. And we're going to have Lyra walk all the way across to the other side of the map, which is going to kind of put them behind the clock a little bit, so to speak, and not really have any options as far as ganking on that top side.
I do like that he went straight to the Krugs, though, because it does guarantee at least one of them so that he doesn't end up losing losing both. But in terms of Klid's pathing, he's feeling very comfortable right now. He's sitting at level 3, likely going to be getting level 4 very soon. He can make his way back up towards topside, and as Isaiah was saying in the draft, the potential for a Vlad dive is very real. A wave is going to start stacking up towards the top side of the map, and Klid can put himself in a position to be there ready to attack Huni.
Well, I just want to call out, Vedius, you did say that you were hoping to see Lyra play bot. He did. One thing I noticed a moment or two ago as well, Huni's running the Klepto Vlad, so learning a little bit from the Nuggery school of Vladimir. And now Klid, he's decided to come to this bottom lane. That's a fantastic body slam. Flash and heal used from Cody-san. And Klid's just going to ward hop away to safety.
Here comes Lyra, though, and Klid may be able to get collapsed on by Vulcan.
All right, there's the knock-up. Not going to land, actually, because Klid is able to flash away.
Honestly, all things happening there, that's going to be positive for Clutch. That's 3 summoners to 2. It's just, can you punish Cody-san for missing his? Teddy now could be in some trouble.
Could be indeed. The Arctic Assault has come in already. Now the dashes are going forward. Lyra's been exhausted. He's forced to flash. That's a very good Feather Storm. Or Feather's coming back. Well, the Faker! He completed the teleport and flies forward. I was completely lost in the fight and it's not done yet. A level 5 Huni. He's come in. Vulcan takes some shurikens to the face and he's running for his life. Huni is blown up. Donating another kill to SK Telecom, and they're 1,000 gold up.
That was a horrible teleport. It was so late. He's not even 6. What are you going to accomplish with that? And now not only does Huni do another kill on that bottom side, he's kind of going to throw his own lane.
Ladies and gentlemen, he's called Faker Playmaker for a reason. Beautiful teleport down into the bot lane the moment Clutch arrive. Notice that they've caught Teddy out of position. He's a little overextended. Jungler isn't here to help. But now 3 members are over the halfway mark in this lane, meaning there's plenty of time for him to TP in. Lyra holds onto his flash for a little while. Faker's able to land the E, and then he lands the passive auto, flashes away from the knockup from the Rakan, and gets away with his life on top of a kill. And then you see this very late TP in from Huni where I don't think he was ever going to get anything off the back of that.
It's almost like one of those comedy videos where it's like your laner versus my laner, you know, like your laner TPs, my laner TPs.
And where it leaves us is 1,000 gold advantage to SKT. Teddy and Effort have had a lot of action in their lane already. Both of them 0-0-2. And at least as far as the combining the engages and the tools, definitely look very comfortable on this duo, despite it being Teddy's first ever Yasuo.
Now, what's important to recognize is what this means. Because remember, we talked about how SKT have very strong laners. And in the bot lane, especially once they hit level 6, the all-in power of Gragas and Yasuo is very potent. So CG can't afford to fall behind in the early game. And due to this overforce in the bot side of the map and Faker finding 2 kills, it's now a lot harder for CG to control the early game, which means SKT is in a power position to start snowballing with this lead that they have.
I agree, and it's also really difficult now for Damonte because so much of your early game power with this lethality buy is negated by the Seekers, right? You know, all this additional gold is funneled into Faker there, and he is kind of now ahead of the curve, can grab this luxury item of the Seekers, and now go straight towards that Gunblade, and it should still be quite a good timing.
Now, it's not all doom and gloom for Clutch Gaming, of course. There are scaling elements to their composition. I feel that even though Damonte is playing a champion that is AD, her team fight value in the mid to late game is just can never afford to be underestimated, and you can still one-shot a lot of squishy targets if you're able to catch them off guard. So Clutch Gaming still have that team fight avenue available to them. It's just that due to the lead that SKT currently has, it may be harder and more delayed before Clutch can get to that point.
Yeah, Huni also sitting even on farm despite actually TPing away from his lane is pretty nice. But here comes Klid, and he is 6, looking for a kill on bot side.
Oh, very nicely done. Cody-san gets caught out, takes some damage before the Feather Storm buys some time. Just not enough DPS. If you look at itemization, needs a little bit more build up there before they can blow him up.
Yeah, and that was really just a nice wind wall as Huni maybe getting jumped on.
All right, Huni's in trouble. World Ender is easily enough for Khan to pick up the solo kill. I mean, he just hit everything. What are you going to do?
Yeah, I mean, Huni had to flash the 3rd Q, right? You know, he flashed after that had already landed, so the damage was there. Expends the flash, but it is too late, and he does go down. And, you know, bad goes to worse as SKT grabs the Infernal. And this is a 5-person damage comp essentially here, right? You know, even the Gragas is going to be building AP. Every single member of SKT will get a lot out of that Infernal.
I mean, I believe there was an interview with Khan that said that he wanted to remind Huni of his place and kick his teeth in, and definitely not a great start to the laning phase as Huni, he's just trying to use the...
Khan, this is a fantastic
Yeah,
start.
I mean, yeah. And I just think that Huni should have just flashed earlier. He should have flashed the moment he recognized that he could not get out of the E landing from Khan. Just no respect being shown to his lane opposition.
Yeah, watching that back again, the timing was actually so tight on hitting that third Q out of the pool, so Huni may have actually judged that the third Q would go into the pool instead of actually landing perfectly out of it. So really well timed there by Khan, and credit to him for getting an advantage on that top side.
Well, read into this what you will, viewers at home, but Huni actually has a pretty successful record on the international stage, despite just getting solo killed. We're playing with Fnatic 11-11, SKT 25-11, Clutch Gaming so far 6-4. But he really is kind of the difference maker, the danger man when you look at Clutch and whether they're going to win or lose.
And he has been for a lot of his teams, right? And I think it's so cool to see this guy who has succeeded in 3 major regions, made it to Worlds on teams that were oftentimes about his crazy playstyles. And that is why I think he has become such a fan favorite and such a fun player to watch.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And right now, he's being relegated towards the bot side of the map. He doesn't have his teleport, but it will be available soon. Given that it's 10 minutes, Clutch have decided to go for the swap, try and get out of this 2 versus 2, but also set up for the Herald. And I think that once they complete their first item, they could consider going for a fight. Because... oh, bit of a skirmish in mid, but because Faker has delayed his Gunblade, it means that Akali, even with the gold lead, is not going to be as potent without that item. So I can see a window where Clutch could consider going for a fight this early on to try and reclaim control.
Yeah, and they may actually look for it with Huni roaming up, because if he doesn't actually walk all the way up, they can't even challenge, right? Khan has TP advantage still, Huni not quite having his teleport, so Huni is just running up to mid lane and trying to be there as they are starting this out to look for a potential 5v5, and this could be something that really does decide a lot of this game.
Watch Demonte. He's waiting in the wings. Teleport is now coming down from Khan. Supreme display of talent goes out. Riptail's not dead just yet.
Here's Khan!
It's on the board, but it's a trade of 1-for-1. The Featherstorm goes up with the Blade Caller, cannot get called back. Lira forced to flash defensively. Faker runs him down with the help of Khan, and Huni finds himself dead once again to SKT's top laner. The Riptail still not yet completed. Lee Syndrome, please! Clid's not going to pull the trigger this time round. Demonte steps forward and cannot secure the kill. SKT were ready, waiting, and looking to get the delayed ace here. Demonte's at risk of being dove. And it's just a matter of time, you have to feel. Khan 3-0-1, by the way. Shelly's going to be summoned behind the Tribush. And now a teleport's coming down too. Huni's rejoined the fight. And SKT,
they're not going to dive this, are they?
No, unfortunately not.
No, they should not dive this quick shot. That would be a very silly decision. But SKT just completely outplayed CG in that fight. A very clutch stopwatch from Effort to avoid the initial engage from Demonte. The fact that Clutch Gaming end up getting split apart, you just get to see the team fighting prowess of SKT.
Yeah, and this ward over the wall was so critical. The TP is in such a perfect place. Right as they're engaging, you're now going to be having this very strong Aatrox coming in behind the squad, and all of a sudden, there's no safe spot for Cody Sun to kite back to, because he was planning on kiting back into the area, utilizing the feathers and the AoE, and it just got completely shut down.
And you can see that Huni wasn't even relevant in the fight whatsoever. He got cut off while SKT was setting up this great collapse, and SKT, they were ready for the fight, they recognize it, and now they're just ballooning their lead even more.
And we're just going to go again. Because Clutch, I don't know if they feel like they can give up another Infernal here. SKT already an enormous advantage, and if you give over a second free Infernal to them, it feels like your chances are really getting dim.
3,500 gold lead for SKT already. 2 Infernals, this one will be uncontested. And if you'll notice the scoreboard, everybody watching at home, the 2 solo laners, Khan and Faker, 3-0-1, 4-0-1 respectively. Faker's already looking, can he get the solo kill? Perfect execution was on cooldown. You have to think if that was available, that'd be another dead Huni.
Well, Faker with his Gunblade now completed is like, yeah, okay, I'm pretty strong now, 13.5 minutes into the game. He can solo kill anyone that he wants. Khan in a very similar position, yet to complete the Black Cleaver, but still feeling very strong. And they're just taking advantage of their massive solo lane leads to just funnel even more gold into them.
And look at the lack of vision here. You know, Clutch has no vision across this line, and that's why Damonte is not even feeling comfortable to actually farm out the wave. He was having to back off, seed these turret plates, because he didn't know if Clid was behind him, and he certainly is now.
Yes, he is. Damonte is just blown up under the tower. Now the Supreme Display of Talent gets Khan low, but not enough to find the kill. And now all of a sudden effort comes down. Faker's looking for the kill. He's got the ultimate available. Hemo Blake will be healing up Huni. Faker's looking over the tower. Takes another shot to the face. Huni stays alive a few seconds longer, and Faker's holding on to his ultimate.
Faker putting a lot of pressure down onto Huni, is looking to secure his first tower of the game. 6k gold lead for SKT. They have just so cleanly controlled this early game. They have outplayed CG multiple points, and while Clutch have found a single kill on the board, right now it feels like that the game is slowly slipping away from them.
I mean, this one feels like it's all over but the crying to me. Like this is so difficult for them to ever come back. You know, Faker being multiple levels ahead of both of the solo laners. Actually, Khan is as well. It's both 11 on SKT's side to both 9 on Clutch's side, and they're just so monstrously behind. No one can answer either side. So
hoping for a miracle at this point. We talk often a lot about how they do have team fighting elements, but we're kind of clutching at straws because you can see, yeah, this kind of summarizes my point pretty much entirely, which is that
Exhibit A.
Yeah, it's all well and good saying like, oh, we have the scaling.
9.
It's completely irrelevant if you don't get to that point in the game. As Faker's just continuing to snowball his lead across the map.
Don't worry, guys. We only need to hold on for 45 more minutes. I'm gonna get there.
I'd like to hear some celebration music to that Akali animation, which is leading the blades above her head. It also felt a little personal, of course. Faker going after Huni, former teammates, taking him out under the tower. 5-0-1. Oh, this is just painful, observers.
He already is at 50% health. He overextends in the lane. Faker, with his ultimate and Q, uses the flash as well. Okay, so at first I was like, is it really personal? The fact that he would flash for that kill suggests, yeah, that one felt kind of personal.
Tough game thus far for Huni, but honestly a tough game really for all of Clutch, right? You know, Damonte going for this relatively cheap build. He doesn't even have his first item yet. You know, he's sitting on 4,800 gold. Faker's over 8,000.
Unreal. Talking about gold lead, at 15 minutes, SKT were up 5,961. It is the largest gold difference at 15 minutes of the group stage thus far.
Wow.
An extremely dominant early game. Just before we were going on camera, one of the things we were talking about was the mid game from SK Telecom and how they're not like your G2s, for example, that really just accelerate. What would you like to see from SKT in playing out this gigantic gold lead, and what would you expect from them?
Well, I think that with the comp that they have, sieging is difficult. Azael brought it up in the draft, when you don't have an AD carry, sieging down these towers naturally becomes a lot harder, especially given that there is decent wave clear on the side of Clutch. So what SKT need to do is do exactly what they are doing, play on multiple lanes, split the map up, but then what you need to do is you actually need to push your vision line into the enemy jungle so that Clutch cannot enter there. This then gives you the freedom to move between your side lanes, and you can create numbers advantages to threaten dives. And you use your greater numbers and gold lead in order to force the enemy away from the towers so that you can secure it.
They're also getting the benefit of 3 straight Infernals, right? If this is something that Clutch feels like they may have to challenge, well, then SKT doesn't have to do a lot of work to actually get a team fight. And I think if you grab the 3rd Infernal here, which SKT is certainly going to set up for, then they can also look towards the Baron thereafter, set up their vision in that area, as you're talking about, Vedius, and you have fantastic engage in turn with the Gragas and the Lee Sin.
I'm looking at this Clutch composition right now as they are completing a couple of items. Faker happens to stumble upon Vulcan.
I think Vulcan's in a lot of trouble. Damonte is going to look for some damage. We'll find a small route into Faker. Now Huni not going to be able to flash over the wall, and Faker instead dashes away to safety. Decides against a 1-on-3. Still think he could have won it, but he manages to escape for now, and just so much burst damage.
So notice how in that time Khan has pushed out bot lane, and look at what Effort is doing, setting up vision in the enemy jungle. This is really important when you're trying to play through these side lanes, because again, it gives you access to easily move between the lanes. What we now want to see them do is collapse onto mid to set up the siege, or maybe just look for a pick.
Wow, there's collapses everywhere. Demonte forced to flash. Here comes Clid over the wall, kicks him into the space. And that was an easy final breath from Teddy.
Into space, Trevor.
Yeah, I know.
That was a hard kick coming out from Clid.
Absolutely was, and it was the 10th
Hasn't been
kill
skipping leg
for
day.
SKT. Hemoplague will heal up Huni, but it won't keep him alive long enough. Faker just chases him down for his 6th kill of the game. The mid lane tower's in trouble. Teddy's gonna dash away, throws up the wind wall, teleport being channeled, and that's the 4th tower. Vedius, you called it. Force Clutch away from the towers. Look for picks. Whether it's the tower or the jungle, irrelevant.
The thing is, though, is Clutch is walking into areas of the map that don't belong to them, which means that SKT can quickly find these
What
collapses.
does belong to them? That's their red buff.
Yeah.
The Nexus, maybe?
Yeah, about that. But in the meantime, Khan took bot tower, they found a tower in mid, and this is how SKT do it. It's not about overforcing, it's just whenever you see someone in that position that they shouldn't be in, you're able to find that collapse, find that pick, and you immediately convert it into an objective.
These games are just so easy to close out because you need too many members to answer every side, right?
Yes.
You know, you said it's a 1v3 that Faker is kind of pushing them back, then Khan comes on the other side, you have to run down to there. Now all of a sudden there's no one to answer Faker and he's pushing in. You're out-leveled in really every role. Teddy is higher level than the solo laners really on Clutch right now.
And to make it worse, Yasuo and Aatrox can duo Baron. They have the ability to. Probably not yet. It depends. Once he completes his Infinity Edge, this duo is very prominent just because of how much damage and consistent damage that the Yasuo is able to output. So it's something that CG also have to respect.
Do they kill Faker, yes or no, Vedius?
No.
Okay, let's see what he does. 3-on-1, 4-on-1 as Cody's Sun comes down. The quickness is used already. Faker's got flash available. He dashes. He doesn't even use the flash. And Vedius, you are a god. You called it. Faker escapes and SK Telecom. They start the Baron. That was Faker doing Faker things.
Yeah, they're going to grab the Baron, and I think they can close with this. They are monstrously ahead. Faker not even close to going down. He still had the Zonias, still had the flash, and Huni is in trouble.
He is indeed. He's going to use the W to stay alive for a while longer. Gets away from the barrel at least, and the Hemoplague does literally nothing useful. 11,000 gold lead, triple Infernals, Baron, 4 towers to 0. And Faker and Khan are just styling on Kid.
And while that was a very cool play from Faker, it's really important to give credit to the rest of SKT because of how they're constantly setting up the map. They have great vision control around areas where they know they have greater numbers, which means that even if 4 members didn't go bot for CG, they can't answer the Baron because of how much control SKT have. So the moment they see where Clutch is, they get to make a decision, they get to punish them, and now they sit with an 11k gold advantage, 3 Infernal Drakes, and a Baron buff.
Oh.
Faker's going to be pushing on that bottom side here. No one even close to answering. All Clutch can do is just try to do these 3v1, 4v1 style plays, kill someone immediately, and hope that you can actually delay that way. But Faker now at the base. Teddy's here as well, pushing up mid lane. So SKT going to be knocking down turrets on all sides. Clutch just don't have the pieces to answer.
No, they don't. And even if they were to pick a fight, they're so far behind in every single metric. You need SKT to make mistakes that Clutch can punish. And the item disparity alone gives SK Telecom this margin of error that even if they play frivolously, even if they play carelessly, they can miss crucial abilities but still just outstat their opponents.
Yeah, at a certain point, you're just smacking them with your wallet, right? There's
Yeah,
no
that's
real
what
way.
it is, yeah.
And in North America, we know a lot about this. It's a TL approach.
Oh man, all right, the tower goes down in the mid lane. Effort is forced to flash to safety. He almost goes up, but how much has been expended? Teleport is now completed. Not gonna find a knockup for SK Telecom. They look to siege the base. The inhibitor was broken in the bottom lane. Sorry, that was really good as well. And then it's gonna continue the pressure top. You can see Clid is ushered the minion wave forward, and he's taking the inner turret as well.
So SKT, oh, they're finding another pit.
They are indeed. Huni's going to buy some time. Wind wall goes up. That'll block any follow-up. The tower's going to put some damage onto Teddy, but not enough to do more. And now Khan, he's standing toe-to-toe, daring Clutch to fight him.
So SKT's clean game was ruined by Effort getting picked off in the mid lane. Of course, they do trade it for a bot inhib. They still have the Baron left, but I think that they need to reset on the map before they look to push any further. So we're likely going to see SKT backing off and then start playing through both top and mid. They know that with the gold advantage that they have and that CG need literally 5 members just to kill a support, that as Azael said, they can pretty much just walk their wallet down the mid lane.
I mean, SKT were 2 kills away from a perfect game. You know, they were just in such a good position. But it is beautiful to watch when a team is that far ahead and you see, you know, they punish one pathing decision in the jungle a few minutes ago. It leads to Baron. Baron hasn't even worn off yet. They've broken open the base. They've extended that lead even further. And SKT are just moments away from going undefeated in the first half of group.
The reason why I love watching it is because I think it just showcases how good SKT are at a lot of just the core basics of high-level League, which is just controlling areas of the map and responding to where the enemy is on the map. When you try to enter an area that doesn't belong to you, how easy it is for you to get punished. And it feels like that Clutch Gaming have not really been punished like this. And when they try to walk into areas of fog, when they don't expect players to be there, then all of a sudden SKT pounce, they find a pick, and they quickly convert it into something more.
SKT really are brilliant at that, and while this is not a slow game by any means, we're not even 25 minutes in, you're still seeing some of the differences between teams like SKT and G2, right? G2, with this sort of lead, is going to group 5 and dive you.
You were saying?
Exhibit B.
Exhibit B. I don't get a chance to say anything because Faker kills people too quickly. And I know I am going to take us off screen just for a second. Well, maybe after this fight, actually. SKT going to move into the base. Faker's coming over the wall. No ultimate available. That's the only benefit I can think of right now. As now Teddy continues to push forward. I'm waiting for an Effort ulti into a Teddy ulti. Come on, do it.
You can see SKT, they want to go tutorial style. They have taken down 2 inhibitors. There's 1 left to take. Faker's going to go grab the wave, but to echo Azael's point, SKT feel a lot more control in their aggression. It feels like that it's not as chaotic as when you watch teams like G2 in their approach.
Oh, man.
Their solo laners just like to style on people, quick shot.
Absolutely the case. Effort and Teddy finally make the combination work. It just finds a single kill, and SK Telecom obliterate, decimate, dominate, obliterate and destroy Clutch Gaming. I ran out of words before moving towards expletives. SKT go undefeated in the first half of groups and make a statement with that 5 damage comp.
Yes,
Yasuo Gragas bottom lane, first time ever for Teddy, and it is going to make people question, do you run the risk of giving it to this game?
It's a tough choice because the game wasn't about the bot lane, but they certainly also didn't make any big mistakes, right? You know, there was nothing huge or glaring here saying, oh, well, Teddy messed up here, or they messed up there. But this was about Faker, this was about Khan, and this really was absolute obliteration of Clutch.
And we talked a lot in draft about what we needed to see happen for Clutch, and unfortunately they just could not make it work. SKT did a fantastic job of punishing them, and for me, that was a large part of what we saw. It was constant punish. Every small mistake that Clutch made, SKT converted it into a very big deficit, and you really felt the pressure that SKT can put on you.
Just saw Huni on your screen a moment or two ago, coming up against his former team, Faker, putting on an amazing performance. But honestly, though, in every game he has played, he has looked to that level. You know, he's shaken off a lot of the rust and just really, really stepping up on the stage. I really personally liked some of the dives onto Huni after Khan's interview, saying he wanted to put Huni back in his place, and I definitely think the LCQ fans are going to be happy about that.
I think really the only Faker game you can criticize whatsoever was some of the TF plays, but it's Tristana as well as the Akali were immaculate, and even in the TF game, he was great in the later stages.
I am terrified of SK Telecom. They had a dominant win. Let's send it to State Farm analyst there to talk about how they did it.
Thank you very much, Trevor, and I have to agree with you there. So what I'd like to do in this segment, seeing how unfortunately Clutch wasn't really given a chance at all, is focus a conversation around SKT as the tournament hopeful. So I'm going to start with the obvious. The Oppo player of the game was Faker. This guy was an absolute demon in this game.
To no one's surprise, Faker stepping up, but if you watch the LCK, you might be surprised to see just the consistency and the laning phase domination paying forward that wasn't always there in the regular season. Playoffs, yes. Recency, yes. Whatever happened between week 9 and the playoffs, it's working for Faker because he's looking damn suave in the mid lane.
Yeah, he's absolutely styling in this game.
He's rendering you speechless, Kobe.
Yeah. Thank you very much. That's exactly what just happened to Clutch this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that Clutch did look for their moments in the game. They did try to fight their way back in. But this is an SKT lineup that knew what play was happening. They had the prior knowledge. They were able to get multiple members into the play from different angles and were able to take over and ultimately shut down exactly what Clutch was trying to get done.
And Spawn, very plainly, you were kind of, when we were sitting there with tournament favorites, SKT and G2, you made it clear that your allegiance was to G2 based on what we've seen. We get an extra data point, and to me, this is the most one-sided game so far of the main stage by far. Like they were, Clutch Gaming were just not in it at any moment.
That's
Therefore,
a leading question.
are we moving our positions, or is it just one data point?
Yeah, that's interesting, right? Because Cloud9 is much better than Clutch, and G2 smashed Cloud9 in a very similar fashion. And I always say it's hard to tell how a team closes out, right? Because you're always going to have messier games if you're G2 because they take more risks. And Cloud9...
0-4, 0-3 topside risks, though?
Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing, right? Is if you can win a game in arguably quicker game time, I don't have the exact number, while 2 members of your team are literally playing for the opponent,
true.
That's impressive to me.
I mean, that's fair, but I do want to take that question of the Papa Smithy into account in the discussion we're going to have, because we always highlight Faker in these moments. He's great. Yeah, what else? But the entirety of that team, and that was a difference from that G2 game yesterday, was absolutely on point. Khan had outplays, Klid had outplays, the bot lane had outplays, and that is what renders me very, very scared of this SKT, as Trevor put it.
And then we had the personal rivalry in the top side of Khan and Huni, who have both talked 2017 SKT versus 2019 SKT top laner. And, well, the Aatrox side of the Vlad matchup's working out.
Yeah, in all honesty, I mean, SKT did everything they can this game to answer the critics, right? They went with a new composition that we hadn't necessarily seen. They did run a very early game and skirmish-heavy comp, and they're normally the machine, the powerhouse that likes to have their members together. This was a different kind of SKT, and, I mean, they played a near-flawless game.
They just look so clean. I want to highlight some of the timings that we saw, especially in the Khan solo kills, you know, flashing over Kiana ultimate, his 3rd Q right out of the Vlad pool. There's so many things that were so crisp and that they really do deserve those accolades.
That gold difference timeline looks like a Vlad pool. It wasn't too good for Huni, but I want to talk about the picks and bans and kind of the different faces we've seen from SKT throughout this tournament so far. Have they diversified their play styles coming into this World Championship?
I think that it's very interesting to look at the team as a whole, because when they stacked a roster, they still had to find themselves, find your voice when you put 5 players together. And they've kind of gone through phases of being an early game team, for being a late game team, trying to be a bit of both, straddle the line and be in the mid game. They've tried to vary things up, and we've seen already just in a 3-game sample size, an encapsulation of their entire year. They're showing new stuff like the Tristana on day 1. And then in this game, you know, going for a different look, no ranged AD carry, Teddy showing a different side. And yet, this was the cleanest so far.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, absolutely they have, because Faker's 2 most played champions were Azir and Nico, and they're all about control and being with your team. He's now played Tristana, as well as a Twisted Fate, and now a mid lane assassin in the Akali. That's all about side laning, so I think this is a very different look coming out of them.
I mean, honestly, on day 1, I was incredibly impressed, because SK Telecom came into that one with such a new look. They have put so much work into the preparation with all these different styles. The Kayle bottom lane even.
It looks so impressive, and when Trevor and I say scared, that's of course with our LEC glasses on, but I think just as much, I am excited to see an SKT that is in form with Faker. It is such a perfect thing to see on the world stage, to think about the ceiling that they can hit.
And we saw the stats up there, the most notable ones, no neutrals at all, you know, not even a turret coming the way of Clutch Gaming. And you're struck by the fact that this feels like one of those strangle out performances of SKT's past, and yet it was updated with new picks, a new look. It still passed the eye test. The timer didn't read 34, it read 26. It's almost like they've updated the old, and it's looking good. I was thinking of a lot of food analogies to describe how good SKT played.
I mean, they got outskilled across the map. When you have that big of a difference getting solo killed, both sides at the same time, and 3 Infernal Drakes, it's going to be clean.
Yeah, it was really, really clean. Now, looking at the group, of course, we have RNG, SKT, Clutch Gaming, and Fnatic. Didn't look good for Clutch off that, but then Fnatic looked better, but also not so good versus RNG. It's looking like this is taking quite a definitive course, Papa.
It's been a while since we've had a 6-0 team in groups. You know, thinking back to Longzhou a couple of years ago. Do you want to play them first next time out or last when they might have already been qualified is an interesting thing to think about because SKT are sticklers for the details, and I'm sure they want to win all their games.
Yeah, I do think there were windows, however, when RNG had avenues to win that game. So
Agreed.
I wouldn't be writing off a 6-0 group just yet. I think that RNG certainly gave them a good crack.
All right, we will see RNG and Fnatic face off in our first game earlier, and here you will see them through the lens of the Oppo phone camera, designed to make sure you won't miss a single moment of Worlds 2019. However, the fans are also super interesting, and we're taking a look at them making their signs. There's more to come here on day 4. After the break, Fun Plus Phoenix face off against GAM Esports.
Now the dashes are going forward. Lyra's been exhausted. He's forced to flash. That's a very good Featherstorm. Or Feathers coming back. Rather Faker! His teleport is now coming down from Khan. Supreme display of talent goes out. Riptail's not dead just yet.
Here's Khan!
It's on the board, but it's a trade of 1-for-1.
We're kind of clutching at straws because you can see, yeah, this kind of summarizes my point.
Like SKT and G2, right? G2, with this sort of lead, is going to group 5 and dive you.
It's not as chaotic as when you watch teams like G2 in their approach.
Oh, man.
Their solo laners just like to style on people, quick shot.
Absolutely the case. Effort and Teddy finally make the combination work. SKT go undefeated in the first half of groups.
The new Oppo Reno 2 quad camera. Zoom into imagination.
I ain't never felt nothing like this before. No. Girl, every second I'm with you, I wish for more. Yeah, and I don't even know you. Hope you let me. Got so much to show you. If you let me, girl, you flowing through me. So electric. Yeah, I'm wishing that right now won't ever stop. You got me falling in love, my darling. But I ain't seen you before. Will you be there for me when I'm calling you? Is
接下来我们要跟 JM 交手了嘛，然后我觉得这一场是非常重要，因为如果这场赢了的话，我觉得我们后面也可以调整心态，调整回来，然后可以那个全胜。后面还有4场嘛，如果这把输了的话，可能会影响其他选手的心态。
Hello, welcome back. DoinB and FPX took the LPL by storm in 2019. It's been a bumpy start to their 2019 World Championship run. And just as a very quick update, we have received updated information as how to correctly pronounce DoinB. His nickname is how we used to say it. It is DoinB, so we'll be referencing it that way going forward. Let's talk about what DoinB was talking about. Getting back on track, picking up a win against GAM after losing the first game to J-Team and potentially what should have been a loss to Splice.
Yeah, I think it's very important for them to kind of continue forward and build this confidence, right? Because this is a very young team. These guys really haven't had a lot of international experience whatsoever. So I think the confidence is such a big thing going forward. And even their win against Splice, it's not like it was dominant by any means, right? It was dependent upon somewhat of a Baron throw from Splice. So we're still really looking for a dominant game from what was supposed to be a title contender.
For me, FPX, SKT, and G2 were favorites for the tournament coming in, and FPX have been the most disappointing of the three. This was supposed to be the group of life for them. This wasn't supposed to be competitive at all. Everybody's expectations were that they would just clean sweep through this group and no one be able to challenge them, and then on day one, as we said, they lost, and then yesterday, to the much dismay of so many EU fans, they were just barely able to come back in that game, and it was great to hear from DoinB how he explained that they need the confidence back. Playing in a new environment, playing internationally for the first time, I think is showcased in their performance, but everyone knows what this team is capable of.
Yeah. And I think it's important to remember back to the first couple of games of Damwon Gaming from the play-in stage. The players spoke out saying that it was adjusting to the new environment. It was finding food that they're used to eating, when traveling abroad. And if you put yourself into FunPlus Phoenix's shoes, it's a fairly similar position to be in, but the stakes are higher and the competition is higher as well. Look, let's turn our attention towards the draft as we are nearing picks and bans. What would you like to see from FunPlus Phoenix versus GAM?
I think you want to draft for stability, and I think that they also just need to continue going to what is comfortable for them, right? This is something where there was some criticism of their draft, but I feel like when you're talking about nerves, when you're talking about being out of your element, you should play what you're most comfortable with, you should play what you're most successful with. I don't want a one-threat composition, but I have no problem with the Kaisa. I would be happy to see DoinB back on the rise if it's going to be available, because his team fighting was incredible against Splice.
Well, FPX's comps are something that I think were heavily debated coming into the tournament, because Azael, as you said to me before we even went on broadcast, this was a team that dominated both spring and summer regular season by drafting the way that they do. The comps that we saw on day one, where everyone's like, wait, they only have one damage threat. This is something that they were known for, right? LWX's Kaisa was dominating. It was one of his best performing AD carries throughout the year. So seeing these things and then seeing them not perform on it, it's a question of, perhaps is their draft just being punished on the international stage, or is it just that this team is not properly utilizing the tools that they give themselves?
I think it remains to be seen for sure, but I'm of the camp that it is execution errors. When you look at LWX in his first Kaisa game, that was really not up to his level of play that we were expecting, and we'll see if he's going to be able to have a better performance here against GAM, who I want to see draft heavy engage. We want the aggression. When we saw them playing against,
you want Kled mid, don't you, Azael?
I would love Kled mid. When we saw them playing against Splice in their first game, they played in this very aggressive 3-assassin comp, but then they had no engage. And Splice just sat back, scaled up, and ran them over. And you need to have engage options for GAM if you really want to try to pick your moments and be able to utilize these early game picks that they're going to go for.
Well, let's find out if we're going to find those champions you're looking for, Azael, because we are into the first phase of picks. Nautilus locked in for FPX. Kaisa is the response here for GAM Esports. And as far as the bans were concerned, Yuumi, Nocturne, Akali, followed by Pantheon, Xayah, and Rise.
Now, DoinB and Chris were both known as Nautilus players. It is something that is often put into the mid lane, a very very similar to the idea of Tank Scion, but you got a little bit more damage by going for the AP route, and of course you can act as a front line as well. Seeing Gam go for Levi's Lee Sin is definitely going to be an exciting one, as we know that with the Nocturne taken off the board, this will be his first Lee Sin of the tournament, and everyone knows how aggressive and creative he is on champions such as this.
Interesting to see the Lee Sin over the likes of that. Kiana definitely would have had higher priority here on home soil. It's been hovered by both squads. The Kayle is open and available if at all interested, and it's just picked up. Kiana Kayle already feels to me terrifying if you're in GAM Esports camp.
I agree. I think that the Kiana is likely going to be going jungle. I think we are going to see AP Nautilus mid for Doinb and Gimgoom maybe playing weak side Kayle. That feels most like what they would have showed us in the LPL, but we have seen teams step away from that. Just last game, SKT, first career Yasuo game there for Teddy, so it's not by any means set in stone.
That Nautilus mid would have been Doinb's second most played champion as well, so definitely leaning towards comfort if it happens.
I am actually expecting Doinb to be playing the Kiana. I was so impressed with what he was able to showcase throughout playoffs when the champion was in his hands, and I feel that putting Tian on something that can better enable this is more of what I'm expecting. With the Elise still open, one of his go-to junglers, it would provide AP, and I'd actually love to see Gam ban that away from him right now.
Crisp, also a very comfortable Nautilus player, one of his most played, so certainly does have the ability to be flexed down there. Will be interesting to see how they want to use this Kayle. You know, if there's any possibility of LWX playing it, you know, the Xayah, the Kai'Sa, both taken off the table for him. And those are kind of the big priority ones at Worlds thus far. But LWX, his most played was actually the Lucian in the LPL. They use this very, very heavily, so if they wanted to go a bit more aggressive on the bottom side, and they want to put the Nautilus down there, as Vedius is thinking, then Lucian could work really well, but it does actually get banned out alongside the Ezreal. So really trying to target some of the options that were prioritized heavily by LWX in the LPL.
And as you were saying, Isaiah, I feel that with the Leona banned, it does suggest that this Nautilus will be going into the bot lane because they're afraid of having to deal with it. Gam currently hovering more of a defensive bot lane, and that's to be expected when this team typically plays through the top side of the map. You have Levi, you're likely going to have Zeros playing his very well-known Jace that he had an impressive performance on at MSI earlier on in the year, and you get to follow that up with Dive coming out from the Galio. Definitely a Gam special of go in, go in, go in, and you can see how it all synergizes together. Lee Sin, Kai'Sa, Galio, very in-your-face kind of draft.
Slay, also a very comfortable Galio player, 5 times he played it in the VCS, so would have the ability to follow up on any sort of engage coming through from Lee Sin, and also works well with the Kai'Sa. If you can apply the Plasma there for the Kai'Sa, and we are going to get a Bane from LWX. Talk about throwing down the gauntlet.
What does this mean for the draft, gentlemen? Kenan will round out the GAM Esports team composition while FPX locked in the Renekton for the top lane. So it does look like it's going to be the Kiana in the jungle, not in Doinb's hands as expected. But yeah, let's zoom out, look at the 5v5s and what are our expectations?
So I think that Fun plus Phoenix have a very strong top side of the map. I think that what we saw yesterday from Tian was he actually invested a lot of resources into Gimgoon trying to get him ahead against Splice, and I think that they have the ability to do that again. They have to be careful though, because Zeros is actually going to be playing the Cannon rather than the Jace, which is a very good matchup into the Renekton in 1v1, but we know that Levi likes to hang around the top side of the map as well. So I expect bot lane to be very farm focused, not a lot of interaction happening, whereas I expect a lot of ganking and fighting towards the top side of the map.
And I want to see what Levi can get done in these early levels, because pre-6, Kayle is going to be under her turret against this Jace. You're going to be getting bullied there, and I want to see if Levi can use that to get in Tien's face, to try to upset that jungler and really build an advantage for themselves. Because going forward, if GAM doesn't have that advantage, they don't have a lot of direct hard engage. They have a lot of follow-up, but it's very dependent upon a flank from Kenan or an insect from Lee Sin.
Guys, please follow our page, sa ating mga viewers today. Kung di ka pa nakapag-follow, pa-follow naman.
Back at our Worlds 2019.
It's FunPlus Phoenix versus GAM
Esports.
GAM Esports is hindi ka ba?
1-1. I've heard a few whispers.
Anyway, who's your bet?
A few loud screams.
My
This is the
bet
group
here
of mess,
is
as has been dubbed from time to time. FPX.
Phoenix.
I think Vedius, you said it the most succinctly. The most disappointing pre-tournament favorite. These are the champions of the LPL. And it's not too late to start living up to that performance.
Yeah.
Because Azel, you were talking about the draft and how you felt it could be a little bit of execution on their side that's making them falter.
Has to be said, there's a lot of time for them to ramp up still in this tournament. We're going into Game 3. It's not as though they are knocked out of this group, knocked out of the tournament, or anywhere even close to that. They're heavy favorites here against GAM. If they end the first round robin with one hiccup and a 2-1 score, they're still sitting pretty to get out of the group, but my eyes immediately were drawn to that mid lane here with Kiaya playing not only the Ignite, but this is not a Klepto Jace. This is Airy. This is going to be Airy Scorch, as much early game damage as you can possibly get, and he's looking to slam Doinby.
Yeah, and I think this is something that is quite interesting to look at because we can see in terms of solo lanes, GAM have an advantage in mid and top. A lot of support being shown to the teams on stage.
Yeah, the LPL faithful, no matter where Worlds is hosted, they make it feel like a home stadium for these teams.
I absolutely love it. Earlier today in Countdown, Spawn definitely set up an alley-oop on the Fnatic fans, saying, building up the hype, but the amount of fans here for the LPL representatives is huge. And you know what? Their expectations are going to be very high. FPX is one of the newer organizations to represent the region on the international stage, and they took the LPL by storm, upsetting many longtime RNG fans, and I want to see if they can return to that strength.
So for those unaware, FPX, one of the main reasons why so many analysts have them rated so highly is because for 2 splits in a row, they finished first in the end of the regular season. They were close to being one of the most, or they were close to being the most winningest team in the history of the LPL. They dominated during the regular season. In spring of playoffs, they lost to JDG in a very intense best-of-5, but this split, they dominated. They went 3-1 in both of their best-of-5s, and they looked clean doing it. They are known for their creative and unique drafts, and it's kind of overshadowed because of how many creative drafts that we've seen at Worlds, but these were kind of the benchmark for seeing all this stuff because of Doinby and his creative champion pools and playstyles.
And they're incredibly dominant, 39-8 thus far across Summer Split and Worlds. A very impressive mark. And the thing that really stood out to me about FunPlus is how well they snowballed games. Statistically, they are the best snowball team really in the world. They expand their lead tremendously. When they are ahead, they get incredibly further ahead, and they almost never lose with any sort of gold lead in the early game.
Well, that definitely came true when they played Splice. Fell behind, managed to punish a mistake from Splice's, let's say, decision-making, and found themselves a win that really should have been a Splice victory if they had played it more cleanly. Let's turn our attention to GAM. Of course, they're playing back on the international stage, and Levi in particular, very excited to see what he can do this game. There was a graphic there on just before we went up. The VCS versus LPL win-loss is currently 1-8 across MSI and World.
Yeah, it's not the best record, but I feel that a lot of the VCS region is excited to see what GAM is capable of. With the return of Levi, this team there were high expectations put upon them, but this split, they struggled a lot. There were a lot of roster changes, many players playing in multiple different roles, but the moment that roster settled, they went on an unbelievable win streak, winning 16 games in a row. And expectations were very high on them because of their playstyle, which was very reminiscent of what we saw back in 2017. High action, Levi ganking all over the map, Zeros carrying on these carry top laners, and then in their first game, they didn't really do anything. We saw a bunch of assassins. It felt like that they had the assassin buff, yet they didn't get to utilize any of it. And it wasn't until yesterday that we actually got to saw them play the style that they do, looking for constant fights, going in constantly in with the Nocturne ultimate. And I think that many fans of this team are hoping to see that kind of a performance against the likes of FPX, because being able to challenge one of the top teams or one of the highest expected resulted teams at Worlds is definitely something you want to see from a team like that.
Just a quick update. We are working on adjusting the lighting for the players to ensure that they're comfortable and competitive. I didn't see that tattoo. Was that a Charmander hiding under an umbrella from rain? Somebody help me out. I have to get a close glimpse of it.
Someone on
What is
Twitter.
Zale?
let me
You
know.
were-
I'm not really sure,
Yeah, I'm
so
not an expert.
not gonna guess. But GAM really did make their name, as Vedius is talking about, from having these big upsets because they were such an exciting, aggressive team, and it just feels right having Levi back in the VCS, back on the international stage. I kind of felt like he was wasted in NA Academy, and it's so exciting to see what he's going to be bringing out for us at Worlds because anytime you're watching GAM, they are going to give you something fun. They're going to give you something exciting, and that is why I think they're such a beloved team by the international fans.
Now, what do you think will be exciting about the comp they're running today? Kennen, Lee Sin, Jace.
Dive,
This is about as standard, right, as I think you're going to
So,
see.
I think...
Give me a timing window then. Are you going to be bold enough to...
A timing window?
Yeah, when do you think GAM would
Level
pull the trigger?
6, level 9, every time the cooldowns are off. That's
Okay,
usually how
okay.
GAM like
I'm
to
gonna
play.
keep track of
But
that.
as made a great point in draft, which is that they pretty much can't engage unless, number one, you find a flank, or number two, your flash is up. So they're pretty reliant on finding big fights in very specific cooldown windows, or by having really good setups. And I feel that what we saw yesterday was that whenever the enemy tried to approach, that was when they would just initiate. And I feel that they're not afraid to just engage on you when a small window opens up. But I do think that it's very easy for FPX to just stall the game out and actually just look to scale into the late game.
And that's what it's going to be, right? It's going to be these two kind of opposed strategies where Levi is going to have a lot of pressure on him, I feel like, to be flashing in and getting these kicks to start things off because while they don't have a lot of direct engage, they have incredible follow-up. Because once you kick someone and once you apply that plasma, Kaisa can fly in, Galio can fly in comes the Kennen, everything really starts to work. But it's that initial swing that is going to be tough to do, especially when there's a pretty tough front line to get through.
It is speed gate into... Well, I think that's just it. I think
Just speed gate is there.
Yeah, I think it's speed gate into run at enemy. That's my theory.
This is the brilliant plan.
Yeah.
They'll never expect it.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of speed gate.
Who expects you to come through the front door, quick shot? That's how GAM catch you off guard.
Well, I think if any region were to expect you to come to the front door, I think LPL might be the region right, to anticipate. Okay?
All right,
While
you got me
your
there.
point was very
You got me
valid,
there. You got me.
I do think you didn't anticipate the meme answer, my friend. Right, with a little bit of luck, we will be jumping back into game. Thank you so much, everybody at home and around the world, and here in Berlin for being patient with us.
You too, Trevor.
We are
You did
loading
great.
back up for FPX versus GAM Esports. And we'll see whether or not GAM can be successful enough on the first attempts at tower dives. And I love hearing the cheers and chants as it's GAM. They're already setting up the invade.
Level 1, they want to go for it. Looking at the level 1 from FPX, it's not the strongest. Kiana doesn't do a lot. Hook lands.
It does indeed. Dredgeline will pull Kiaya back. Now all of a sudden, Crisp is trying to find another belly bop. Slay is going a little bit low, forced to flash. Gamma already split up and looking at some of the spells. It's just a 1-for-1.
They do push them back, but this is going to have to be a level 1 TP from Gimgoon because Zeros wasn't there. He's already in the lane, so they get the flash off Slay, and he does have to start with the taunt as opposed to the Q or the Justice Punch. But at the other end of the map, if Zeros is able to harass Renekton out even one time, this could draw jungle pressure up from Levi because he'll just be bleeding all that CS. He won't be able to TP back.
Now, the bright side for FPX is that Tian gets to clear his camp first, so he is ahead on the jungle clear. He could consider going for an early base, but I think the best thing for him to do is do a full bot side clear and immediately start pathing up towards top. Offer some support for Gimgoon so that he does not get punished for utilizing his TP early, because Levi's clear will be delayed.
Well, we'll have to see whether or not any early game action can happen. And I think under any other game or any other team, I'd be confident that early Gimgoon TP wouldn't matter. But just because it's GAM and just because it's VCS, there is a chance it could. So my eyes will be following Levi. Where is he at the moment? Tracking towards top and red buff. But obviously the wave isn't ideal just yet.
No, it isn't, but it's actually going to reset here because it's being pushed in by Zero. So if you push in this wave fully and Levi clears out a couple of camps, the wave is actually going to stack and push away from Gimgoon, putting him in potentially a dangerous spot.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And we can see that Gimgoon has now just hit level 3. And Zeros hasn't quite yet got the wave underneath the tower, but Tian is looking for a gank bot.
He is indeed. Dredgeline will connect
No
from
flash.
once again. And that's going to be so easily secured. It is donated, in fact, to Tian. But there's not much you can do because of that level 1 invader losing your summoner.
So I like the adaptation that Tian makes. Rather than trying to look up topside and cover for Gimgoon, his focus is just on getting the bot lane ahead. And this was something that he did a lot during playoffs, and something that he often does during the regular season, which is just try and enable and play through LWX and Crisp during the early laning phase. Often we will see Doinby grouping up and roaming with him, but because of the pressure that he's under in the mid lane, he can't follow. But to be fair, he doesn't need it on this Kiana, already being level 3.
And this is just really clever pathing. He's using this wall hop just in case that brush is warded. It wasn't in this case, but if it was, they still have almost no time to respond to him because he shows up immediately following up on Crisp's hook.
The amount of CC that you get between the Nautilus and the Kiana is just flabbergasting. And if at any point anyone from GAM Esports is near those walls, you add the Condemn into the mix as well. It's so easy to kill these respective champions. And that's why FPX, they managed to pick up first blood. It goes to the hands of Tian, and we're waiting to see what Levi can do.
Now, thankfully for Levi, he was at least able to 3-buff, I do believe, taking away that blue buff from Tien, getting some of those topside camps, and he is going to be up farm, but obviously the first blood more than making up for it gold-wise from Tien, but Tien will be down in experience.
Now, Doinby is not unfamiliar with playing in a weak side mid lane matchup. Often in his 1v1s, he picks these creative picks that don't always win lane, and what you'll often see is Crisp and Tian hovering him to offer that support. And we just saw it there. Crisp, in his first roam, is there to just help him out, make sure that Kiaya isn't applying too much pressure, whereas the same can't be said for the top lane.
All right, Zeros, level 5, got flash available, is going to get caught out. He's going to flash into the minion wave by some time. Here comes Levi, not going to be enough to save Zeros' life. Levi's trying to get a response back. The Crocodile's the target, but Tian's coming forward. The Q from Gimgoon keeps him alive. Cole the Meek does so much.
So well played there, and Levi just seconds too late, and now Kiaya in trouble as well.
Absolutely fantastic fishing from Crisp. He's landed every single dredge line.
If Levi was just 5-10 seconds earlier on that play, or if they had spotted Tien coming around through that jungle a little bit earlier, that could have been very positive for GAM, but LPL, a massive lead after this.
So we can see that Zeros just doesn't have the cover because the wave is in a bit of an awkward spot. This makes it very easy for Tian to, after already clearing the top side of the map, just walk into the lane and set up the play. Now Levi thinking he can at least get a kill onto Gimgoon. Tian is just body blocking for Gimgoon to make it impossible for Levi to land that Q and make it a 1-for-1. Beautifully played by Tian to help his top laner out.
800 gold in the lead already, 3 kills to 0. Now, it is important to keep track of the CS because Gimgoon, with the late arrival to lane, plus the difficult lane matchup, especially in the early stages, he's down 33 CS. A kill and assist will be helping him out, however.
Yeah, he's not really that behind, honestly. It's 300 gold. It certainly is impactful, but this is not an insurmountable lead by any means. This is going to be tough to snowball, and he's even being the aggressor here. You know, had that gone a different way, had Levi arrived in time and they kill off Gimgoon and reset the wave with him having no TP, this game could look massively different. But it's about these small timing windows, and FPX has made the most of it thus far.
And what's important to remember is that for GAM, they actually had a lot of strong pushing lanes in the early game, but Tian has been the difference maker. The junglers have now met.
They have indeed. The Shock Blast won't find a target though. Levi move forward. There comes the ultimate from Kale. Kiaya's in trouble, running for his life. That's a shutdown at least. Kiaya manages to get out with his life for a moment or two, and Levi is traded 1-for-1.
So GAM finally get a shutdown onto Tian. Definitely helps them get a bit more gold into their back pockets, but FPX doing what they have to do and responding in kind. They're able to come back, make it a 1-for-1, and stay relevant, or keep an advantage in the kill lead.
I'm really concerned for Kiaya, though. He's already behind Doinby, and Doinby now gets a kill out of that. This Kale, it's only going to get tougher and tougher for Kiaya. He went for the Airy, he went for the Scorch, the Ignite, he's trying to slam this lane. He didn't even come close to doing that.
And I think a lot of praise needs to go to Crisp. This is a guy that's been roaming a lot in the early laning phase. His windows for roams have also been very good, where his AD carry has not been in any danger, and he's been covering a lot for Doinby during the early laning phase to allow him to get to this point.
That's before he's even got access to that ultimate to set up any proactive kills. I mean, combined depth charge plus Renekton, Kiana, Kale, actually any of them that's going to be near instantaneous or guaranteed death. All right, Levi's not going to spot out Tien here. He's going to be standing in the bush behind him. That is just a supreme display of talent in the LPL over the VCS.
So this play upsets me because Tien shouldn't really be able to make it this play when both top and mid were actually pushing in favor of Gam. So Levi thinks he's safe, and Tien gets it because he just catches him by surprise. On paper, this play shouldn't be able to work, but he's able to find it. It's almost like expect the unexpected.
I think he had the confidence to do it just simply because of that pink ward. They had the Rift Scuttle control, so they had some vision up in this area. Hadn't seen anyone from GAM come through to drop down any wards whatsoever in quite a while. And he makes a little bit of a risky play, but it pays off hugely because even if you run into Lee Sin in the jungle, you know how good Qiyana is in those small corridors where you're almost guaranteed to get an ultimate stun.
Yeah, and I mean, he already has the Warrior enchant completed, so he knew he had the damage to find someone if he knew he had the damage to kill someone if he happened to stumble upon them. But now, FPX sit with a pretty healthy gold lead as we approach the 10-minute mark. Infernal is the first Drake on the board that neither team has really looked to set up for. Given Gam's comp, I feel like they were in a better position to set up for it because FPX, their mid and bot lane want to scale up a little bit more. And given that Gimgoon has been put a lot of pressure on him, I feel that FPX don't feel super confident trying to force that play right now, as it would also offer the perfect situation for Gam to find that dive comp teamfight that they're looking for.
You have to wonder if Gam don't find some way to claw back a few kills of the gold deficit. This is just going to get significantly harder. You can see Slay and Levi moving towards the top lane to set it up. At the same time, Crisp has roamed to mid, and just before the action breaks out, Vedis, you talked about the gold lead that FPX have accrued for themselves. And before Picks and Bans, we talked quite extensively about FPX's interesting games throughout the group. You can see versus J-Team, plus 500, versus Splice, down 700. And versus their league average in summer, this game is feeling a lot closer to what we kind of expected from them in the tournaments.
Exactly, and like I talked about earlier on, they are so good at exploding these gold leads. Very often, when they have these sorts of gold differentials, they triple it going forward in that gap between 15 and 20 minutes, which really is an incredible mark as far as snowballing goes. Grabbing the Infernal, going to do a lot of favors for them here too, but at least it was traded back by GAM. At least they were attempting to, rather, from this Rift Hill, but getting pushed off that is pretty problematic.
Yeah, the early game is not going in favor of GAM whatsoever, and the difficulty is that LWX and Doinby are just going to continue to scale up. They're only going to get stronger the later the game goes, and while this dive power from GAM does exist, you've also got to remember how much protection there is on the side of FPX and how much disengage there is. Qiyana ultimate to knock away the engage tools, as we see a bit of an all-in from Zeros.
We do. Trade of ultimates thus far. Zeros going to look to flash the wall. Wait, manages to pull it off. Gimgoon follows suit. And that was an easy solo kill in what was Gunblade versus Merc Trade's Door and Shield.
That was the only strong place on the map they had. And when you're losing solo kills on the top side after you've committed so many resources to zoning Gimgoon off and he started without teleport, it's really, really tough now to find a place to play to as Levi.
And this is much more of what we expected from FPX. A bit of trading happening in the bot.
More than a trade, my friend. Slay uses the stopwatch to go golden. Sin now takes a lot of damage as Slay now flashes away. LWX, and what do you see for the chase? Final hours on cooldown. He's chasing forward. LWX can continue to look for more. There's the ultimate from Galio, and it will get popped before he dies. It looked like Levi just showed up in the lane. He's found himself a kill onto LWX. Now the Dredge Line will not find a target under Zing. Tumbles away. Levi cannot do more. There's a dive happening in the top lane. Rift Herald's already been summoned, and that's because Zeus, was he killed again?
FPX found themselves 2 quick kills, one in the top lane, one in the bot lane, and they are snowballing this gold lead out of control. Beautiful stuff from Crisp in the bot side of the map. Stacking his CC well, being extremely patient. He played that beautifully to allow LWX and Chris to come out on top.
While Zeros was walking back to lane, Tien was doing the Rift Herald, and as soon as they saw this fight happening on the bottom side, they easily set up for the dive. Zeros arrives, dies immediately, loses his tower. He's now way behind, and that's a Duskblade this early on after the Warrior for Tien. He can one-shot really anyone on this team.
Black Cleaver completed for Renekton. You have to feel Blade of the Rune King is going to be picked up by LWX. Just so you know, the previous game between SKT and Clutch set the highest goal difference at 15. The record is 5-9-6-1. We're 2 minutes away, and FPX could set the new highest goal difference of 50, and that's what I'm watching for.
So let's have a look back at this dive up into the top lane. Renekton just tanking the... oh, wow.
Welcome to League of Kiana.
Yeah,
Thank you for trying.
It was just a disappearing act, really. So the hook initially comes out from Crisp. He then chains the CC to try and shut down Slate. They buy a little bit of time, but then look at what Crisp does next. He's waiting for this minion to fall, and his eyes are actually set onto Xin. And then they're able to force him back to force Slay to then provide peel. Levi's then way too late to the fight, and he ends up dropping as well.
It was good presence of mind from LWX and Crisp also to just engage in what was a winning 2v2 instead of retreating back into Levi and what would have been that 3v2.
Taking a look, there's a couple of plates still available in the bottom lane, but they're going to time on 8 seconds. I didn't look at the timer first. One tower already secured by FPX. Crisp and Tia now moving forward. That's an auto attack connecting on a Slay that holds him in place. Condemn will also lock him against the wall. And the supreme display of talent. 5, 1, and 2. The Duskblade of Drakthar and Warrior is doing work. We turn our attention to Do and B. Oh man! Kiaya and the rest of GAM Esports may just be magicians because they are vanishing before our eyes.
You asked about the gold lead record. I think we're going to pass it. FPX are just running over the map. Tien is everywhere, making it look so easy on this Kiana to pick up kills.
And you can just see how FPX play slightly differently from SKT in that they are grouping and they are diving. They are overforcing these fights, and they know they can get away with it because of the massive goal lead that they have. They are not at any real risk here because, look, see on the minimap that Duanby does have pressure on the bot side, and even if he doesn't get this kill for sure, Crisp is going to be there to help support him. And he doesn't need him, though. He ends up finding that kill.
Yeah, there was really no danger for him. Had the ultimate, had the flash, and that is just a Gunblade to set up for the Q. Q-Max, of course, with this AP build. He is massively ahead of his lane opponent now, closing in on a 2,000 individual gold lead. But it's Tien who's the richest player in the game, and he's so far ahead of the pace that he really, anyone he gets onto is just dead.
Man, unbelievable. So just confirming, of course, that FPX did break the at 15 record. It is technically second of entirety of Worlds. There was one gold lead in the plains that was higher. And it looks like Zin's in trouble. It was a good flash pretty quickly on.
What is this champion?
Going to get away. I mean, 6, 1, and 2. It doesn't matter what champion you play. You're going to look like that. Duanby's able to flash away. Divine Judgment keeps him alive a few seconds longer. He got one additional flash out of it. That's at least a kill back for Gam.
I'll give you any assassin that's 6-1 and 2.
Touche.
I'm not giving you the Janna one-shot.
Yeah.
The Flash W.
Yeah.
Maybe if you get a Howling Gale fully charged,
Okay,
right?
yeah.
Maybe. But yeah, any assassin at 6, 1, and 2 will look like that.
I mean, the Duskblade is already completed for Tian. He just straight up one-shot Xin. And while GAM are able to at least find a pick back onto Duanby, it's going to do very little to swing this game back around. They're going to have to keep finding these picks. They're going to have to find a miraculous team fight in order to swing this game back in their favor.
We'll see.
You just laughed at the possibility.
No, it is... anything is possible, but when you
I'm just telling you, the only way they come back
Yep.
is if they find a miraculous team fight.
No, there's no doubt about it. And the odds of that happening with a Kayle, Kiana, Vayne are
Very
astronomically low. And the thought that I've had in my head, which we'll get to in a moment,
Dangerous.
is that's a dash backwards. Depth charge will connect onto one. Tien's moving forward. Doesn't even hold on to anything else. I mean, the ultimate came down, and with the help of Duanby, just easily picks up another kill. This is actually the performance that you would expect from a pre-tournament World Championship favorite.
Yeah.
From the #1 seed from the LPL when coming up against one of the teams from an emerging region. There's no doubt VSS are good, are looking strong, but this is what you would expect when that disparity is so high.
And I'm just excited of the possibility of FPX performing as well as they did in the LPL, because that gives another team that could then perhaps challenge a G2 or an SKT in this knockout stage. And you want to see these close competitive games as we're going forward, and some of these top teams are certainly going to be able to provide that.
And you've also got to think about this in the context of the group as well. The fact that J-Team was able to find a win over FPX is massive for them in the context of this group, because if FPX now go into the second week in this form...
They go Super Saiyan.
Right? And so Splice are going to be beating themselves up over the fact that they couldn't find that big win over FPX, because if they play like this, FPX is going to look even stronger going into week 2.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And 18 minutes in, just shy of 10,000 gold up. 10 kills more than Gam, 4 towers to 0. Baron hasn't even spawned yet, and look at where FPX are pushing into the jungle. There's no Dragon up, there's no Baron up. Like, they have to wait for objectives to play around because of how far ahead they are this early.
And what they're going to play around is just all the jungle camps. This is one of the reasons that FPX snowballs leads so effectively is that they just bleed you out of your own jungle. They don't just wait for the Baron, as we're going to see another one-shot here.
And we are indeed. Zeros stays alive longer than anybody would have expected. Zeros escapes. The taunt comes down for Slay, and finally he's taken out. His LWX moves forward. Now there's a threat in the top as Slay is running for his life.
You know, I'm going to say, Azale, this is the other way in which they snowball their leads. There's jungle camps, and there's killing 3 members of the enemy team.
Yeah, why would you take the golems when you could just take the team?
Yeah. Gam moving into an area of the map.
Crisp was looking for the flash hook over the wall. Wasn't able to connect, but they will open the base before 20 minutes. The inhibitor is exposed in the top lane. Gimgoon with the Black Cleaver BF sword, putting some damage in the bottom. Holy moly, the mid lane is now under pressure as well. And at some point, they can decide to go play for the Purple Worm. But this is... it's just fully activated and awakened Fun Plus Phoenix.
I agree.
Both of my analysts are just nodding, going, yes, what would you like me to do with that, Trevor?
Yes.
Indeed, quite so.
Yes. Quite, yes.
The biggest thing for me is you step back and, you know, we talked about the impact this has in the group with FPX waking up, and now every other team is watching FPX going, oh, bugger. We really were hoping for the 2 previous days' team to show up, and that's definitely not the case.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, though, where you have to say, it's only one game.
Yeah.
You know, and they've got more evidence of having poor games than they do good games so far. And I think that one of the big things was that you gave Tian a jungler where he was able to have a very high impact on. So I think that Crisp and Tian together have had very strong performances in this game, which is definitely important for the team. But I also think the biggest takeaway here is don't give FPX Kiana, because I think that when they get their hands on this champion, they found a very easy way to snowball the game.
The Kiana has been huge, but I'm also just kind of terrified of this performance from Doomby. He was smashing this Jason lane, right? You know, he's actually winning the lane, which I consider absolutely destroying him when he's going for these really aggressive summoners and everything. But yeah, against the Ignite Aerie.
I do also think that it's important to recognize how FPX as a team play, and it is often where they use Crisp and Tian to work with Doenby as well to enable.
It's very important to remember, Crisp was in the mid lane at least 3 times, helping out Doenby. Multiple ganks, multiple initiations. But it doesn't matter. You won the lane, right? And that's what matters most. Is now Zeros will throw down the slicing maelstrom. Doenby's under threat, apparently. He's easily able to escape. And now Doenby looking for some additional support as Slay will get locked up against the wall. I'm just trying to diff every version there, Zale. The inhibitor's going to go down in the top lane.
Which one feels best, Trevor?
Kayle and Renekton are able to make that happen. No kill in the mid lane. Kiaya and Levi running for their lives as in the tower falls. 7-0.
They don't need the Baron, it feels like. They're just absolutely running over this game. And with this sort of a gold lead, over 12,000, double Infernal, they have all the options in the world as to how they want to close this one out. And they are going to retreat back to this Baron. Gam doesn't really have any options. You pray for a miracle steal, but Tian and Gimgoon are waiting for that possibility.
Kiaya is aware that they're in the brush. He's just going to check it out. This Baron is going down pretty quickly with the Vayne.
It is indeed. Is anyone going to go into the pit? Shock Blast comes out. Will not do anything more. Here comes Tia. Supreme display of talent. Locks up a couple. Zeros, no slicing maelstrom available. Kiaya running for his life. And now LWX and Doenby chasing him down. Levi is dead. That's the second of the fight. Baron was secured at 22.5 minutes. And if memory serves correctly, G2 set the fastest winner groups at around 24 and a bit. Let's see if FPX can finish it. They've got the highest GD of 15, and I'll get the exact timing from our stats team in a moment.
2 members of FPX are sitting with over 2,000 gold right now, and they're choosing not to reset. They recognize that Levi is dead. They have a Baron buff. Why bother going back to spend your gold when you've got more than enough to just look and end this game?
Maybe pushing in 23 minutes, pushing onto the Nexus turrets. The first one will fall. Baron buff still up, and there's not much that GAM Esports can do. The last tower is standing, and Fun plus Phoenix are pushing it. Dredgeline won't find the target though. The Nexus will be the focus. Do FPX look for the tower dive? Slicing Maelstrom goes in, finds a couple kills, Divine Judgment comes down, and the Nexus will fall. It's the quickest game of group so far.
FPX can be really happy about this one. We saw it in the Doomby interview coming into the day. They wanted to win this game, to regroup, to rebuild that mental state and that confidence that they had entering this tournament. And I think that they can say they've fully done it.
Yeah, I was really impressed with Tian and Crisp. I felt that together they worked extremely well together. And I was overall very happy with what we saw from them. I think that if FPX can maintain this level moving into the second week, they are prime favorites to go 3-0 and look to dominate and top the group.
They definitely look that strong. Huge shout out to the stats team. I definitely make them work extra hard when I'm on the decks. And just confirming, of course, FPX did set the fastest game of Worlds 2019. They beat the G2 record by a good minute and a half. They set the highest goal difference at 15, the second highest of the entire tournament thus far. Only one Plains game was higher. And it comes down to execution of the draft. It also comes down to draft. Our big topic of discussion backstage in the green room preparing when looking at the stats was draft and then execution thereof. And we actually had a small debate around where the blame fell. What do you think teams can do to prevent FPX doing that again in the future?
Ban Kiana, especially if they don't first pick it and you have the option to pick it yourself. I felt that the idea behind what GAM tried to do made sense. They had a strong top and they had a strong mid. But because of what happened at level 1, because they didn't steal away the buff, and because the whole jungle clear was delayed, it gave Tian so much time to get out onto the map and start looking for ganks sooner. He found the bot gank, he found the top gank, and the moment that happened, they started running away with the game.
With a little bit of luck, we'll have some of those ganks in the What's Your Move replay. It was Tian on that Kiana.
So this was the second gank of the game where he'd already found a successful play down bot, and it was just a matter of Levi was not in a position to answer whenever Tian was looking for these ganks. And it felt like that because he was always on the map first and he was always proactive in setting up these ganks, he kept his laners relevant in the game, even though some of them, like Gimgoon, was late to the laning phase.
Yeah, that 2v2 top honestly almost felt like it sealed the game for me because that was the one point of power for GAM. They were heavily up in farm, they were pushing in, they had that level 1 TP advantage, and you're thinking, all right, maybe they can get something done up here, but Tian flipped that on its head. Levi was too late, and after that we even saw Gimgoon get to the point where he's able to solo kill his lane opponent. So really it was a masterful snowballing game here from FPX.
It really was, and I do feel a little bit bad in retrospect because we didn't talk a huge amount about GAM, but we didn't get an opportunity to. You know, we set up some expectations, we didn't see those early plays, and you never got a chance to breathe because FPX was already 2 or 3 steps ahead looking to kill the next target and take the next tower.
And let's be honest, there wasn't a lot of positives to talk about for GAM in this game. Pretty much everything went wrong from the word go, it felt like. And when FPX is everywhere, winning every lane, taking every turret, taking every dragon, GAM was really pushed further than they could take in this one.
Yeah, absolutely the case. There's another crucial matchup in Group B coming up as hometown favorite Splice will be taking on JT.
Tian is looking for a gank bot.
Is indeed. Dredgeline will connect.
No flash,
again, and that's going to be so easily secured. All right, Levi's not going to spot out Tian here. He's going to be standing in the bush behind him. That is just a supreme display of talent. LWX, and when you see for the chase, final hours on cooldown. He's chasing forward. LWX can continue to look for more. Crisp and Tian now moving forward. That's an auto attack connecting on a Slay that holds him in place. Condemn will also lock him against the wall. Supreme display of talent locks up a couple. Zeros, no slicing Maelstrom available. Kiaya running for his life. And now LWX and Doomby chasing him down. The Nexus will be the focus. Do FPX look for the tower dive? Slicing Maelstrom goes in, finds a couple kills. Divine Judgment comes down, and the Nexus will fall.
came to fight, we came to win. We lost before, but never again. Back on our grind, you know what it is. We gotta win.
Welcome back to Worlds 2019. The teams are fighting for a spot in the quarterfinals, and earlier we saw RNG take a big step with a win over Fnatic. Here you see them through the lens of the Oppo phone camera with anti-shake technology to capture all the best moments from Worlds 2019. They definitely popped off in that first game of the day, but our next matchup is a crucial clash in Group B, Splice versus J-Team. I'd also like to welcome Verius and Azael to the desk.
Thank you, thank you.
Thanks.
No problem, welcome. Ready to jump into this one with the LEC representatives looking to bounce back from a devastating loss against FPX. Yeah.
It was painful to watch.
It was so painful.
It was so devastating. I got really excited yesterday. I loved their draft. They had a really clean early game. And then there was that one Baron where everything went wrong, but things were looking so good for so long.
And it seemed to be the perfect storm because the errors from FunPlus were still there as well. So it looked like they were going to be able to build that early game lead to an insurmountable position where maybe some of these mid-game mistakes would not plague the young team that we had seen throughout the play-in stage.
One of the most exciting things for me about that game for Splice was they were doing what FunPlus is supposed to be doing to the other teams. They were snowballing early, they were diving, and Xerxes has been so much more proactive in these early games, which is really a great sign.
Yeah, absolutely. For Splice, you know, we get tired of saying it that they're a late game team, but they've had moments even in the season where their earliest game has been very good. So I was very happy to see that come out in that game until this.
I feel like that for Splice, they've always been a team that Xerxes is very good at getting leads for in the early game. And I feel like multiple times, even at Worlds and the play-ins especially, we saw that happen multiple times. The problem comes from when players get caught out in the mid-game. And in particular, I have to be critical of Humanoid because it feels to me like he is heavily outclassed compared to what we saw from him during the regular season.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And I think when you look at this lineup, you have to look at the fact that their mid laner and their support are two of the younger players on the squad and that they don't have all that much experience on the world stage. When that happens and when these players are responsible for gaining so much vision and control over the map, they're going to be prone to make mistakes. And I think that's what we're seeing right now with Splice's mid game.
And you only have to look at some of the stats on your screen right now. He is falling behind in lane. He is consistently getting caught out and dying regularly. But he's also a large part of where the kills and damage comes from this team. So he is a core factor of this team that can't afford to underperform.
Well, Humanoid certainly didn't have a great game and hasn't been having a great group stage thus far. They also have to kind of take a step back and realize that there was a lot of ways they could have played that Baron fight differently, and they would have won the game against what is a tournament favorite. So they still need to just kind of regroup and realize that they were this close to taking down the LPL champions.
I hope they look at it that way. We saw like the check-in to the coach room yesterday. I think you've all seen it where it was like, yes, no. And I think a lot of that is us also reacting to what we've seen from Splice more often than not in the mid game and those mistakes that needs to be shored up.
Yeah, absolutely. However, I do think that there are some big positives about Splice at this tournament. I think Kobe showing his versatility, going towards something like a Viger, that's a great sign for a young team. I also think that Vizicachi has been able to clean up majority of his play. He is playing a lot of Gangplank, so I'd love to see, is he still a liability outside of that champion? But I think that their fundamentals, the way they do set up an approach objectives are quite good. It's just that last step, that last error that if they don't make in these big games, they will start collecting some wins.
And we talked about their draft being strong yesterday, and it's something that we've consistently praised Splice for, and their ability to prepare. So going up against J-Team today, we'll have to see how much that preparation pays off for them.
Absolutely, and J-Team definitely surprised me as well. I did not know really what to expect, but they did beat FPX, and they're having some standout performances, namely in the mid lane from Fofo, but this is a real contender in this group and in this game.
Yeah, I definitely think so. You know, a lot of people from the LMS were talking about how J-Team is being slept on coming in. People were talking about this group as the group of life. It's supposed to be the easy one. And people are saying, hey, slow down. You're overlooking the strength of a player like Fofo, who is one of the best players from his region and has been showing up on the international stage.
And if you have a look at how J-Team do accumulate their advantages domestically, it is through a lot of consistent and static laning where they build a big gold lead off just being better than their opponents. And I think that the individual level of this squad is actually what gives a lot of LMS fans hopes because they are playing at a very good micro level. However, they do close out games by waiting to capitalize on opponents' mistakes. And I wonder whether that is a good strategy if this game goes super late versus a team like Splice.
Yeah, what are the expectations then as you say it? Because Splice is a very different team from an FPX and from a GAM Esports that J-Team has faced before.
Well, I think that one of the big advantages that J-Team will have is in the mid lane. We already talked about how I think Humanoid is struggling so far this tournament, and Fofo is one of their best performing laners. If he's able to find these advantages, I think they're only setting themselves up for success coming into the mid game. And if they're a team that waits for their opposition to make mistakes, well, do I have the perfect team for you? Because Splice has an over tendency to make these mid game mistakes. So I think that stylistically, J-Team could be in a great position. It's just that 80 carry difference that stands out for me.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that a lot of pressure is going to be on Mr. Consistent in Kobe having a good game. Because if you look at the role-playing games, like you have both hook champions in the support position, you have two gang-playing champions in the top lane. I think that they are actually set up as very similar teams in regard to how they approach this game at times.
And that's why I think for J-Team, they need to pick a mid laner that can get active on the map, right? If you have your advantage there and your bot lane is at a disadvantage, get something that can get lane priority, can roam down to that bottom side and help to get an advantage against Kabe.
Within this group, GAM Esports, J-Team, and Splice all at one game so far, one win rather so far. This is such a crucial game going into the second round robin. Let's send it over to the casters for game 4.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the caster desk. Thank you so much, Sharks. And I am joined by Joshua Jat-Leesman and Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. Papatlas rejoined once again, but now with the augmentation of some Jat. Loving it.
Yeah, I had to stand between you two just bickering all the time at each other, so I'll just try to break up any synergy you've built and make this as awkward as possible.
Breakups are hard. I stepped away from the LCK. He's still trying to get me back. It's weird.
And now there's some NA bias next to me, which is not what I was
true.
expecting. It's supposed to be the NA bias sandwich, and Papa has gone and defected. So not necessarily working out there, but we got a spicy matchup here, gentlemen. J-Team, all of the teams in this group, 1-1, and now up against Splice to see whether our play-in hopefuls can do it.
Yeah, and as the analyst desk mentioned, this is an incredibly meaningful game, and it's also a very interesting matchup to watch because we know that Splice has actually looked very good in the early games, and it's been the mid-game where they have faltered. And then you look at J-Team, they had basically one good mid-game against FPX where they kind of upset who has now a team that has kind of found their ground throughout the first 4 days of the group stage, and then they faltered against GAM, honestly. They just got over and over team fought in the mid-game.
My first impressions that the level of Splice has impressed me so far in the group stage, especially given the play-ins as a reference point. J-Team, look, they're 1-1, but in terms of how much they were able to proactively achieve, did feel like it was, again, catching FPX's mistakes and then just not really being super competitive in their second game. So we know they're capable of lane destruction. We know that J-Team, first seed coming through from the LMS, so this could be a really competitive game.
Well, already we're in champion select here as Splice takes away the Akali, the Kayle, and the Vladimir, and J-Team, still with one more to go, have already gotten rid of the Kiana and the Pantheon, the two sort of stalwart bands we've seen so far, and Kiana getting through a couple of times, Pantheon not so lucky.
When it comes to Splice's first pick, 2 games of GP, 2 games of Gragas so far on this stage. GP first pick's probably a bit high. We'll see if any targeted bans towards them. Going to be the Xayah, so sticking with the power tier list.
Yep, taking away that frustrating 80 carry that can stay so untargetable, and Splice do lock in the Syndra. Can be going into multiple lanes, so we'll see what J-Team respond with.
Yeah, you can see that 64% ban rate for Syndra so far at Worlds. I feel like in group stage it's getting through to the pick phase a little bit more, and I find this really interesting because even though Kabe had a very good Veigar game and also has proven to be able to play mages in the bot lane in the spring split, they still weren't able to transition that to victory with his Veigar. So if they end up flexing this Cinder down bottom, I can understand why J-Team would be willing to kind of leave that bait out there.
And actually, if you look towards Humanoid, he hasn't been a specialist at all in the Syndra. No recorded games on that one. So given that, there is perhaps just a next level read here from J-Team that they're not going to sacrifice too much.
And how much are we going to be talking about the Tristana, gentlemen? Because when we saw Humanoid pick up that champion, it was a little bit less than what we were expecting from him. So that flexibility of the Syndra might be heading towards the mid lane unless we get something else here from Splice. It's the Gangplank locked away. I love this.
Yeah.
The pick away from Vizicachi. We know this guy having his slim champion pool. He's been able to pick up most of the ones that he's wanted. As there's that Tristana that we were talking about.
You were talking about it. You're nailing it. Backstage as well. Atlas was nailing most of the pick bans we were watching.
And
what
some
else
of
you
them
got?
were a bit crazy as well. So the Tristana does come in. Well, you may have jinxed me now, Jack, so it might be ruined. But there is the Leona that I definitely didn't predict, but it is going to be the answer to that Nautilus.
And a real chance to bot lane pick here, because we've seen Tristana solo lane a lot. This reminds me of one of the Season 2 favorites, Tristana Alistair, with the all-in potential on a trade even as early as level 2. So given that here, very flexible draft coming from Spice. Couple of games we've mentioned that there was the single game in play-ins from Humanoid on that Syndra, but we're looking here. Kai'Sa's still available.
Yeah, and it's interesting because J-Team banned away the Xayah, which would definitely be the more preferable marksman against what is likely a kill lane of the Syndra Leona. And also, with the shorter range of Kai'Sa, it is a very dangerous lane to play against Leona. And also, the change to Leona before Worlds, actually giving the flat damage reduction on the W, is specifically what makes her stronger against Kai'Sa. So North Scarin will be incredibly tanky on his engages in that bottom lane.
And it's not actually that easy for Koala to try to peel away a level 2 all-in, even with all the CC on a Nautilus. So definitely not hating what's going on here from the Splice perspective. The Yasuo ban coming in.
Yep, the Olaf is going to be the first one here on the J-Team side. We'll see what the next one is going to be. Looks like jungle focus coming out from J-Team at the moment. Splice considering a few different options with the flexibility given to the Tristana. We're not expecting it to go topside. Not one of the teams that is likely to flex it up there given Vizicachi's track record, but there have been some surprises so far at Worlds, and we are going to continue down that jungle route with J-Team taking away the J4.
Yeah, and I feel like J-Team should be going for more engage. I thought they got a little bit trapped in their game against GAM yesterday where they didn't have enough tools to try and make proactive things happen, so they spent most of the mid-game neutralizing but just never had the ability to pull the trigger.
Yeah, that's how you remember the game, right? No agency, and then one of these engages from
Gragas would be good.
GAM was likely to get there. The Gragas, you mentioned it already, the Yasuo pairing is gone, but the Gragas, still a power jungler.
I love picking it away from Xerxes as well. I mean, this is certainly what he's been defaulting to so far this Worlds. Sample size of 2 games, but 100% pick rate on the Gragas, and not going to happen here.
Karthus.
There we go. Okay. Somewhere an LS is yelling in excitement as the Karthus is finally picked up, and the Scion going to be augmenting it here as well. Vizicachi going back to an old favorite, potentially.
Scion keeping fights extended. Karthus also getting more time to do his damage. So I actually do like that combo in theory, and I was a little bit behind Splice trying to piece together what was happening with these jungle bans and thinking, wow, most of the junglers are gone that Cersei would normally be going to or that we've seen at the World Championship. So the Karthus does fit in here as a time to pull it out.
But it's a bit of a jungler's paradise moment for Hana, because consider that you have, say, for example, the expected Alistair bot lane. Tristan, Leona bot lane, I should say. Not going to be much coverage provided by Karthus in this game, mostly focuses on the farming. Will also be a Syndra also, and we'll see if that actually ends up being Kobe's pick. There is a dual magic damage dealer here, so the flat pen build, Karthus likes to go from the jungle, not going to be as proficient.
So Humanoid's going to be able to get a run back on that Tristana to try and make up for some of the faults that he had in his last performance. It was more that mid to late game where he wasn't able to utilize a lot of items that they picked up in the earlier stages, as we do get the switch back just before the 20 seconds. So certainly playing the mind games this entire time.
I think you can make the argument that either one of those are good as long as Humanoid and Kabe are practiced on both picks. And after what we saw on Humanoid's Tristana yesterday, I think there'd be a sigh of relief from some Splice fans getting him back on a mage, even if he doesn't have games on Syndra in the summer.
And I've seen Kobe play the Tristana pick domestically. I actually really like it with the Leona again, because you can kind of hop, skip, and jump past the Nautilus on an all-in attempt here. So I'm a fan of this particular duo, but the Karthus is the curveball that will be the most interesting to track, because usually goes big or goes home.
Guys, try nyo to sa phone nyo or sa computer. Itong nakikita nyo na, na inset. Celebrate.leagueoflegends.com. So makikita nyo si Rise, and pwede nyo i-click yung radio para marinig yung ilang mga sound effects. Kanina iba yung pwesto ni iba nag-iba yan ng pwesto pagkakalam ko every 30 minutes nagbabago ng pwesto yan si Rise. Kanina nung inopen ko siya, hindi dyan ang pwesto niya. So try it. It's celebrate.leagueoflegends.com. So in relation yan sa Sa 10th anniversary.
The
Okay,
European
game na.
squad that made it through the
Kaguli
play-ins
ako.
only barely. Now to try and test their luck against a J team that upset the first seed from China and made this group extraordinarily interesting already. Things starting off with a lot of grouping from J team.
J-Team not dissuaded by the Scion. We of course saw the power of level 1 Scion against Griffin yesterday. You desperately want to know which side of the jungle Karthus is starting on. Blue buff, always something he would go to, but the Talisman allows you to go for a full bot side clear and not have any mana issues. Look at this though, Splice looking for a lane swap.
But look
Will
at
they be
this
spotted?
What? They suspected a potential lane swap and J-Team have prepared for it. As we've got pings coming out, I'm not sure whether they were entirely spotted. I'm just checking the mini-map for these ping markings.
Yeah, with Fog of War toggle, I'm actually not sure if that ward would see it because you could see Kabe and Northscaron
right?
hugging the wall entirely.
And I mean, this is the classic Scion maneuver, right? You put your top lane Scion in the bottom lane and try and cheese a fully charged Q from the front brush. But this is without there being a bottom lane available. And there are a lot of pings out from Rest. This could just be a very early first blood. And Papa, you did mention that the level 2 power spike is there. We're looking for the level 1.
Oh, the level 1's possible. Rest walks up.
Yeah, in they go. There's the flash. The ignite is down. Rest. He's flashed, but can he get away? The answer is yes. 100 health, but he's still alive.
Oh, the lane swap is on right now, and they have the Scion in the bottom lane to try and wave clear as well as possible.
And I thought Loki Esports had gone home. Apparently, their spirit remains here at Worlds as we do once again have that lane swap that caught Damwon so unaware.
It does seem to be a homebrew strategy to stop the gangplank from getting a free lane. X-Flash out of the brush, but not going to find anything here. Remember, turret reinforcements were the big reason that lane swaps were usually a thing of the past, but some trades are being made here. And definitely when it comes to safe 1v2 laners, cut from the same cloth as Cho'Gath is the Scion.
So gentlemen, I got a question for you then. What is going to be the response here from J-Team? Because Damwon, they messed it up when it happened to them. Are J-Team making the right moves?
They're matching. So this is something you definitely can do into the lane swap because they're trying to get GP up against Scion as quickly as possible. The other option would have been to try and race the wave clear in the bottom side, but then you would think with a flashless GP this early in the game, he would be too vulnerable to the dive. So in this case, I think matching is the right option.
And if you wonder why this time for the lane swap, you might think, oh, is it because GP is such a menace? Remember, the lane swaps make jungle movements more predictable and might guarantee Karthus a full first clear without necessarily being second to a gank.
It's a great point. It already has. He's gone the Dark Seal actually early and boots, but it's fine for Karthus. He's just going to be farming up as quickly as possible. I think a pretty good start for Splice, all things considered.
And how often does an unimpeded jungle Karthus not pay off dividends in the late game? So maybe some investment via an old strategy to get Xerxes this comfortable start.
Really like it so far from Splice as Northscaron moving down towards the bottom side of the map. Kobe already switched back. And I love this because what Splice had was the initiative on the play, so they were able to make all of these moves earlier, and it was always J-Team reacting now. 3 versus 2 underneath this turret. The dive is on. The Wall of Pain is in Northscaron, though. He is dead under that turret. A bit of a whoopsie to start this one, and J-Team get first blood.
A big whoopsie in that case. Northscaron only level 2 on the Leona. So unless they think they have immense amounts of burst damage, that's not going to get them the kill.
He may have been listening to you, Jat, when you talked about the damage reduction. I just don't think it's quite that much damage reduction.
You need the W for it, otherwise it doesn't work.
And what I want to focus on this replay, rather than the misfire, let's say, is the fact that they're slow pushing in a minion wave after Karthus has nowhere to go. Look at his jungle.
Yeah.
He's cleared every camp. This is the best use of his time to sap up some experience, and Northscaron kind of spoils what was the perfect use of Karthus' time at the moment.
I agree, and I also want to point out that J-Team's responses to this lane swap tells me they've prepped for it. It is kind of like watching a game from 2015 when we saw this. There was a lot of times in the back and forth where an AD carry, like in this case the Kai'Sa, kind of gets trapped in the top lane against a tank, and they just end up farming out, and then you end up seeing the support down with the top laner to prevent a dive. And Splice just really felt like they had a tempo advantage or wanted to force it, but clearly they didn't, and now J-Team has the advantage.
Well, Fofo doesn't here in the mid lane, half health. Humanoid doing pretty well. on the Syndra thus far, but definitely a very strong laner. I think the Scion does give it away. I think he does very, very well in a 1v2 situation.
Fun lane swap adaptation in the build here from the GP. You notice an Ancient Coin, and we saw, of course, Nogari going down the Ancient Coin line in a different, more isolated matchup. If you're not picking up CS and someone comes to join you in the lane because you just can't get there as the melee range GP, you might actually get some coins if your support or jungler comes to duo lane with you.
Also, Nomad's Medallion, probably the cheapest way to pick up some CDR that Gangplank really likes.
Yeah, so the way this would work, actually, is you can't get gold coins to drop if you're alone in a lane. But if Koala goes there with the Targons and shares a cannon, since technically GP didn't last hit the cannon, cannons always drop a coin. So he'd get a chance of either the gold or the mana coin and get the gold from the cannon share. So it's actually kind of like doubling up, but it would require the support to be there. If he's just doing this right now, the only thing he gets out of it is the GP10 value.
And it's kind of that trade-off of if you buy the item, it kind of telegraphs where the support is likely to go, right? Because otherwise the efficiency is lower. He's just definitely diversifying his portfolio. A lot of investment going on here from the Gangplank.
See whether it works out as the gold entirely even, and the first Drake is that Infernal. Looking down the line on Splice, Vizicachi not going to get a whole lot, but the rest of the carries are certainly very happy to see that red Drake in the pit. Any sort of Karthus composition, any way to make that R button more effective is exactly what you want.
I mean, he hit 6 pretty fast. So yes, Splice went a little bit over aggro in the bottom lane, and J-Team knows what they're doing in matching these lane swaps. But a lot of things actually did work out for Splice in the fact that Xerxes got 6 fast. Humanoid also had the isolated 1v1 against LeBlanc where he has a CS advantage. And this ult is likely just to get to the wave.
Although Rest is going to take a hell of a lot of damage from it. Yeah, Vizicachi going for the 1v1. Rest has to flash away from the Scion, and now it is going to... Oh, Dark Harvest, I believe he got a stack, so still worth from Xerxes.
My bad. GP has no items.
You wrote the eulogy for that gank a little bit too early.
A little early. I jumped the gun there.
And he's at 2 Dark Harvest stacks, so something minimal going the way of the car. This has been a weird and wonderful one. We're going to have to be on our game here because there's a lot of crazy stuff happening.
There's a Predator on the bottom side of the map there as Hana is booped away, but it's not enough. Lilvi picks up the kill, and Noskarin goes down for the second time.
That was clean. As far as getting exactly the combo they wanted out of Norscarin, I think Norscarin technically had flash, but just was hoping, I think, to get an aftershock proc of some kind. Really, not much you could do there.
Yep, Noskarin has been pretty far up in his aggressive positioning, but what this means is J-Team pick up an Infernal Drake, going to help them moving into the late game. As Xerxes on the other side of the map trying to steal a red buff that he's not going to get. Rest moves on down to try and cover for his jungler.
He has to give it up. His camp advantage, the only thing that Spicer pulled off, and you know they would have put a lot of practice into this early game, because again, up to the point where Leona turret dived, the economy of movement of the Karthus was perfect. Like, taking every camp, was in position to help a slow pushed wave into the turret, but since then, when they have a TP advantage on their AD carry, who initially started top lane, the last thing they would have expected is another successful gank, and crucially, with a TP advantage from AD carry, they lose the Drake as well.
And watching that again, they CC locked Norscarin so well, he couldn't even get an auto attack off to proc his aftershock. We ended up seeing a lot of that actually happen, I think, to Hands in one of the G2 games, but we're seeing more and more of this stuff at Worlds where the aftershock supports are getting killed before they have a chance to do anything like proccing aftershock, because I feel like these teams are just more coordinated than teams we're used to watching, right? It's the best teams from every region in the world.
Not to mention the crazy amount of CC that is in that lane with Agragas attending. Pretty scary stuff and a lot of burst damage down there as well. So Noskarin, not a lot of options, and now sitting at 0-2. See whether he can pull back this performance. Splice, though, I mean, the early game has worked out for them. The mid game has been a little bit of a trough for this squad. So that's what we're going to be looking for as this clock ticks up, to see whether Splice can get things back in order. Because like you were mentioning, the Karthus is still on track. And whenever there's a Karthus jungle, he's the carry. That's just how it works.
The interesting thing, though, is, you know, at this point, you start looking forward, thinking, okay, what does this game actually look like in terms of scaling 35, 40 minutes? But we might have to hold the point. Predator popped, but not going to be a further commitment. The Karthus definitely does stick out as an extra scaling factor, but I look at something like LeBlanc, a lot more comfortable in a side lane in the future than Syndra. Otherwise, the evaluations, both teams have frontline, Karthus versus Gangplank. Those are the kind of scaling elements on both sides. So it's honestly pretty even, and that hasn't necessarily been the story of our drafts so far at Worlds 2019.
Yeah, and my traditional sense would say hey, Splice have the better front line and still have sustained damage. So in a well set up 5v5 team fight, they'd have the advantage.
But stack the magic resist, kill Tristana, and suddenly that works out. So it's very kind of 6 and 2 3s going on.
Yeah, and you're looking at it. I think Fofo is certainly the man we're going to be looking at because it's going to be his job to deal with what Kobe is going to be throwing at them towards the later stages. But that is still in a time to come. As Xerxes throws out a wall of pain. Doesn't hurt too much as Cannon Barrage is going to protect this turret.
Something I will say is J-Team seems quite prepared for Splice's toolkit. The 4-man dive is something that Splice did very successfully yesterday against FPX to nearly pull that upset and give them a big gold lead. And in this game, not only have we seen J-Team kind of handle the lane swap, they're also very prepared for that 4-man dive. And the question will be, can J-Team do more than just play defense? Because sure, they're stopping Splice, but it's not giving them any advantage yet.
But still, there's suspicion to put down the lane war that we expect didn't spot, but yet the Gangplank played as defensively as possible. But it turns out you can't just give up minion waves. You have to approach at some point. He didn't die there, so I give full credit to J-Team for the first 11 minutes. And with these 2 kills with Infernal, they're marginally ahead.
Yeah, well, Hana's going to be able to get a boop there as Flash is going to get Norskarin out of the way, but that is still Flash now on cooldown as Fofo connects the chain and avoids everything with a beautiful little rejoin with the first departure of the Distortion. Back in again. They're just going to throw out a Q, and Humanoid feeling the pressure now from the star mid laner of J-Team.
On Comfort as well. Stylen so far, it's not an easy matchup for the Syndra. If you ever miss the E on an all-in from LeBlanc, you die. And that is the problem here for the Syndra. You have to be so much holding on to that stun, and if the Gragas joins in, it might not even be enough.
Well, Fofo right underneath this turret right now as the stun does land. Fofo gets out of there. The Unleashed power is on, but not enough damage. Already, the Mercury's Treads picked up and paying dividends for Fofo.
Yeah, Mercury Treads is a classic for LeBlanc in this Syndra matchup, so that you have a little bit to fight back if you end up getting stunned. And yeah, Vizicachi on the Sion is a strong laning pick. Sion sometimes falls out of meta here because he can get farmed by a lot of Kleptomancy users, but in this case, with some armor items, he is a strong laner who potentially has kill threat if Rest plays too disrespectfully.
And I think the potentially actually needs to be upgraded to a slightly more aggressive adjutor, because notice it is Glacial Augment Scion as well that has that perma-slow ability on auto, and also remember the zombie version applies the slow if he goes down.
See what Vizicachi's going to pick up when he goes back to base as Splice do start off the Rift Herald. Shelly going to be their target. Still a minute left on the plates.
Notice Lil V doesn't have teleport, so cannot match here. He's going to be bot side. Shouldn't be even an attempt to come handshake and fight for this. No way for J-Team to match numbers.
Yep, Xerxes going to be able to pick up a bunch of extra gold from this one as well, as I believe that was a train that we see heading towards the bottom side of the map. Connects another one there. Onto Lil V as we've got a fight. Yeah, Hana's going to go golden, but he's on a sliver of health as Fofo trying to be the hero. Doesn't land the chains, and Hana eventually falls down, but Shelly will reset and head back to the pit.
Even though they got the temporary reset, I feel like they should have listened to Papa Smithy here when you're saying, wait a minute, you got your 1-kill Kai'Sa down in the bottom lane. Yes, Sion is down there, but one team has a setup, one team has even the potential to teleport in, and they end up not stopping the Rift Herald and still losing the jungle.
Exactly. It was such a low percentage chance to lead to a successful outcome for the side of J-Team. But when you're in a game where you feel pressured to win, you walk up, you try to fight, really nice Scatter of the Week comes in, and suddenly it was a raffle to see who would go down. Koala, in the end, was fine.
Yeah, Koala's going to be able to make it out, but the jungler not so lucky, which means Shelly places her head into this turret on the top side of the map, but doesn't get any plates.
And that's actually because they all end in that Rift Herald fight, and being able to get the reset stops the plates. Still,
another
after all that, though.
next level, is that what you're saying?
No.
Well, if the next the next level after that is to be down 2,000 gold.
Yeah. I mean, there are ramifications. That's not necessarily what you're going for. Is Hana looking at this Ocean Drake?
Maybe we need to find a new definition for next level.
Yeah,
it doesn't need...
What is the next level is almost... Yeah, that was actually his own team.
That was an LIW.
I got baited at the same time, Jad. It's okay. We're in this one together.
Lane swap started off the fun here in this fourth game of the day, but where it's leading is still unclear. It's a gold lead versus 2 Drake lead for the side of J-Team, so definitely not writing this one off, and we've already kind of gone on ad nauseum about the fact that the scaling's pretty even. Throwing up a graphic here, you can see that when it comes to any kind of snowball stats or necessarily early game, we're definitely bottom third here for the side of J-Team.
And I think this is also not that surprising for J-Team. They weren't a particularly proactive team in the LMS. They generally were able to kind of outlane the opponent, get large advantages, and then win. And this is kind of the third game in a row, where that hasn't been possible. They won the FPX game off of out-team fighting when FPX was really over-aggressive. They lost the GAM game due to team fights, and now, again, they don't have the much of a lead, so I think I know what this one's going to come down to.
Yeah, and even J-Team in their final against AHQ was still playing very slow in the early stages. The reason it was a close final was because J-Team just decided not to do very much in early games a lot of the time.
And if I'm doing the prep document for a team playing J-Team, I kind of copy-paste the G2 draft from their first game and say, let's get some scaling on, because we're not worried about J-Team punishing it. The Karthus is cut from that cloth, but they've gone from some other strategies as well here. Tristana Karthus are definitely top 10 scaling champions among the League of Legends champs, so all in all, Splyce feel comfortable. This turret is where Noskaran has had trouble.
Charge as Fofo's going to get stunned up. Splyce, this could be the team fight they're looking for. As there's the Solar Flare, and Kobe picks up the kill, but it's immediately answered. No more supports on the map for either team, and we do have a gentleman's agreement. Both teams back away.
We've used all our spells. We're done here.
Yep.
The important thing is Splyce ends up winning that one because not only do they have the pressure mid, they also got kill distribution onto a carry, whereas the kill actually went onto Kuwala for J-Team.
That's a nice double stun out there from Humanoid as they run out of minions here in this mid lane as Lil V fighting up against Copy right now, but I know who my money's on when it comes to taking down turrets pretty quickly, and it should be that Kobe will have that 1v1 in the bag. As we have a look at this fight one more time.
Noskaran has had a lot of strife under this outer bot lane turret. Koala hits the ult here, and Noskaran thinks he can blast man over, but no, it was overridden by the knock-up from the depth charge. That means Noskaran's life is void, but Kobe easily trades it over the wall.
And Vizicachi ulting in there, but it's just a train ride to a bit of a dead end. As now on the bottom side of the map, Noskaran has made his way back in. 0-3 right now, but he's facilitated the 2 kills that Splyce have managed to pick up.
In case you guys are wondering, Nomad's Medallion has so far bequeathed 150 gold, 146 or so, when we last checked in, so definitely not too many coins dropping here.
It's almost paid for itself.
No, it hasn't. Not even.
I feel like he actually has 0 coins based off of that calculation. That feels like that's all GP10 gold.
So what you're saying is they're playing a long game.
Yeah.
I'm not bought in on this Nomad's Medallion, let me tell you.
They got to answer the scaling on Splyce's side. Completely understand here from Rest. Fofo, another cheeky Q to come in. As we're talking about the scaling, and you guys have mentioned that Splyce certainly do have it. I'm thinking about sort of ultra late game as far as those large money, but I'll hold the thought as in goes Noskaran, booped back by the barrel, and is going to be taken down. J-Team, they get another pick onto this support.
Definitely a little bit of a lazy vision mission there from Noskaran. Frontline Leona always needs help because she has no exit plan, even when Flash goes down. Koala walks up, but the jungler behind him. Definitely an area where Splyce have made mistakes before, and Karthus not so helpful in that area of mid lane.
Down in the mid lane, misses the chain as there's the cannon barrage. And that's going to help Fofo pick up that kill comfortably. And J-Team, they found it. It ticks over 18 minutes and they're alive on the map.
And that could be the swing that J-Team is looking for. Not only do they get river control into bot turret, they now get Fofo off the ground against Humanoid, which might push him into more defensive itemization. Just watching this one more time, we knew once these two got Ludens, the lane would get more explosive, and as soon as the stun is missed, Fofo says, I got you.
And we've been waiting for Fofo to hit the international realm. Only Rift Rivals a couple of years ago in his resume. This guy is not just good in his region, he's straight up a great mid laner. Except the solo kill effectively there with a bit of help from GP. And we already mentioned, with an item lead especially, put him in the side lane and Humanoid kind of flags down a teammate to deal with it.
And we really need to track Noskaran. I think a lot of people will look at this and say, hey, Noskaran needs to play more safely. But I also think J-Team attacks the enemy support very well. They killed Slay many times last game as well in fights over vision.
Well, lots of teleports here into the mid lane as there's no depth charge available. Vizicachi chains connect from Fofo, but he is going to be able to walk it out. And Fofo just trying to poke around. The train has smashed straight into a wall. And Splyce say, you saw nothing. It's fine. It's fine. Just get out.
Trying to get positioning on this Mountain Drake to justify the multiple teleports used. J-Team, they pop the Predator, they walk up.
Yep, Noskaran already down to about half health as Predator not going to get utilized just yet. Fofo still poking his head in, and Splyce, they've been softened towards this Drake take, and This Ocean Drake might actually be working out as J-Team. Not a lot of health bar missing at this stage after a bit of fighting.
Yeah, plus I think that Fofo's LeBlanc has done a very good job of just getting Poke out into the wild. Add that to the fact that Norskeren is behind the item curve, and then once Splice lose the Scion ultimate, they can't really fight back.
Well, it's just a kill straight up onto Humanoid. Vizicachi takes the barrel right underneath his turret, but the safety is only limited as they have a mid laner in the Death Chamber.
I'm just almost lost for words. That chain link barrel blew him up, and suddenly another kill onto Humanoid is flashed. Still a couple of minutes off cooldown here. Things are starting to line up for J-Team.
It's once again one of those mid games that you kind of want to forget. As Splice, they do need to put in the effort to tidy this one up. It is still not quite 3,000 gold the lead for J-Team. Some opportunities for Splice to get towards that late game that they're looking for.
And again, it should be mentioned that with a Karthus jungle, yes, he can throw down the wall of pain to try to help, but those 2v2 plays that Splice have been criticized through their jungle and support to get map control are trickier with this setup, and they've already made a couple of mistakes in doing it because J-Team have been able to control this quadrant towards the 3 Drakes they've stacked for the better part of 20 minutes.
And I also want to kind of touch more on the Karthus jungle as it executes in the mid game. So if Karthus doesn't get really far ahead of the curve and can start invading and counter jungling the opponent, if he's actually afraid of the other jungler in 1v1s, he is a very bad jungler at controlling vision, whereas Gragas is going to be a lot better. So it is really just Norskeren who can meaningfully apply vision for the team. Another reason that I think J-Team has been able to get these picks, because Splice can't see them a lot of the time.
And that's not the only area where Karthus will struggle. He can't really walk up to help anything in the mid lane, so it doesn't really provide much there. Puts down the wall, can maybe back off an ult to get some health bar damage, but other than that, pretty void. Meanwhile, every other jungler in the meta is a frontliner. Even Gragas putting full AP fits into that archetype. So for now, at least, Splice, they've definitely been halted. The game feels like more and more is being played on J-Team's pace.
And Lilvi very close to finishing off third item here as well. It looks like it will be his Zeal item of choice. As Hana making his way down into this river. Still 3 minutes away from that Drake, but I have a feeling J-Team are very happy to fight as soon as possible. They've already got all of that magic penetration coming in from the Oblivion Orb onto Fofo. He's got his first item, which feels so pivotal on this LeBlanc. And the Trinity Force is done. We're looking for more of Malmortius, and then Rest is going to be very happy, and a lot of damage available here from Hana as well. So J-Team might be able to answer here as Splice group up as 4, but it's Splice to start the fight. Solar Flare avoided there from Lilvi, who has a lot of DPS. Norskeren, he's going to feel it and will go down as now the rest of J-Team going in, but it is the turret falling. But Humanoid's going to do the same thing, and Vizicachi finds himself all on his lonesome. Killer Instinct utilizes Fofo diving forward, but he's going to come back. Will find himself a dead Scion to help deal with, and J-Team move towards the Baron pit.
All 5 alive. Xerxes doesn't even have flash to try and get in the pit. It looks like this one's going over to J-Team.
Should be unanswered here. Xerxes will at least nominally walk up, but Baron should be done.
Yep, Baron is just dead before anything could happen. J-Team with that Mountain Drake, with the Infernal Drake augmenting the damage there, and Baron taken 24 minutes into this game. J-Team strike when Splice are weaker.
The start of this play is good. They want to get some free damage in the turret, but I want to look at Norskeren's positioning. He goes hard in with no one to follow him up, and the rest of the team wanting to hit the turret. So actually, his whole health bar is in vain. And from there, J-Team just hold the story, and the 2 tanks end up just being turned on by 4 people. First Norskeren, then Vizicachi.
And Fofo just beautifully avoiding the Scion, then turning the damage around with the distortion. Just stunning play on this LeBlanc, a pick that he was famous for, and I'm so glad we get to see it at its full power here on the world stage.
Agree. Fofo is playing extraordinarily well, and much like J-Team's first victory, a lot of their gold is also on Lil V. So he's a very fed Kai'Sa, able to give a bunch of damage at the back end of these team fights, and for the most part, with the vision game we've talked about, Splice doesn't have very many options other than trying to fight, but they weren't at the right power spikes, and they didn't have the team fight coordination, so that's another reason that was a wipe for J-Team.
And one thing we didn't consider when we were talking about later game team fights and front lines is that the one thing Kai'Sa was famous for is that she doesn't have to hit the front line. She can actually just reposition into the back line with another threat. That's definitely Fofo in this game on the LeBlanc, so with that flexible positioning, if we have another fight where Vizicachi and Norscaren's frontline ability is void, it might just be lights out for Splyce.
Well, top outer turret is going to fall, Fofo. No one going to be answering him. We have to go back to your point earlier on, Papa Smithy, talking about who is going to answer the LeBlanc in a side lane. Well, who's going to answer her when she's this fed? The answer is no, guys. It's a simple one. Yeah. And now Fofo is going to get to work on the inner turret as well, with Hana just waiting for an unsuspecting foe to walk forward.
Hey, sometimes the minions die and she has to back away from the turret.
Hey, that's true. Can't 1v1 a turret with the backdoor bonus available.
Well, knocks this one down, and there are very few proactive options available for Splyce. They really are reeling during this Baron. It's already at 3,500 Baron power play. Not often the Baron goes down before the mid lane outer turret, but the mid lane outer turret will be following up very shortly.
Mid-game difference, for sure, in this one. Because
I'm glad we had to pause just to let that one brew.
Yeah.
You know, we needed it.
Definitely seems like the story of this group stage, because aside from the game we just saw, every game in this group stage that came into the day 1-1 has been decided in the mid-game, and J-Team just, with the triple Drake now, with this Baron buff, already a 4,000 gold Baron power play, without even conflict, is getting so many objectives.
And I'm a bit flustered because I really like what Splyce was doing with the lane swap into Karthus following a group minion wave, but ever since Norscaren's faceplant under turret, one thing unraveled, another unraveled, and suddenly J-Team really control all areas of this game.
And actually, while that was happening, Papa, we were talking about initiative. We were talking about the fact that it was Splyce that started this lane swap. They got the early flash out of rest, and then they were the ones that were able to dictate the flow on the map. And Norscaren's move there on the bottom side of the map lost that one. And Splyce have been trying to wrestle it back to no avail throughout the rest of this game. J-Team with a stranglehold on at the moment, 5,000 gold in the lead, cresting 50,000 as they hit it. While I say that, 4 turrets to 3, J-Team very strong at this stage, and another BF sword to augment Lil V's build.
How much gold does he have out of the Nomads now?
Oh, you're still interested on the Nomads?
Yeah.
Let's do a check-in. 366.
That pays for almost half of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
See?
And it's got 10% CDR. It's basically a CDR cube. That has inherent value.
I like, you're about as glass half full as I am,
In
Jad.
another life, you'd be a traveling salesman, Jad. That's what I know.
Hey, do you want to travel to Korea?
I just miss Heart of Gold. I love GP10 items.
How many, though, Jad? What was the sweet spot? 2, 3?
I was 2 hearts of gold and a Philo Stone. That's what I think the sweet spot was.
Yeah.
We're
And a
age
Trinity
yourself. We're
Force
being
that's
League of
popping.
Legends boomers now.
Yeah.
We really are.
There were once items that just paid for themselves. I wonder why they're gone.
You're not a Cage's Lucky Pick fan? No, we don't have any Cage's Lucky Pick fans here?
Yeah, well, at first you could stack them, then they made them unique, so you just built all 4.
Yep.
All right, sorry, they're just
Dredge
gonna
line
win.
does come in. It saves us from this conversation. Is the nice double knock up there from Vizicachi. Solar Flare forward, and now the train has stopped very early. Barrel comes down, more like a disengage. A decent stun, but it's not enough as Splyce are playing so scared.
Ovo comes back, and a poke, but probably no kill pressure here. J-Team don't have the ability to contest vision, and thus don't want to dive too far into enemy lines. So the first stalling of the game by Splyce.
Yeah, and that was a front-to-back team fight.
Sure.
The damage couldn't actually cut through the Super Tank Scion, so if somehow Splyce can manufacture those, I think it'll be difficult to manufacture those because GP, LeBlanc, Kai'Sa dive, but in that corridor, it worked.
Exactly. The terrain advantage there, I think, was the big thing, because you're never pressing your Killer Instinct there as the Kai'Sa, because you don't know what's going on. Couldn't scout, so hard to force too many rumbles in the jungle that deep away from objectives, but that one works out. And hey, if Splyce can somehow come up with a way to do that 2 or 3 more times, and we start reading 45, 49 minutes, then maybe some of these items will be paying off on the side of Splyce.
It's really interesting thinking about this game with still the onus on J-Team to finish it as quickly as possible, just in case we get to a point where there's 6 items or multiple carries on Splyce's side, and they can just walk at J-Team and do more damage.
Yeah, at what point does Splyce just try and say, all right, we're not going to try to fight, we're just going to take them if J-Team forces it on us? Because J-Team hasn't really been that good at doing that. I think with the Baron coming up, that's going to be a natural catalyst for a fight, but that's the type of thing that I think Splyce should do. If Norscaren tries to force another engage, I think that's actually where Splyce lose.
Well, Norscaren not going to press his E button. Holds onto that Zenith Blade for now as Fofo connects another chain. He's otherwise going to be able to make it back over that wall with the return on the distortion. An Infinity Edge was just completed by Lil V, guys. He's got a stopwatch there. That's full build. And that's very, very scary if you're a Splice fan.
Definitely concerned on that one, Atlas. And right now I'm just thinking, how does J-Team snowball the game further? Because chunking out people with Fofo, that's been their strategy so far, and some solo plays from him. They don't necessarily have the Scion to zoom in, but Gragas and Nautilus with a vision advantage can do so. But you normally want to see these guys play the side lanes. We're grouped for now, so actually it's very much stalemate.
Yeah, J-Team would need deeper vision control or a good amount of poke on someone not Vizicachi, because it seems like he's just going to heal up.
Bofo's just practicing chain connection onto Vizicachi right now. As the Cannon Barrage will come down, and already they've lost so much health. J-Team are already on the Baron. Lilvi taking it down to about half health already. The Rage Blade is stacked, and the Baron is in danger. Koala now over the wall as Fofo misses that chain. He had so much practice from before. As there's the teleport, but no, it's a disaster. Vizzy gets himself out of the way. And that looks like not the ultimate that we were looking for, but the shutdown does come in. Rest throws his life away, but that is only one Baron missing from this J-Team.
So a lot of information to digest at the same time. Yes, it looked like useless damage into Vizicachi, but what Splice knew was they had wards, saw the Baron had been started, tried to walk up, and the health bars actually were consequential. Xerxes was below half health as well. So the Baron is bloodless outside of GP overstepping in the mid lane, and the objective that we were just wondering how they would engineer actually falls into the lap of JT.
Brilliant stuff. Lilvi augments his build with another BF sword. My goodness, he's got a lot of damage at this stage. Infinity Edge completed from Rest as well. The items are coming through thick and fast. Fofo just looking for a new piece of headwear. Only one more stick away from completing that. Don't quiz me on why that works. There's now Splice moving out of their base. Raptor camp being taken here from the Karth as they're desperately trying to hold on. If they can deal with these minion waves and just hold on to their inhibitor turrets, in theory, they can make it towards a late game fight that they can win, but it's getting more and more difficult.
Yeah, I think J-Team should take the Ocean as quickly as possible so that Elder can come up soon. But even though J-Team does have a reasonable advantage in this game, Kobby just completed the Bloodthirster. So he's a very high damage Tristana, and if J-Team doesn't execute the fight properly, he absolutely could clean up. So this game isn't over for Splice, even if J-Team has Baron and a large advantage.
And this Lilvi build is actually very aggressive as well.
Yeah.
Doesn't have a lot of the defensive options that you see out of a Kai'Sa. Also has the ability to build something like a Zhonya's Hourglass to avoid the ult coming out of Humanoid, but doesn't have any of those choices.
Yeah, usually the pivot after the Muramana into Rage Blade is AP, which allows for those fun utility items like Banshee Veil and the Zhonyas. Instead went AD from that side of the build, so it does, as you say, preclude something that might save him from, say, a Karthus ultimate.
Yeah, and even something like a Mercurial Scimitar not going to be completed, but not going to have quite as much of the value as the Zhonya's would. Like you were saying, there are so many reasons why that item's real good.
Finally,
okay.
Hex Drinker.
So that's an instance where I feel like someone else on the team said,
yes, I agree.
Lilvi, what are you doing?
Yeah, it's when you press tab and you're like, oi, wrong build.
I like to think they asked for a stopwatch, and he's like, wait, Hex Drinker does more damage.
Well, we'll see whether it keeps him alive. We'll have to keep our eyes on that one for Science. 7,000 gold the lead for J-Team, looking to try and crash down some more of these turrets, but they do have to move quite a ways down this map in order to get to any open ones. The 5 Drake's going to be helping. The 3 of them being Ocean means that they can go in, then pop out again, and have full health for the next time.
But for the viewers at home, we have 2 clear timers of ingress. 35 seconds for a Baron, 3 minutes and a half for an Elder. Those cannot be seeded. The game will end if they pick up both buffs. So for now, at least, Splice have to find a way to split the map and try to get vision somewhere, because if you try to get both sides of the map, you often end up with vision nowhere.
And I think we have a little bit more time, because that 30-second timer is the current duration of their Baron power play. So the next respawn of the Baron is going to be much closer to the spawn of the Elder Drake.
So you're saying we have 3 minutes to talk about you coming to the LCK?
Yeah. It needs to be the switch.
3 minutes to talk about why you left the LCK.
Well, no. We're keeping that secret.
That's not going to help our argument.
You want to gossip on Atlas? Right now, I swear we can't hear you.
Do you want me to turn off?
Yeah, take the headset off.
I'll take the headset off for you. Might need it, just because Vizicachi is trying to play frontline here towards the bottom side of the map. Does get a slow onto Lilvi as Fofo over the wall, but he's just poking with his face. Lands another chain there. Pops the Sigil onto Norscarin, down to half health now. Trying to sweep out some vision. 5 members of Splice all grouped up. This was where that fight that almost
That's true.
worked
They did it, Chad. They're back there.
Splice have done their homework. They realize that this is possibly an opportunity, but it's not going to work. They're going to get pushed back into their base, and Fofo puts his face into the Scion. Down to half health. Does need to be respected. Void Staff and the Rabbiden's Death Cap now completed.
Can confirm that Rest has more than 500 gold now because he's got wards, Jack. He can be an extra warder.
He actually upgraded it.
He did.
Solar Flare is going to land, but Koala doesn't take enough damage there, and J-Team still able to turn this one. Decent stun onto Lilvi that you have to remember only has the cleanse to get himself out of any of that CC.
You have the goofiest smile at the moment, Jack, looking over at this item being completed.
It's just save your gold for your GA. He's sitting on the stopwatch. No, I must get the
wards, Jack. He's a team player,
extra one ward from my Eye of the Ascension.
He's another person that misses Tracker's knife, so he's going to create another avenue for wards onto this map as Humanoid in trouble. Cannon Barrage once again, but the flash this time from Humanoid. It is not going to work twice in a row.
One more tick and he'd be done. He's out of the fight for a while. Fofo keeps poking.
Yeah, out of the fight. Fofo back in there immediately. Finds another member of Splice that he can try and get that poke onto. Kobe thanking his Bloodthirster for the ability to alleviate that poke. Splice are going to push out a little bit further, but the thing that we have to talk about is that J-Team have been unable to break open the base, and even that bottom inhibitor turret not down to below half just yet.
I feel like that was a little bit of a lazy effort because they knew they had more stuff coming that would help them in the Baron and the Elder Drake. So now, after they've gotten the flash out of Humanoid, they're setting up for Baron because they do Baron into Elder if they don't get a fight here.
So the easiest thing Spice can do is try to delay till both buffs are on the Rift and try to get something. Yes, it sucks to get a no-stack Elder, but this fight on disadvantaged terrain is Noskaran.
Yeah, flash in onto Fofo. It's Noskaran trying to solo him though, and he's out of position. The chains connect, no stun available onto Fofo as Lilvi dives into the back line. Doesn't find Noskaran, as that's a decent knockup from Vizicachi, but Hana is going to go golden. Kobe over the wall. Will he find the AoE? The buster shot to trade onto Fofo, and he has to press his stopwatch. The chain is going to land, and Fofo says, nope, it was cute, but it ain't going to work today.
Kobe went all in on the side. Here's the Karth. The Salt will not take anyone down. He was alone in a warded brush, and that means Baron and maybe Elder as well to J-Team.
Yep. 50% of the health bar, but there is no way Splice can stop this one. The second Baron will go down in favor of J-Team, and now Fofo looking for Humanoid, does break the Banshee's Veil, but not going to go too far.
Kabe still down for another 30 seconds. J-Team would want to get their health bars at least a little bit good. The triple ocean is going to be extremely beneficial in that case, and they can go straight onto this Elder.
Well, they haven't wasted any time, Jat. This Elder is being taken down by a couple of members of J-Team with Hana just playing bouncer, but there is no one on this map anywhere near the Elder Drake, and it is going to be taken. That is 5 Drakes now augmented by the Elder. It's a very scary J-Team, and 11,000 gold into the lead. This should be the last few minutes for Splice unless they can do something truly heroic.
Yeah, and I'm waiting to watch Fofo's first little bit of poke onto someone, because if he just W's, presses Q and then R, that might be fatal. Not entirely sure, but add anything else onto that and they should be able to poke. The 5 Elemental Elder, only less powerful than the 6 Elemental Elder, which, as we've been over, pretty much never happens.
He doesn't have a Medjai's, but it feels like he has a Death Note, because I'm with you. I think he's popping everyone. He's agnostic to health bars on this LeBlanc. Walking up here, J-Team know they're basically God mode. They pressed IDDQD, and they know they're feeling strong.
Yeah, normally that only gives you golden eyes, but they're all golden right now. Yeah, there is 5 members of terrifying J-Team bearing down onto Splice. On the bottom side of the map, Fofo is split pushing. Humanoid is just abandoning ship up towards the top side of the map. Only 4 members to defend this inhibitor turret in the mid lane. And Fofo says, well, if you're not going to be bottom side, I'm going to destroy it. And he does so very comfortably. Kobe moves down, notices that the inhibitor has vacated the area, and Fofo still throws the poke in. He ain't scared of anyone.
No need to be. They're going to rotate up. They got a free inhibitor. Spice would take 1 inhib loss only for this double buff. So J-Team recalling here is actually means, given the power, I would have preferred for J-Team to just Rambo under turret with how much insane damage and follow-up there was on that side. This feels too safe, Jat.
It feels like they might be going for the double Elder win condition. That actually is what that signals me. They're probably going for a 3 inhib right here because they have 40 seconds left. They think they can get this turret down.
Are you sure you're not an LCK commentator? The double Elder win condition? That's our bread and butter. We
It just
love that.
feels like that's what J-Team's going for.
Well, J-Team have the inhibitor turret down to half health. The push is towards the top side as well. Vizicachi will deal with that one, and now J-Team don't have to worry about the big burly Scion. There's one siege minion. Splice cannot deal with it, and that is the one that's going to finish off this inhibitor turret.
Whoa! That's 65% of his HP from 1W.
That's an owie. Xerxes doesn't have a lot of defensive statistics, guys.
It wasn't even AP.
Ouch.
All right.
All right, they've gotten 2. They need to wait for the 3rd wave. They'll have maybe 10 seconds to try and get number 3. They probably won't get it. Scion all coming through to zone. They're just trying to wait out the last 10 seconds of this Baron.
Train is going to be used just to clear out a minion wave. Voidseeker is going to hit the Scion, but doesn't do too much. Dredgeline in there as well, but he has the Gargoyle Stoneplate. He's got so much health. I don't think Vizicachi's going to be dying just yet, but that is a big cooldown. Not going to be able to play that immovable tank in the front line without the Gargoyle Stoneplate for the next little while.
Well, they'll have 2 waves of supers coming up, even though the Baron is gone, so they can stay in this position for quite a while and try and chip down on this 3rd one.
And speaking of which, they got 3 oceans as well, so any poke is not going to be an issue. It is going to be for Norscarin, though. The Eclipse, he's saying thank you very much for that one. Cannon Barrage comes in, Norscarin! Oh no, he's got no flash! Goodbye! Fofo's in there, has the extra damage. They no longer have any inhibitor turrets as Humanoid goes golden as well, but once again, picked off with the dredge line. Big damage from Rest. He's going to shoot him with his pistol. There's the Requiem, but it might be the dream for J-Team right now. As Kobe over to the side, will find Fofo with the Buster Shot to try and disengage, but now he's dealing with super creeps. There's no way they can handle this. There is
so strong.
Damage, though, as Kobe jumps on, finds the first one. Rocket jump over the wall. Fofo! Oh no, that was the wrong one. The mind games. And he is going to survive, but Splice hold on to their base for now.
So Kobe in that fight displayed why J-Team playing so safe is actually risky. Because they're giving Kobe the ability to get to max items. They're giving Karthus the ability to take half of people's health bars with this. So yes, J-Team is accumulating advantages, but it's taken so long that Splice is beginning to reach gold parity. Let's watch this fight one more time.
I'm new to NA, but you miss every basket you don't shoot for, I think is the analogy there. Watching the replay on this one, while Leona is done from the start, the safety of Kobe in this fight, and just the fact that you put enough AP on a Karthus, health bars go low. And you saw another fight that went 5-10% better, where Kobe is resetting, hopping mad like Super Mario, and getting a Pence kill.
Yeah, and I believe, it doesn't show in this display, but I believe Kobe actually had flash during this engagement, so he had the opportunity to try and go in, but there's a pretty good chance he would have just lost the game in that moment, but it was a chance to clean up.
And remember, he did leap in to try to get a kill earlier that led to a Baron and an Elder, so understandable. There was a second thought there, but just shows you that with all this time that has been bought or gift wrapped to Splice, depending on how you look at it, probably more the latter, does mean that full builds are inactive.
Yeah, I want to see a few more fights where the Requiem gets used slightly earlier, because then those resets that you were talking about with that rocket jump are going to be so more prevalent on Kobe's side. The Baron is going to spawn. Splice now going to be walking up to it.
Well, this is the one where I think Splice actually has to fight, because if they give this over and double Elder, it would actually be over.
Even if they buy time, look at the base.
They have to just all in this in 50-50. This is the fight.
Oh no, we're going for the teleport. They're just saying that, well, Splice, if you're going to be here, you're going to lose the game. Cannon Barrage right on top of them as well. Xerxes just going to be taken down as an afterthought. There's the Requiem, his little gigantic shield, but in the base, there's a pirate trying to steal all their stuff. Vizicachi surviving for a long time, but that ain't going to win you the game. And now Hana finds the body slam flash. Humanoid is not allowed to head into his base, and even has the Zonyas to avoid the death there. Humanoid should be falling. The Super Creep's going to be doing the majority of the damage. Kobe underneath his last remaining Nexus turret, but it has no health as Rest gets shot away, and now Koala throws dredge lines to the fountain. J-Team are going to find the victory over Splice in the first round robin.
Are we sure they don't need to get the second Elder, though?
Yeah, I mean, I think they may have misplayed.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Anyway, it was actually an only 5-death game for J-Team, where they stayed even with Splice in the early game, demolished them in the mid game, and then took their time cleaning up the pieces in the late game to get the win.
They stayed the course, that part is for certain. You were mentioning they needed to go for this Baron Spice, but unfortunately when you have 3 inhibitors down, if it's 2, if it's 1, yes, with 3 down, they tried to find a neutral zone to fight in. That was actually their downfall with teleport still up on the GP. And yes, Kobe got there to slow down, but that meant that Kobe wasn't there for the fight that occurred around the piece.
And the thing that I love about watching J-Team in this game is that we've seen J-Team be way too slow in the early game, let their opponents dictate the pace. They called out a lane swap, played against it beautifully, and then made all the right moves to get themselves to this win condition. Really an about face for a squad that really needs to, being the first seed from the LMS.
And J-Team played great defense. They have played great defense throughout the first round robin of this group stage. I think the big winners for them are Lil V and Fofo. Both of those guys played immaculately, 0 deaths across the piece, and overall, just a nightmare game for Norskeren. 7 deaths.
Yeah, the Leona play here I thought was pretty poor. It didn't feel particularly practiced because it felt like every time he went in, he was instantly disconnected. They couldn't get anything going. And the Gragas also would reset him further into the fight and Norskeren would die. So that was a struggle. But coming back to Atlas's point about the early game scouting, there was an obstacle course to be run, right? To invade, to maybe spot Karthus, but also they had the intuition for a lane swap. GP didn't die at that point. Think of a game where none of that happened, and then GP was ganged, and then Karthus still finished his clear towards the bottom, and Norskeren didn't dive in. That's already multiple different variables that went more the way of J-Team, and it could have been chaos for J-Team early in the piece rather than mostly staying the course.
I think it's beneficial for more teams to try the start that Splyce did. Because even though we're complimenting J-Team for all these things they did to match it, they went even, right? Sure. And there's so many ways it could have gone even more right for Splyce. So I want to see more of that in the future.
And also, there was a pretty impressive LeBlanc coming out of the mid lane from Fofo as well. We've been talking about for a really long time. This is his double kill that leads to the snowball.
He played this fight so well. Watch him dodge back and forth between the skill shots. So right here, there's the GP ultimate. He goes in. Oh, see you later, Sion. Oh, back in for the kill. Oh, back there to get Visit Chachi electrocuted and easily have the rest of the team clean up. Just team fight LeBlanc play is really great to watch when you see a master.
Yeah, this is going to be the post-match, and look at that damage from Fofo. It feels really cathartic because we have been talking about this guy with so much reverence, and to finally see him perform this incredibly well is really nice to see.
And it's nice to see someone on J-Team take the game by the scruff of the neck and actually force things forwards. And it was his outplays and his poke that led to Barons, that led to kills, and actually cemented what wasn't the fastest, but still a steady mid to late game for J-Team.
Yep, it was an exciting match, but after a short commercial break, North America's Cloud9 goes against Griffin. Let's see who comes out on top after this. Now 3 versus 2 underneath this turret. The dive is on. The wall of pain is in Norskeren, though. He is dead.
We're going to have to be on our game here because there's a lot of crazy stuff happening.
There's a Predator on the bottom side of the map. There is Hana is booped away.
Once Splyce lose the Sion ultimate, they can't really fight back.
Well, that's just a kill straight up onto Humanoid. Might be able to answer here as Splyce group up as 4, but it's Splyce to start the fight. Solar Flare avoided there from Lilvi, who has a lot of DPS. Norskeren is going to feel it and will go down as now the rest of J-Team going in. There's no way they can handle this. There is
so strong.
Damage, though, as Kobe jumps on. Buys the first one. Rocket jump over the wall. Oh no! Cannon barrage right on top of them as well. Surfsage just going to be taken down as an afterthought. There's the Requiem as Lilvi. Gigantic shield. J-Team are going to find the victory over Splyce in the first round robin.
I had a tournament in New York, and we got second in the world. So now I've taken another leap, which is to build my own company. My goal was to help other people who want to turn streaming into a career. The biggest thing you have to realize is it's a team game.
wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating so. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow.
Hi guys, good afternoon, good evening. Sa ating mga viewers now, please follow our page. Pa-follow naman. Next game is Cloud9 versus Griffin. So, who do you think will win? Cloud9 or Griffin? My bet is on Griffin. Griffin tayo, Griffin. Guys, kung nakikita nyo yung inset dito sa kanan, kanan ninyo sa baba, nakita nyo si Ryze, diba? Si Ryze. It's actually a 10th year anniversary ng LoL web page na ginawa nila. Yeah, open nyo yan sa browser nyo, sa phone or sa desktop. Sa URL na celebrate.leagueoflegends.com. So makikita nyo. Then nagbabago-bago yung ano niyan, yung tawag dyan, yung itsura niya. Kanina si Ryze, nung binuksan ko kaninang hapon, nasa ano siya, nasa tulay, hanging bridge. Ngayon iba na naman. Sabi, every 30 minutes it changes. Kanina merong monster dyan sa kanan, sa bandang baba niya, malapit sa radio. Kanina meron dyan. So ngayon wala. And then you can press yung radio, makakarinig kayo ng mga short sound clip. Mga iba-iba eh. Actually, various sound clip siya na related sa League of Legends. So that's it. So enjoy watching and I hope you follow the page, guys. Please follow the page. Help me follow the page. Help me reach 1,000 followers. Malapit na actually. 83 na lang. So hopefully mag-follow kayo. Thank you very much, guys. So enjoy the game and in 2 minutes or 1.5 minutes we will be watching Cloud9 versus Griffin. Thank you.
Griffin, I think they have strong individuals. They're really good mechanically, but some of them, they just make dumb mistakes, and I think that's where they lose a lot of games. They're really creative in draft. Like against G2, they played Irelia bot and then they sent Ezreal mid. So they can kind of play anything anywhere, I guess. So we gotta be careful for that, yeah.
Awesome to hear from Niski there ahead of C9's pivotal clash versus Griffin. You chuckled at that first line spawn. What was up?
Yeah, I think that that's just an interesting hot take, you know. They sometimes do stupid stuff throughout the game. And I think that, you know, everyone that has watched this Griffin team struggle, I guess, in their best of fives, they would say the same. This is a stubborn team at time that falls into drafting pitfalls that they can't build themselves out of. Exactly right. And yeah, they have done some stupid things in the past.
They may have indeed. Of course, there is a bit of drama going on behind the scenes with Griffin as well. We can assume that that might have an influence on the team, but it's very hard to speak about those matters. In the same vein, I feel like C9, for me, we haven't seen the ceiling of C9 yet, or the best C9, how we sometimes saw them play in the LCS. Azale, how far are they off from that, and how do they get there?
I think they're really far off of the best that we saw in the LCS, honestly. And I think one of the biggest problems here is they are trying to innovate, right? And they're bringing out these mage bot laners, but I think they're kind of taking for granted how that changes what the rest of the team has to do to actually effectively play around this. We saw this especially in game number 1. The laning phase on the Heimerdinger was great, but they had no idea how to close out the game without a traditional siege comp, without traditional marksman team fighting to actually deal with the Garen. So I honestly would rather see them go back to basics and innovate in some of the other roles where I feel like they've been stronger.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And I do want to speak about the fact that they've substituted a jungler that won MVP. And then all of a sudden you show up at Worlds and a guy that's played a handful of games throughout the regular season is now the starting jungler for this team. I think this is such a strange situation to put a team in, because I think that actually has a big mental impact on the rest of the team. You have to relearn how to play the game. And I wonder what is going behind the scenes at Cloud9 as well.
Yeah, that's the biggest question for me. MVP Svensk Garen, where is he? I'm yet to see him. He was someone that I believe coming into the World Championship would be one of the best performing North American players, and I have very high expectations of him. So to see him not playing again today surprises me a lot.
So for both, questions still for both teams, I would say. So let's, as we think back to the regular season for C9, do the same thing for Griffin in times where they were absolutely dominating. How did they get leads in the LCK, and what do we want to see from them if they want to move forward?
Yeah, the enigma that is Griffin, right? Because this is a team that doesn't close the game out quickly. They have a 32-minute game time. However, they do have a 1,700 gold lead at about 15 minutes, and they take first turret in about 70% of their games, right? So I think that they are very good in the early game, and a lot of it is centered historically around how Tarzan plays in the jungle. This is a guy that bought Redemption Olaf for its skirmish potential, and then with the melee matchups that they really like to get for Chovy, is now a big Sejuani player. So I think that a lot of this team's strength is around Tarzan being able to isolate his matchup and assist the lanes that make sense for him to be able to go towards, and then allow Chovy and Viper, these two superstar carry players, to build big individual leads at the early stages of the game.
This is where I want to disagree with you a little bit, Spawn, because I feel that just the raw talent of this roster is often what nets them these early game leads. And we look at Chovy and how he was able to find fantastic outperformances against Hong Kong Attitude yesterday, but to me it feels like Tarzan doesn't actually do a huge amount in the early game. We talk about how he controls, but more often than not it feels like that he focuses on just efficient pathing, being where he needs to be, but a lot of their early game leads just come from their phenomenal laners in Chovy and Viper.
Yeah, and look, I would normally absolutely agree with that, and I think that has been a pitfall they've fallen into recently, but I think when this team plays at its best, especially against teams like SKT that has good 2v2 in the mid lane, at least in this split, I think there were still glimpses of it coming back. Not in the playoff run, where once again they looked very up and down, but I think that that's what, if you're a Griffin fan, you want to see them get back towards, but it isn't happening just yet, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, Griffin have very talented laners, but part of the problem, I think, with them is that they play so slowly that I think sometimes they're not always the most apt to actually punish some of the mistakes that other teams are making. I think that C9 could go somewhat of a defensive bot lane, go to something like the Ezreal, play to the other side of the map. I want to see C9 drafting very heavily for mid-jungle priority, try to play through Niski and get him ahead, and then take that and get Licorice going up on that top side.
Yeah, because a possibility could be Licorice versus Sword, because we haven't been extremely impressed with Sword, but it is hard to tell for me from Griffin, but what I do know is that Licorice has been absolutely crushing it, even in the game they've lost.
So to me, Licorice has been the best performing member on Cloud9 this tournament so far. He had a great debut at last year's World Championship, and it feels like that while this year and this split was not the best for him, he just seems to be showcasing why he was praised so much last year, and I have been nothing but impressed with what this man in the top lane has shown.
Yeah, and on the flip side, Sword has had an up performance and a down performance, and I think a lot of people would be wondering where Doran is because he didn't play majority of the summer split there in the LCK, and I think the team was looking to ramp back up with Doran, who was a much newer player. It gave a lot of Griffin fans hope that there was something there, but, you know, just more of the same of what we've seen out of Griffin throughout last year and the start of this year. Starting Sword now, he is a player with a very specific champion pool, and I feel like that is something that Licorice can look to punish.
I definitely agree. I think it's one of those situations where, while I talked about the bot lane, I want to see them go back to normalcy. Licorice is a player that I have confidence in being able to play almost any pick. He's a guy who is a grinder in solo queue. He practices all kinds of different counters. We have seen him bring him out in the past, and you know, even the Hecarim into Aatrox in the past was something that was really, really successful for him. So that's certainly an avenue that they could look to punish.
Absolutely pivotal game for both these teams to answer the questions we have about them, and whoever wins here will get a huge advantage in Group A. Let's see who pulls it off.
Thank you very much, Sharks, and welcome to the 5th game of the day. Cloud9 versus Griffin. Oh, man.
I love Worlds, man.
Yeah, I do too, but I don't know about Griffin. There has been some turmoil in the back here for this squad, so let's see how much it affects them here as we get into the game.
Let's take stock of the pick and bans before we speculate further, because Cloud9 and Griffin, I think, are both looking for identity performance. Griffin got over the line yesterday. The early game and the level 1 was something they'd like to avoid. Chovy has been on form so far this tournament, but it's largely been solo manufactured advantages, because again, that Chovy-Tarzan partnership hasn't really got going, and Blabber staying in is always a very interesting thing to speculate on.
Yeah, and I think Spawn brought it up on the desk. The fact that the MVP of the LCS isn't playing has to make you wonder what's been going on in scrims, but then you also have to remember it's a team coached by Reaper, and he just subs in all of his players and has always said they're planning on using the 7-man roster. And Blabber's Elise did look very good yesterday. Jankos was pushed into, what, 4 or 5 deaths on the Kiana, as Blabber did have a good early game performance.
Well, the Yumi's going to be locked away. Lehens, when this champion first came out, he was just the best player.
He was the Yumi a lot of people learned from, the pro build lit up by pros around the world, but interestingly, in interviews, he's been misleading, because he said, this pick is trash now, I'm not going to pick it anymore. Turns out, the best find a way, and we've already seen 60k damage Yumis in this tournament already.
We actually have. And one of them was against Cloud9.
Is it happening?
It is.
It's Soda Tom Kench against a Korean.
What patch is it? What month is it?
What kind of mind games is this? And
Soda
Griffin lock in the Garen Yumi.
Wait, which is the better non-interactive bot lane?
This is just the darkest timeline.
This is the darkest timeline.
What is happening?
Wait, maybe we need to go back talking about the glory days of League of Legends, because it doesn't seem to be right now.
Wait, I just need to stop you guys just for 1 second. Look at these picks. If it was 2 years ago, you'd have no idea where they're going.
You would be waiting for the remake.
Well, first on, you'd wonder why there's a cat in the game.
Why are there 2 supports on Cloud9's side? They must be trolling. This is crazy.
To me, these 2 duo lanes coming in makes me extra interested to know about solo lanes, because the game will likely be played around side lanes at some point here. So taking stock, you do notice one of the premier side laners, AD Twisted Fate, has been banned away by Griffin.
Yeah, and actually thinking about how these 2 lanes will interact or not.
Talk to me, Jack. Give me the straight on that.
The Tahm Kench can roam a lot and can actually be a bit of a menace in invading enemy jungle camps, because his early game dueling is still really high. So maybe Sneaky is just a solo Sona in lane after Tahm Kench uses his relic shields and goes to roam.
But does that mean that we're not going to be seeing any Frostmancy going on there? Is Tahm Kench not going to be farming?
I also don't know how Cloud9's ever going to have enough damage to kill Garen.
Let's hold our point, because this draft could go anywhere. We're already just absolutely bemused by the start. Gotta see a solo laner. Usually Sword won't get the blind pick, but this time he will get the counter pick. Interesting, as the LeBlanc is rolled in from Griffin.
How many supports can we pick up? Remember, this is Lehens. He actually got to Challenger playing support Elise. So they're looking at Cloud9, they're like, they've got 4 supports. How can they do it? That is looking like a Fiora, though. Licorice going for some split push, potentially, but it would be blind. That'd be scary.
But remember, it's blind against Sword, whose champion range doesn't include fighters that beat Fiora traditionally. Usually he's on tank duty. He lost a lot of reverse matchups, even with the advantage in the LCK largely in spring. So against the expected range, and now a champion that actually can kill Garen with true damage. I actually don't hate Blind Fiora. It looks bold, but to me, it's more on the calculated side.
I completely agree, and it's putting the carry for Licorice on a champion that can actually carry late game. So even though Aatrox looked great for him yesterday, he was unable to 1v5. Fiora's a champion that could theoretically do so.
And I really like the Zoe here as well. It does shore up that mid game, allows them to bridge towards that 4-1 composition and get that poke in as we move on. The last pick for Griffin is going to be so pivotal as Sword is going to lock away the gangplank.
It's bold, but it is a champion that can trade pretty decently in the early game. You wonder if he might have considered a super tank, if not for the fact that they need damage in this comp. So I think they were in a kind of awkward spot. You could have tried to Orin here and try to just wait out as long as possible and then look for the big TP. He's not a Rumble player or anything like that. So with the decisions he had, he pulls the trigger on the GP. And it's champion pool this season, and Summer's kind of Jason, really nothing else. So we wondered which direction he would go in.
Yeah, and the second game in a row as well, Viper has avoided an AD carry. Third game in a row that Sneaky has as well. So of all the groups, this is the one where we're seeing the most weird stuff in the bot lane.
And fans have been calling out for Sneaky to play an AD carry. We're not going to get it in the third time of asking here in the first round robin. So you're going to have to hold your horses, guys. It will be that Sona coming in this game, but there's a whole another round robin to wait for next week.
And there's a chance the early game in the bottom lane is low action, but with a Lee Sin and an Elise in the game on Tarzan and Blabber, we might still see some early action.
Yep, and it's going to be Chovy's LeBlanc there as well coming out of the mid lane, so the action is going to start relatively soon. We'll see how Griffin is going to navigate this. Low range on both sides. Let's get into the fifth game of the day. Here we are onto the rift for C9 versus Griffin. C9 on the blue side, and they've picked the Sona Tahm Kench.
And my mind feels congested. I'm not sick for clarity. I know there's things going around the casting team, but I'm trying to make sense of a lot of things. For example, the Sona Tahm Kench versus Garen Yuumi. That's not a lane that we've seen on the professional stage. Probably not even in solo queue too much. By any means, we have to again mention the fact that Griffin are coming off some turmoil with their squad in a very public setting, during the World Championship, which is not ideal preparation. Will have to affect them to a degree, but it's not going to be something we can really speculate on any further, because right now, we got to make sense of these drafts, Jad.
Yeah. Sona Tahm Kench, it's the first picker ban for both of those champions at the World Championship. It moves us to 89 unique picker bans so far, and why is it always C9 who seems to be the ones?
I don't know.
They bring so many unique picks to World Championships throughout the year, and there's usually a very good reason for it.
But most of the time we're excited about them, Jat. When it's Sona Tahm Kench, we're not. This is boring. Bottom lane is not exciting stuff.
I'm going to poll the room here. In 2 years' time, when we look back and we're like, Sona Tahm Kench meta and Garen Yuumi meta, which one will draw the bigger
Sona Tahm Kench, definitely. But
I'm going to say Garen Yuumi.
There you go. See, split test we got going on here. I'm not going to vote. I'm going to abstain.
Oh, wow. Look at you. If you had to vote, what would you say, Papa Smithy?
So, okay.
I'm keeping quiet.
He's gone.
The one who asks the questions doesn't have to answer them. That's how he gets you.
Apparently, yeah. This is, Papa makes the rules, okay? Papa on the desk, Papa's rules.
My desk now.
So, Sona Kench is a stronger lane, but worse team fighting than Sona Taric. I'm actually pretty surprised that C9 didn't just go Sona Taric in this one, since there's not going to be any lane pressure from the Garen Yuumi.
And also, isn't the Sona Taric the NA thing? I thought that was what you guys did, and over in Korea, we really liked the Sona Tahm Kench.
Liquid did it in Game 5 of the finals against C9 to victory. So there's definitely more expertise on this than pretty much anywhere else in the world. Even when Sona Kench made its huge resurgence, it was 100% in NA. It was only ever 30 or 40% globally, and then it basically fell off globally, and NA still kept doing it. So it is more practiced for them in terms of how to navigate the mid and late game.
Tarzan is trying to match the top side and gets the information that Elise is here. We talked already about the pivotal top lane matchup with the blind pick Fiora to ramp up the pressure on Sword. Doesn't seem like any Krugs going to be claimed by Tarzan to begin. Sword has played 147 professional games before this, only his second game of Gangplank ever. So even though a lot of tank top laners bridged to GP pretty naturally, not a lot of skill shots outside the chain link barrel, it's not necessarily comfort at all for the GP and Sword.
Well, Chovy going to take a bit of a nap there. Niski going to even out that trade in the mid lane as
Guys, good
Blabber
morning.
makes his way
Sa ating
down.
mga viewers today.
His activity in the early game is what Blabber was known for.
Kasi marami tayo ngayon. Marami
He's going to make his way to the mid lane, but not find too much. Zazel is going to
grab this opportunity to
have a
invite
look
you to
at the
follow our
Rift
page.
Scuttler.
Thank you.
Double Scuttle. Not that bad for Blabber in terms of getting control and also able to take away Tarzan's Krugs. Tarzan is still being as efficient as he can be, though, in taking camps from Blabber.
And in case you're wondering about the mechanics there, remember that Sneaky has targeted, harass, and a ranged auto attacks. So actually when it comes to lane priority, we'll get it more regularly in the early game to be able to push up, not worried about multiple levels in the Prowling Projectile. So I was actually thinking back and thinking, okay, both Yuumi and Sona are going to be free farming in this lane, no doubt, when it comes to stacking up their GP10s or their gold items here through the Spell Thieves, but probably going to be advantage Sneaky, especially with the Klepto thrown in.
Yeah, and my understanding of the scaling of Garen Yuumi has evolved as I've seen it more at this World Championship. I think it scales really well. So in a lot of Garen Yuumi lanes, the Garen is unable to CS. This is a lane where even though it's like a bunch of supports in a Garen, I might regret saying this, it's almost like two hyper carries in the lane.
Oh, God.
Just because a level 16 Sona with high gold is ridiculously powerful, and a high gold Yuumi Garen is almost impossible to kill.
And I like that you bring that up because Fnatic did show that, right? They won with the Garen Yuumi in the later stages of the game, and it was a hell of a lot of damage coming out from that Yuumi.
And I saw a lot of games in the LCS where Sona would hit level 16 and just completely take over. So there's a chance both these bottom lanes are content farming because they scale.
And I'm willing to walk with you on this hyper carry idea, just because
it's out there.
It
You
used
just
to
said
be,
hyper carry
you know,
Garen, by the
back
way.
in your
That
heyday,
happens.
Season 2 casting, as Zazel takes some damage here, you know, hyper carry was a Vayne, right? It was hyper carry of damage only. Let me continue here.
Hyper scale?
Yes, that part I
That's
agree.
better.
But
That's
even
better.
hyper carry, you can have a hyper carry of utility, and Sona spends gold really well. Level 16, she scales with levels really well. And then on the other side, the Garen might be a hyper carry of tankiness, because how do you kill that boy when he's got his items going? He is very thick.
And he has his catwalk as well, you know, which is very important to him.
Also, Licorice went Grasp, potentially for the lane phase. I was expecting a Conqueror if he was going to ever kind of shred through in the late game. Grasp can still be powerful. Fiora can still do a lot of true damage with the ultimate, but Blabber still trying to do work.
Yep, face check there from Chovy. Great repel to avoid the distortion damage, but Blabber's still in trouble. Misses the chain, does Chovy, so they get out. As Sneaky's been lit on fire. Down to 200 health, is going to survive and gets a bit of gold back there as well. Nicely done.
So the reason behind the grasp is the fact that early, GP can just shoot you in the face a lot. You actually have a huge health discrepancy, so I think you have to go semi-respectfully, because guess what? You get your two items, your Ravenous Hydra and Trinity Force, and it works out. So no reason to be bold in the early game when there's still that air of inevitability about 25, 30 minutes into the game.
Well, having a look at how Sword is doing up towards the top side of the map, he's falling behind Licorice, who's been able to lane very well. Sword been struggling in a few matchups despite being able to keep up in that farm for most of the time. This time, not so lucky. Sneaky with a power cord there onto the cat, avoids the damage. Does Lahens. And I think this is going to be a great test. I feel like this is the way you see how good a Yuumi is by putting them in this lane, because it's all about the Yuumi. It's not about the Garen. The Garen is a vessel for the Yuumi.
Yep, and they both share gold. The double support items empowers both of them. Another thing that I think actually empowers some of these different lanes is the fact that they both get to generate gold from their support items, and it's not so much like a full Sona carry or a full Yuumi or Garen carry. It's picking champions that are good on a medium amount of income, because normally in League you only have the carry roles and the support roles, and oftentimes it's junglers who end up being kind of medium in pro. So I was kind of theorizing when this happened, like how many other champions you could see in there that would be good on medium income. Garen is actually one of them, and he ends up showing up here.
Just feel that there's going to be no action in this game until about 18 minutes into it.
And
who does that benefit, though, guys?
Probably Griffin.
What about Fiora, though?
Yeah.
And Sona. the hyper scaling
I think
support carry.
Just, I look at Fiora running at GP, and I feel like there's very few instances where that works for the GP. So
yeah,
it's very interesting to consider. But we should mention that C9 got a big lead on the first game they played as bot lane.
Yeah, final chapter comes out there as Lehens does get the double root down, but the Devour is in. Zeyzal down to some grey health, but it looks like C9 are going to be able to make their way out. And Sneaky now just going to get to triaging with that W.
But again, remember, they had a big lead with the Heimerdinger comp and didn't really seem to know how to close the game for a long time. So playing 3 lanes, actually allowing Fiora's side lane pressure to close rather than solo kills, hasn't been their forte most recently.
Yeah, and I want to get back to that, but I don't want to jump over this dragon as Griffin takes it. I want to see if C9 is able to contest.
Well, Blabber at the moment not looking like he's going to attempt to, Jat. Unfortunately, he has some Krugs that have been rubber banded towards the bottom side. Chovy not going to find any chains or anything like that to answer the little nap that he took, courtesy of Niski, and this dragon will be taken down without a contest on Griffin's side. Having a look at the gold, however, it is still a slight advantage for C9. And Mountain Drake not going to change team fights so much, although Licorice probably would have liked it for smacking down these turrets.
Yeah, definitely would have helped in the later game. But back to the point of just like trying to piece together these team compositions, if I think back to how the Garen Yuumi took over mid games, they could cut teams in half by just having Garen kind of run between them, and they'd spread, and then they'd pick off the one side of the Yuumi. But while doing that, they'd consistently get a high amount of poke on people. Because the Luden's Yuumi would do that. They can't poke C9. So that is, in a way, that mid-game push back and forth will probably favor C9 because it would force Griffin into really hard engaging, whereas a lot of the time the Garen Yuumi is a poke comp that is just really hard to engage on. So the Sona, in that sense, can counter the poke comp.
There's other nuances in terms of matchups here, specifically mid lane. We saw a lot of Zoe versus LeBlanc over the last kind of year or so.
Yeah.
It's worth knowing that in Korea, what we saw was that it felt like at some point someone was like, yes, LeBlanc's the hard counter, let's run into that. But actually, by the end of the rotation, it is, no, just hit the bubble and you'll always win the trade as Zoe. So it ended up becoming a Zoe-favored matchup on the tail end of this 1v1. So skill expression is definitely still real in a matchup that has now swung both ways.
And Chovy actually closest in CS, I believe, the entire tournament. Now up against Niski, who's having a decent time. Still has the most gold, even without Kleptomancy.
Everyone's rich.
They're switching about. You know, this is getting very, very close. As Saw taking some damage topside.
Yeah, the supports are just feeding each other for the gold. It's weird how Sword is actually the second lowest in the game here, but he is losing lane.
Is it weird?
As Gangplank, who has he has a cull, and he's Gangplank.
He hasn't cashed in the cull yet. He's still investing. Remember Gangplank, the investment banker. That's how that pirate works, is Blabber wants to pick up the Eye of the Herald, does so. C9 make it out, and they are going to be able to take some plates with this one as well. Still 3 minutes before they fall down.
And I feel like C9, at least early on, is adjusting pretty well to Griffin's slower pace. You would almost get Whiplash playing G2 one day and then Griffin the other. The highest combined kills per minute team at Worlds versus the lowest. But now Griffin actually trying to make something happen.
Yeah, final chapter comes down again. Cannon Barrage does absolutely nothing as Zeyzal, no flash available anymore as that Prowling Projectile takes a while to land. Does in the end, and Tarzan says, nope, we ain't diving this one. And Griffin back away.
Zeyzal doesn't have TP, not sure if he has an unsealed spellbook charge. Gonna assume no. Comes to getting that back to base. Still, they're gonna be able to farm, heal each other up, best friends forever. Tahm Kench and Sona. Doesn't matter how many times you nerf the Tahm Kench, he's found a new way to get back into the game to stack up some gold.
Sir Thomas Kench always returns, Papa Smithy. The River King will never leave. But he doesn't have any more summoner spells. Sneaky as well without his flash. So a possible return here for Tarzan, which is probably why he backed away, right? He didn't want to go for any sort of play when they'd already been able to have a successful engagement.
And we talked about how G2 had the perfect draft to beat Griffin. They went super scaling and it worked as TP's coming in.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage onto Tarzan there. He still has the kick. He's going to use it there. Waits for Chovy to make his way down, but the exit there from Blabber, the teleports from just about everyone on C9's side are going to mean that they all survive. However, not able to lock down the Lee Sin.
They can maybe make a play with the Rift Herald here. In fact, they'll jam it instantly. As I mentioned it, Chovy tries to move the minions as much as he can, but only so much he can do. Look at Lee Sin, he has to back, and the TP is invested, and at least the charge will come in truly.
Yep, so they're not going to lose the turret, Will Griffin. However, that is a bit of plate gold, and also taking that outer turret down to half health is definitely high value. Chovy popping over the wall, and it looks like C9 want to continue this one. As Viper with the courage is going to keep himself alive. Grand challenge issued towards the top side. That's Licorice utilizing the riposte for damage as Sword is going to have to flash away. And
now he's
Blabber
flashless.
is here. Gets the extra movement speed. Flash, good sidestep from Sword, but I don't know whether it's going to be enough. As Tarzan comes on down, Sword still alive for so long. The last auto gets there, but first blood goes to Tarzan.
But Blabber still dies for it. That's the Blabber aggression. Some of the reason you sub him in is because he's going for those plays. Some of the reasons you start Svenskeren as well is because he gives it right back. First blood going to Tarzan, missing the cocoon, but still committing hard anyway.
And you never look for measured plays from Blabber. You look for aggression, and it ends up being the 1-for-1. Fiora will get a pretty decent reset from this. That's kind of the only side benefit on the side of Licorice, and guess what? That was a one trade before a first item. Now he'll just trade a plenty because every minion wave is a 300 heal.
Yeah, and with Ravenous Hydra, you can see why Blabber went for that gank so hard. Because, yeah, Licorice will get a big advantage off that, as you mentioned. Sword had to flash away. Blabber's tracking. Actually, a very good sidestep by Sword. If he doesn't have that, he is basically dead in the full combo after a few auto attacks. And then Blabber uses absolutely everything to get in there. Sword got maybe a little minion blocked on the way out, unable to escape.
I feel like Sword, like if he hadn't have sidestepped the cocoon though, he was just straight up dead, and you don't get the return kill and the first blood goal going over to Tarzan. So certainly, fantastic play there from Sword. Want to see more of it here from the top laner that hasn't been the starting top laner for the last little while, only since returning to Worlds, as he retained his spot.
All right.
Blabber underneath the turret, not going to find Chovy as he continues walking all the way back to the distortion, but Chovy's still alive somehow as Blabber eventually takes him down, but that's a 1-for-1. Niski's going to be there. Cannon Barrage for fun, bit of a party, but not going to be able to get anything done there onto Niski.
That's a Blabber. Papa Smithy's just looking at me with his hands up in the air. It's just, that's just what you get. You can't really complain about it. He is killing enemy soul laners, so Niski and Licorice have been able to get free time off of Blabber's plays.
Yeah.
Let's say youthful exuberance.
Youthful exuberance.
Love it. Well, we'll see whether the youthful exuberance is going to continue as we move towards the mid and late game, or whether it's going to be a benefit or a hindrance, I guess is the question, as we have a look at this play one more time. Chovy trying to get the fancy feet and not quite making it work completely.
The Drowsy hits not the paddle star to begin this, so Chovy's half health. We should mention Blabber doesn't care about minion waves. He just goes and face tanks it. This is very aggressive at a minimum.
Chovy swaps back after the GP ultimate had been used, and then, oh wow, landing that root as he swapped back. Big play by Chovy to be able to trade that kill back.
Chovy never question his mechanics. That is rule number one. But C9, they have a 900 gold lead. Things are going fine. Zeyzal on the River King in his natural habitat. Everything working out perfectly as this minion wave pushed towards the turret.
And let's go to the future. Let's skip over another 10 minutes and talk about Baron setups. Consider that C9 have heals for more people than are available for Lehens, because even with his charges, he's not going to be able to heal as much as a Sona, especially when that internal CDR that comes at level 11 and 16 starts to be factored in. There'll be lots of wards for everyone, so certainly vision exhaustion isn't really a thing to talk about. But with that amount of heals, with just the setups here, and the fact that Fiora will incidentally win a side lane, it does feel like if C9 runs for Baron for a while, might take 5-6 minutes, they should find a good lead there.
Well, the Ocean Drake has been started up here, but Chovy still lurking. No cocoon to land as Niski doesn't get the bubble. But Chovy jumps on back, trying to get the damage down. It is a stopwatch. Baited out there from Blabber as Tarzan looking to safeguard himself out. Griffin have been split, and the Drake has been started here on C9's side. That is going to be the wrong LeBlanc. Still going to be taken down very, very low as Chovy trying to use that Corrupting Potion to get himself back up again. Chovy picks up his cat, moves on back, and the dragon is taken here from Blabber. Great kickback there for the disengage from Tarzan, but are they out of the woods just yet? With the safeguard, the answer is yes there for Tarzan, but that's a free dragon for C9.
A crucial timing was not available. Swords, Cannon Barrage, seconds available. Away from being available, used now.
Yep, now going to be coming down in this outer turret is okay. Viper down very low, but he's able to keep himself alive for a lot longer. Grey health eaten at exactly the right time from Zeyzal so that ultimate didn't do enough damage. And Licorice, in the meantime, is just taking structures.
Yeah, these last minute or two have been very promising for C9. Just watching the way that Griffin is trying to interact with this Sona Kench and how ridiculously hard it's going to be for them to kill anyone. I almost feel like for Griffin to win this game, it has to be Tarzan and Chovy just hard carrying picks over and over again, because the 5v5 team fight looks very C9 favorite there.
And I look at the 17 minutes, and I can't help but think that this is more like a 4v4 in a single-player game that the Fiora is set up to win. If nothing's happening or equal amounts of healing and damage are done elsewhere, Fiora gets a turret, is pretty much how it goes, and especially if you try to be a bro on the GP and throw a cannon barrage for your team, you're definitely having to seed a turret because it's another tool you don't have in the 1v1.
Well, Tarzan is going to be able to pick up what feels like his first Rift Scuttler of the game. And Licorice returning towards that top side of the map, looking to try and get some damage down onto inner turrets now, as the Fiora is wont to do. Viper in the mid lane gets some zoomies. He's going to be okay, as Griffin try to tidy this one up. Niski's on the bottom side. Griffin now thinking that they may have an opportunity. And guys, this is really crazy, but I'm thinking that I'm going to have to recommend some Morellonomicons this game. Because C9 have so much healing, the value for that one is really high. And I'd really like to see Executioner's Callings from anyone as well. Like, just stop the healing, guys.
Who would you like to buy the Executioner's Calling, Atlas?
Sword.
He's not actually around to apply it.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, Cannon Barrage can do it.
It's actually not bad in the 1v1,
Yeah.
but then you still probably die.
I think it's definitely the right call. Cash that call, buy Executioner's Calling.
Well, that's only 6 to go. And he's not going to be able to afford the whole Executioner's Calling with that money, but we've seen Gangplanks with more issues than that when it comes to trying to afford things. That Nomad's Medallion from the last game certainly coming to mind is Chovy. That was really cute from Niski, actually. I believe avoided the chain by going under it.
And honestly, if I see an Executioner's Call, I'm just ganking his top side.
Speaking of ganking, Licorice, that is not going to be enough. The riposte is going to be invested there as he gets on over, but there's a blast cone. Cannon Barrage this time is going to work out as Tarzan finishes it with a resonating strike, and that is no longer the Fiora on the map, and maybe an advantage for Griffin if Chovy can outplay this.
Well, we've seen this before. Blabber's willing to trade.
Yeah, well, it's double distortion, get himself over the wall, but
just out of
didn't
range.
Click him quite quick enough.
And even though that was a kill for Griffin, what do they really get out of it? Because C9 is able to send Blabber to the other side of the map, pick up a turret. Yes, Sword gets a little bit of farm. Really, they have to be able to do something here to this Sona Kench, which, believe me, it's pretty hard to do.
They might be able to get topside turret because you don't want to TP in. It's dead already. We didn't even see the health bar there. Licorice does not want to teleport to it, even if it was healthier. So it is still structure for structure with a kill advantage to the side of Griffin, but I'm kind of with you, Jat, in that where is the point of ingress where Griffin are trading up with a meaningful lead rather than kind of incremental and what seems to be an overall picture that we can't help but be thinking is C9 favorite.
Well, as it ticks over 20 minutes, we need to start talking about the Baron, and neither team really has a lot of Baron damage. Bit of biffo there in the mid lane for the bottom laners, but nothing going to come of it. How are we supposed to set up for these Baron fights that are going to feel like slow motion after a lot of these
You put down 700,000 wards and then try to pick somebody.
We're going to need some more Nomad's Medallions, guys.
Well, the thing is, both teams have 2 sight stones as well.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
third,
that's true.
maybe.
That's why I'm saying it. They got a lot of wards.
Yeah, a lot of wards, a lot of sweepers, so it's hard to see. Also, again, a fight with no Cannon Barrage. Let's see what happens.
It's going to be a lot of roots, though, coming in from that final chapter. Niski down to half health, but Chovy is almost just straight up dead. The stun does come in. Chovy's surviving for so long. Crescendo onto 3, but nothing's going to come of it. And now C9 just going to regen all of that health. WWW from Sneaky.
Not often does the war of attrition go against a very farmed Lahend on this Yumi's sword.
Oh my goodness, that was a lot of damage onto the gangplank.
But you can see the battery of Sona keeping everyone absolutely full health. The Ocean Drake helping out so well with that.
Yeah, a bit of frustration there from Viper as well as he dives on forward. The teleport to get in towards the backside is there finally. It is going to be the Cannon Barrage, and Viper flashing on top of Zazel. Great timing on the stopwatch as Viper eventually gets that kill, but that is going to be a late flash there from Chovy. Gets himself out, but will no longer be able to participate. Somehow Griffin have limped away from the fight with a kill, but they don't have an advantage.
And Licorice isn't even there. Licorice is getting the advantage on the side lane. They're getting the mid turret and a side turret off of this.
Still the incremental advantage goes the way of C9. They get 2 turrets for all of those hiders. Niski?
Yeah, big flash out there from Chovy. Keeps himself alive. I believe that was a distortion, but now C9 will be able to move towards the bottom side of the map. Just feels like they're playing with more members on the map.
2 turrets, a Mountain Drake C9. And this is with only level 10 previously on Sneaky. He just incrementally got to level 11, 40% CDR. and level 16, they win those wars of attrition even harder.
Yeah, and since the global audience isn't that familiar with carry Sona, the level 11 and level 16 breakpoints are very important because when Sona puts more points in her R, her basic ability cooldowns decrease as well. So a 40% CDR Sona that is level 16 is more equivalent to like 65% CDR on her Qs and just as a disco machine.
Again, heals, poke. It takes a very long time for anyone to die here. Chovy's clone goes down, the only real meaningful thing at the start. Chovy falls low, but it's so hard to actually kill anyone unless Viper gets an assassination.
Yeah, this is the Axe make your move out of the way from C9 as they're barreling down your mid lane. As we jump back to live and Chovy has connected a chain. Not going to quite get there as Lehens pops on in, gets some zoomies. And Griffin are going to be all right for now, but this is the lane that we need to talk about because Licorice feels like he's been playing PvE.
Yeah, and he has no reason to ever stop playing PvE.
Agreed.
It would probably be a mistake if he actually arrives for a 5v5 team fight in this game.
Oh my goodness, almost a one-shot there onto Chovy. He's moving on out. They chose the right clone. As he gets over the wall, the zoomies are going to keep him alive. But Griffin, even all of these little pokes are helping on C9's side because it opens the floor to the Fiora to do even more. Now going to be taking away some puppies from Tarzan.
Longer we think about it, the more the blind Fiora feels like a master stroke. It's a different type of read on Griffin than G2, but cut from a similar class. Still some scaling element with the Sonatam, the Fiora, and its inevitability. Speaking of inevitabilities, Baron starts. Will take a bit of time.
There's no vision from Griffin. They're going to check. Garen's going to be able to come and check this, but with the Mountain Drake, it'll still not go down fast.
No, come on, chat. What are you talking about?
So if they had
slow motion, chat.
If they had 3 Mountain Drakes,
they can't get them. There's only one left.
Well, they'll be able to get at
they had
least 2.
2 Mountain Drakes.
It would have been at 4,000 health, chat.
No.
They could have just stayed there in 50-50.
Meanwhile,
Licorice is just going to take an inhibitor turret, so that's the reasoning there. Sword with a bit of a frustration ultimate, but Viper is making his way in. That's going to be 4 people invested. The Baron has started. You better get this kill, Griffin. Otherwise, you're going to take absolutely nothing. Eventually, he's taken down, but the Baron is getting the same treatment. A teleport going to come in. Could still be the 50-50 if he doesn't get over the wall. It wasn't the smite that took the Baron. However, it was definitely C9.
Big play by C9. That's a death that is absolutely worth it for Licorice if they can convert Barons like that. Even with the slow Baron plus Mountain Drake, it takes so long to go and kill that even with Viper using his teleport, it doesn't matter.
It just feels like C9 a Bobo the Clown. You punch it in the face, it snaps back up again, and all its elasticity giggles at you as you lose a turret, as you lose an inhibitor turret, as you lose a Baron. You just can't land a knockout punch on Cloud9.
Nope. And that was just a straight-up outplay in that Baron call. So 25.5 minutes into the game, C9, they already had absolute control, and now it only gets worse, augmented with that Baron buff.
Yeah, nobody can match Licorice. And then also, Griffin doesn't have the team composition to force a good 5v5 or 5v4 onto C9 because of the disengage that they have from the Sona Tom Kench. So C9 is in an incredibly good situation if they can continue to pull this off.
I was so confident about where this game was going, about the fact that while Griffin have tools conventionally, the conventions went out when 700 supports were locked in and everyone was farming gold, sharing it.
The hard engage, we're looking for it here as the Devour is used. Sneaky flashes away, but importantly, he is still alive. Viper.
Why is Licorice there?
He's so lucky as Licorice is going to dive into the back of the fight. Tarzan goes down low, but the Fiora is dead. The Sona dies as well. Griffin may have found it. 3 kills now onto their roster, and Griffin can chase. That is definitely something that's in their wheelhouse, and now without Sona, they have to get the heck out of there.
It's a 3-for-1 for Griffin when C9 has Baron, and instead of just hard disengaging, C9 felt obliged to go in. Licorice ends up just teleporting in to die, even though he trades a kill onto Tarzan, and that Baron power play is in the negatives now.
Exactly, it seemed like an inevitability. They break the inhibitor given the Baron buff, and Fiora. Chovy's still poking onto Niski and Zeyzal against the run of play.
Cannon Barrage comes in as Niski has to flash, gets out of the way of the final chapter, but Griffin now set their eyes onto the inhibitor turret as Lehens gets on out of there. Remember, this team does not have any siege whatsoever. It's just the Yuumi and I guess the LeBlanc that can get in there for that one, so Griffin back away.
And most crucially, they had no minion wave to actually kill that a inhibitor turret. Let's watch the replay, and I believe it was the final chapter, yeah? Just Garen comes in, of course cannot stop his slows. They get the stun, and there was just no full disengage available as the deep teleport from Licorice was ill-advised.
Yeah, and it's because Sneaky took so much damage at the start of the fight before the Tahm Kench Devourer could get him that he's unable to support Fiora when he goes in there. Cloud9 really need to stay quite grouped up and just kind of hope that they don't get connected on by those barrel chains. That's, I think, their best way to victory. And by grouped up, I mean Blabber down. Licorice should be in the side lane.
You get one stumble. That was what we would call a stumble from Cloud9 in spite of everything that we talked about. Actually going to push away from the exposed inhibitor for now, as Licorice does not have his teleport up. Bamba power play.
Oh my goodness.
It's in the negatives.
Yeah, not too negative though, onto C9's side, and they will hold on to about a 700 gold lead at 28 minutes. But now, Griffin considering something more as we head our sights back towards the mid lane, and the Mountain Drake is available once again. Tarzan thinking about a solo.
Yeah, and if Griffin want to go for another fight, they have flash windows. They burned so many flashes in that last fight, so there's a higher chance that Lehans and Viper would be able to get on top of Cloud9 and actually make an impact if they go while those flashes are still down.
And actually, they have an initiator, an unlikely one. When flashes are down, is here we go.
Yeah,
Blabber
dives in, doesn't get the chain onto Blabber, who jumps up into the sky, will survive for the moment, but now Tarzan's looking for him. The flash does come out, as now Chovy just going to be eating blast cones and jumping around this map. They're going to survive, and now C9 playing like they're in a little bit more trouble than they were before.
Especially because Licorice doesn't have side pressure. The fact that Licorice was forced into a recall because C9 had to give up mid lane priority means that Griffin is actually starting to fight back in this game.
And this is where the tricky execution of playing a side lane champion for an NA team will become more trickier. They have a teleport disadvantage, even though they have a split push advantage. And the champion I want to talk about, unlikely initiator, is the GP, because the GP slow.
Yeah.
At this point, with no flashes up and with everyone trying to disengage each other but not be able to have too much mobility, is something that can catch them napping.
And the next Baron is up in 1 minute and 15 seconds. So Griffin is doing their reset right now. Everyone's buying the max amount of control words. Viper didn't. He doesn't have the gold too, so that's his excuse. I think that's valid.
Okay, just needed to finish off his item there as okay. Chovy gets some zoomies back as Licorice is now in the mid lane with his team, but there's the connection onto Blabber. Does land himself the cocoon. Zazel now has that Devourer on cooldown. Griffin, they may have found another team fight. There's the crescendo, but Sneaky only finds one, and Griffin are still on the chase. They do manage to get down the zone. A huge kick into the back line from Tarzan. The grand challenge is not one you want, Licorice. As Griffin, they don't lose anyone, and now they're going to be able to find the Fiora. Goes golden at the last second, but look at that spinning top of a Garen, and Viper takes down the top laner.
And that's the relentlessness of Griffin. They somehow managed to kill Sneaky through Tahm Kench, and now 5 strong with double Mountain. Let's see how fast they take this Baron.
That was like 4 hard engages in the matter of 4 seconds.
And you have to talk about, A, the flash windows, but importantly, the fact that I don't think C9 can read correctly the threat windows of this Garen-Yuumi combo, because with the Swifty Boots, with the Dead Man's Plate, with the Zoomies even, this Garen is just being a solo initiator, and 2 times in a row, they've been caught napping while trying to cross-map.
The terrifying thing is that Viper didn't have to invest his flash into that. No. So he still has Q flash ability in the next fight, and let's check out the replay.
Because they're trying to, again, make something out of Licorice with no teleport up, and they just get run down. First Blabber, then Zazel. The moment Niski, Sneaky, Licorice can do anything, watch Licorice while Sneaky's getting popped. He's just trying to find an angle.
Yeah, Licorice and Niski never were able to retaliate any damage while that chase is happening through. That's the type of stuff they'd either need to be able to do, or while they're spending all this time running away, Licorice would need to be in a side lane. The fact that Griffin has corralled C9 is one of the reasons they're pulling this off.
They're doing it again as Licorice does get the riposte, but Viper is no cares in the world. Lays down the gigantic sword, and that is another dead Fiora. Not able to get any split push work done. That inhibitor turret fell a long time ago on the bottom side of the map, and now it's all Griffin.
Chovy!
We're trying to get it. No, it's turned around! Sneaky with the heals, helps out his Elise, locking down that kill. And now Griffin, without their mid laner, this could be a huge problem. Viper trying to spin himself away. Griffin, they're not going to be thwarted just yet, and Sword is on the bottom side of the map. That could have bought some time for C9.
Potentially a game-saving cocoon from Blabber there, because they were just going to poke and prod C9 to get open inhibitors, but now that it is a 4v4, Griffin may not have the ability to break this base.
Especially because of how much Baron time was. That's still 2 minutes on the Baron buff, so the War of Attrition would have gone the way of Griffin there, so they get a deep breath. Remember, Chovy can't teleport back in, so there is a bit of a back window there. Sneaky takes a casual 70% of his health bar.
That was a big barrel from Sword there. Nice work weaving that one through. Says the empowered back timing is going to mean that the cocoon is not going to land onto the GP. C9 able to get outside of their base. It hasn't been broken yet, but the gold lead is in favor of Griffin now, but only 2.4 thousand. This is still anyone's game.
It is anyone's game, and this game has defied expectations in a number of different ways.
We're learning things here, Jad. This is tricky.
We're
I feel like
figuring it out on the
barely
fly.
knew what the expectations were, Jad.
Garen better hyper carry than Sona?
It's seeming increasingly yes, because here's let's talk about.
I'm making a tier list here. Help me out.
We were talking about how no problem. They'll have disengage as TP out attempt here. We're getting interrupted.
Not going to work out there. As see you later, Fiora.
But then, but then the other thing is also Griffin is just more coordinated than C9. That's what we're also learning. And something about Svenskeren versus Blabber that I talked about in North America is that the early game was better with Blabber, but the mid and late was always better with Svenskeren. So I think there will be lots of questions about C9's roster choices from here on out.
Well, Griffin are going to look for this siege now onto C9. Remember, late game team fights were what this team was known for. As this turret now going very low, that is a very long chain to land onto Blabber, but he's going to survive for the moment, and Zeyzal with the Devour gets rid of that empowered siege minion. Griffin, they only have 30 seconds left on that Baron power play, and Sword has dealt with the mid lane inhibitor turret. Just too many open doors on C9's side of the map. 10 seconds left until Licorice is back available. Chovy connects another chain. Takes a lot of damage for it, but there's the cannon barrage. We're going for another hard engage, waiting for the final chapter to be read out here from Lehens, but he's going to hold on to it for the moment. Finally throws that one out. Doesn't find any of the snares, but they do find 2 inhibitors, and Griffin has laid waste to C9's base.
And now with 2 inhibitors down, there never really will be a window for Licorice to pull off a split push. His teleport was interrupted and will not be off cooldown till maybe after this game is over. And small point I was trying to get to is that C9 kept trying to set up in mid lane with Sneaky and Niski as a siege duo. How long the lane was with inner turrets down on both sides is why they kept getting run down. They returned to the scene of the crime a second time, and that seems to be the death knell, because suddenly there needs to be a very creative way to flip the script by C9.
And now double Mortal Reminder completed. 1 for Sword, 1 for Viper. Morellonomicon done for Chovy as well. The heals from Sneaky are going to be largely thwarted on the side of Griffin. And now, as you can see, it was a landmass for C9, but now they're into the red ocean of Griffin's gold lead.
Yeah, that's exactly what we just saw. It's awesome.
I felt like I was aggrandizing just a little bit, but Griffin now setting up for the next Baron. That's going to be another minute and a half away, but they want control of this river.
Yeah, and also C9 doesn't have that long because they need to send someone bottom and they don't have teleport on Licorice. So they'd have to send Sneaky bottom, and even if a late game Sona can be stacked, they can't wave clear. So they're actually just trying to get something done by sending all 5 people mid.
Well, they are going to be able to take down this inner turret. Maybe they're going to go for some sort of brute force play. Blabber, I believe, is the villain at the moment. Chovy gets on over, finds Zeyzal, roots him up there with the chain. But not going to continue
might get caught
forward.
here again.
I mean, they're just trying to keep C9 busy as much as possible because Sword's taken side waves as the bot lane is crashing. If now they push C9 all the way back here, then they can turn for the spawn of Baron in 50 seconds.
Yeah, 45 onto that one now as Licorice has to deal with so many super creeps that have caved in. And now the cannon barrage onto 4 members. A lot of damage is down. What the heck happened to Blabber? He explodes with the pistol shot coming in from Sword. And now Niski dives forward, but so does Chovy. They're going to find the damage. It's going to be Niski making his way back to the fountain. No summoner spells available as Griffin turn up. The barrels are huge, and now with every inhibitor down, it's Griffin looking for a possibility to win the game. Chovy tries to find Licorice, but that's a great riposte. Keeps him alive.
With 3 inhibitors down and the jungler dead, Griffin is really full of options. You have to credit Sword there for that GP play. It looked like he 1v4'd, had the whole team running away from him and still killed Blabber. We're having these discussions about Garen versus Sona scale, and GP also has an argument.
And we were also having conversations about Sword and why he was on this roster, right? If he's going to play like this is absolutely the right call from Griffin. So Sword attempting to silence the haters, maybe one step closer now as look at that gorgeous barrel chain.
Yeah, that did half the health, and then the cannon barrage started. The pistol shot. It's 843 barrel crit onto Elise. That's about half a health. And down into the death chamber. Sword putting it together. 1-0 on the GP lifetime, seeming like 2-0 on the cards.
That's 100% win rate, Papa Smithy. My kind of sample size as well.
Limited.
Yeah, very limited. But 100%, 100%, and Sword looking for the second win and to put them one step over Cloud9 as we move towards the second round robin. Only one more match of that first round robin to come after this one.
Don't forget, this is G2's group. They will play in the last match of the day. The head-to-head between Griffin and C9 with HKA at the moment as a afterthought suggests that it's whoever honestly gets the advantage between these two, and it seems like Griffin will get the first.
Yeah, trying to close this one out, but they're going to still have to do it. A lot of short-range champions here, but Viper gets a Q onto this Nexus turret. Chovy off to the side. Licorice trying to get that fight in, but Viper is so incredibly fast. He is going to go down to the GAs. The final chapter is going to come through. Devour down for Zeyzal is so huge onto Licorice to get him back to the fountain and keep him alive, but Griffin still have everyone up, and they've got so many super creeps bearing down on C9.
Access to the fountain and also Sona means a lot of healing. We can retool this once more.
Yep, also still has the Guardian Angel, so Licorice is very dangerous here for Griffin. They've got a long way to get back as well, but look at these super creeps. The Baron buff still going to be there as well as Chovy has to flash to get out of the turret range as now Blabber goes up into the sky, no longer has that repel, and look at these Nexus turrets. They're just getting berated by all of these minions. It's just insane. Zeyzal, another great activation of the Grey Health, and C9 have kept themselves alive, but there is an army that's on Griffin's side trying to bear down on this Nexus.
Licorice
into the backside. Yeah, Licorice looking for some shot to find it. Gets the grand challenge for all that extra healing as well, but you can see the Nexus is now bare. C9, they found Tarzan. He's
Griffin
desperately
can't end.
looking for the Nexus. Okay, Lahen's final chapter, but it's not going to be that whatsoever as Griffin have to get out of there.
This is just absurd. Like, they have every possible minion hitting C9's base, and C9 have so few tools to even deal with the minions, but Licorice dive bombs the backline,
You're welcome,
gets
Jamie.
kills, a mid-inhib
Please follow our
respawns, and C9 repelled the push.
That is the Spear of
please
Shojin,
follow our
level
page.
18 Fiora, putting out the sick deeps and also having a lot of crowd control depending on how often he can hit people with his riposte. They're looking for exit kills here.
Oh, he doesn't have a Yumi with him.
Cocoon is
He's
going to land.
still going.
He also runs really fast.
Yeah.
Dead Man's Plate and Swifty boots.
I mean, Sona's fast too.
No,
I can see why they didn't
You
change.
can sing as much Songs of Celerity at me as you want, Jap, but you ain't catching up to that guy. As we have a look at this fight one more time, it was a bit of a disaster, but it was a lot of fun.
Little things like being able to pop into the fountain and the Sona, they had kind of two fountains here, meant that there was never enough of a health bar advantage with this many super minions pushing in, and then Licorice just goes in the backline. Rambo, he had the GA advantage out of after popping it earlier. Somehow Teamfight Fiora has proven to be a trump card in extending the length of this game.
Yeah, and it's almost like Griffin just disconnected. We talk about this team as having that hive mind, but something certainly went wrong.
Look at that!
All right, here we
The
go.
Elder Drake.
Let's 5v5 with the Elder Drake. There's actually not a huge inherent advantage.
TP wards available. Griffin can look for a backdoor too.
Yeah, and Viper
they
is
could.
the one with that teleport available. Sword doesn't, Chovy
He could take
doesn't.
Yumi with him.
One goes out.
he's
The
got like a
last
few
one would have
seconds.
to be teleported on now. It dies as well.
Griffin very good at getting multiple teleports onto wards into enemy bases, though. We've seen this one before.
The famous Evelyn ult backwards
yeah.
and teleport end for Griffin against SKT earlier this year. They pulled back. They couldn't have known the health bars or the amount of time those wards would last. So smarter C9 to recall here, even though we had the extra information about the length of time on those wards. And suddenly,
The base is
stack
repaired.
Elder. Repaired is a strong word.
I mean, there's none of the things that fight back.
If your
However,
boat has
the
holes
big bad
on it and you
guys-
put band-aids, is it repaired?
The inhibitor looks brand new.
Does it float? Does it float, guys?
Amazon priority shipping.
Well, Griffin now powered up with that Elder Drake. Looking to try and once again rid Cloud9 of their inhibitors. Half health on the mid outer, but C9 still have the opportunity for a fight if they can find one. Remember, only one of these inhibitors needs to go down, and then 5 members of Griffin can all run towards this Nexus and possibly just take it down.
They need buddy system here to repel, though, so there should be a 3-lane push that gets them at least one inhibitor bloodlessly. But with Song of Celerity and people walking up, that time is not yet now.
Yep, it's a 1-2-2 happening, but 1-3, and boom goes Niski. See you later, that's the final chapter. It comes in, it grabs the killer now, C9 without their Zoe. Chovy jumping back and forth as that is a gigantic cannon barrage. So much damage here onto C9. Remember, there are no structures left. Griffin's going to find the Tom Catch. Licorice into the backline though, gets the grand challenge, but he's down to that GA.
Alright, next game is HQ Esports versus
Viper gonna start
G2
on
Esports.
this Nexus. And they were weird, they were
It's Hong
wonderful,
Kong
the team
versus
compositions
Europe.
were crazy, but Griffin have found it in the end. Another
Alright.
ultimate in the one team
Nice
fight
game.
from Lehens. And the
GG.
last Q secures it for Griffin and puts them 2-1 at the end of their round robin.
You know, Jack, we've been casting League of Legends for more than a decade if we put our numbers together, and
Tapos
yet
ko na
there's
si
probably
Waiting
never
Rise,
been a game
tapos naman
quite
na.
like that that defied expectation, draft
Tignan ko kung ano itsura ng
expectation,
Waiting Rise.
execution. That was weird and wonderful, to say the least.
Yeah, watching
Mas
Faker
kumain
come
ng
back,
internet nito.
back to the World Championship after 7
Sige,
years.
sige. Ah,
Happened at the start of the
lumabas ng
day. Getting to see what
Scott
happens with Garen Yumi versus Sona Tom Kench.
Where's Rice?
Potentially a highlight. Greater than the first one, depending on how you look at it.
It was a light. I'm more towards the low light side, but sure, yeah.
Kumain ng ano, ng-
Absolutely.
Have we proven
resources tong
which is better
si,
out
ano.
of the Garen Yumi and the Sona Tom Kench? Because we have a fun fact. The Garen Yumi didn't die at all this entire game.
It's true. He spun a lot
Grabe, kumain
and
ng
won
si, ano.
at least once.
Patay lang muna natin nung lakas kumain ng ano ng
I
CPU.
actually still don't know what duo is better, but I know Griffin was better in this game because it did feel like when we were going through the first 20 or 25 minutes, it felt like C9 was going to have the answers. It felt like they'd be able to group, split push with Licorice. There was going to be nothing they could do, yet Griffin found a way.
That's the crazy thing, is that for a lot of it we thought the side lane push would be enough, and yet if we really think about what the winning point was fundamentals. It was how to play multiple lanes when a TP disadvantage is there, how far up is safe.
Yeah.
Those are the things, those decisions that, again, people say with Svenskeren are a little bit more ordered. They were scattered twice, got ran down, a couple of inhibitors rolled down. Yes, it took a while, but it did feel Griffin favored from there.
Yep, and Griffin are going to now be at 2-1 in
Yo,
that
guys,
group. So to
please
break
follow
down
our
that
page.
doozy
Yung
of a
mga hindi pa po
game,
nakapag-follow
let's send
ang
it
page
over to
namin.
the State Farm analyst desk.
So follow lang, hit nyo lang yung follow page.
Thank you so much, Atlas. A doozy indeed. And you might say,
Last game-
wow,
last
that
game na
late game
yung-
was so intense, so many fights.
G2
But we
Esports
want to
versus
take a look
HQ
at the
Esports.
real epicness that took place.
Oh, yeah, let's get straight into the
this
good
game.
stuff.
Let's get this
Alat
replay
ang
up on
ano.
screen because, you know, rarely have we
Ang
seen
C9.
this amount of action and explosiveness in a game at Worlds.
And this is what it was going to come down to. Can C9 Sneaky withstand the mechanical prowess of a championship player like Viper on one of his classy picks?
Just a beautiful thing to watch. You see right there, he walks up, he presses Q, and then he backs up, and he waits for the Q to come up again.
Honestly, it was a beautiful display of talent between the two bot laners.
Sorry, hindi pala
When we saw the
HQ.
draft initially,
Sorry.
we thought, oh, it's going to
It's
be boring. What
G2
can we
Esports
expect? But
versus
then when we
Hong Kong
got into
attitude
the
pala, sorry.
game, it was like a dance of blades and beauty. And,
Yeah.
okay, it was really drawn out. It wasn't that exciting.
Uzi, eat your heart out.
All right.
The whole
back on
point,
track.
the whole point of Sona Tom Kench is it's supposed to outscale the Garen Yumi because the principle is that you have so much sustain that you mitigate all of the Yumi poke, and every time you try to all in, the Tom Kench provides the safety and the peel. And later on into the game, it pretty much becomes impossible to engage on this 4 while the Fiora split pushes.
I actually love the draft. This is basically what I was asking for in pregame. You have this defensive bot lane that can scale and chill on their own. You have a heavy focus on the solo lanes. Licorice could easily win the game through the side lane. But again, it felt like a repeat of the Heimer game where they just didn't know how to play the side lanes. They weren't confident in the split push, even though Licorice had laned great.
And we have no camera here when we're watching the game, but Azael was actually going through a slow descent into madness as this game progressed. And his first replay is going to begin.
I'm still there.
This first replay is going to show, though, how this is supposed to work for C9 because they pulled it off in the mid game.
Yeah, I mean, when you have a look at this, Licorice is already looking to break the base. I think this is about 25 minutes in, and you have to send so many members down. Because we're saying right now, can he 2v1? Can he actually turn this into an advantage? So you have to send Gary Numi as well.
Yeah, 4 members coming down from Griffin. It got them the Baron. He built purely for the 1v1. The Shojin is incredible against the GP because it gives you essentially infinite Qs to chase him down. I thought when they cracked the base here, they were set up to win the game.
Yeah. And this is it. This is the basic principle of what C9's draft was supposed to do, but I believe this was the fight where things started to go wrong. Notice how on the initial engage, they actually can't kill the Sona, but a crucial mistake here comes in from Sneaky, and a great kick from Tarzan. Look how the Sona gets knocked up, and then loses all the HP, and then the dive can continue. And the moment the Sona is gone, now all of the sustain, all of the damage disappears from Cloud9, and Griffin can continue the chase.
So are you saying it came down to being outscaled in that draft or in that game, or those mechanical little misplays in those fights?
Well, I think there were 2 core execution errors. The first one is Sneaky's performance, but also Licorice TPing into these fights when he doesn't need to.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem for me. You know, the fight should have never even happened, right? You know, if Sneaky flashes away, they should just be running for their lives with Sona E, while Licorice is running down the side lane to the open inhibitor that he already opened up, right? Then everyone goes to Licorice, your group starts pushing again. This is what split push is, but instead, he's TPing in, he trades a kill, but he dies, and they lose control of the map.
Frustrating game to watch from the side of C9, but we then have to commend, I think, Griffin in those late game team fights when they went in constantly and put the pressure on Cloud9 in order to get the win in this game.
Yeah, and there's a couple of back-to-back fights, and we're going to take a look at the last one, but this is just the power of being so late game with something like a LeBlanc or a Gangplank. They have legitimate one-shot potential. I think that you have a lot of that out of something like an Elise in the mid-game, but when the game got to this stage, they really were just sitting ducks in the base.
I just found it so hilarious how both teams couldn't really kill each other, and how surprisingly close it actually was. In the end, it took an Elder Drake on the side of Griffin to actually successfully close out the game, and it just goes to show how difficult it was for Griffin to actually close out against this comp.
And again, we were left with a bit of questions about Griffin, right? And this is again a tricky one for me to break down.
This answers none of my questions, Jocks. I still have so many, if not more.
Luckily, there's a whole nother round robin. So what are the main takeaways after this game?
I mean, an answer to the question for me that they can't compete with G2, because I think the level they've shown is just not up to par with the top of the group, right? You know, I wanted to see, if Griffin was going to win this game, I wanted to see them dominate. I wanted to see them come out and show us a really impressive game of League.
And the thing is, diversity is key if you can play diverse comps. If you can't, just go back to doing what you're really good at. And I think that we saw a very confused lineup against a very confused lineup when this game was played out. However, I will say, Sword had a better performance than I would think in the late game.
We called him out before, but that Gangplank was hitting the barrel.
It was, and I think that I'm surprised by how Licorice did end up playing towards the end, and I'm sure C9 are going to be frustrated because that game was theirs, and they had an opportunity to win it, and unfortunately they threw it.
Heartbreaker for them. Griffin takes away the win, and Laura is standing by for an interview with Griffin's Land.
To the interview.
Griffin just won against Cloud9 after a very intense game, and I'm here with Lehend. Lehend, thank you for joining me. It took you guys a long time to come ahead because even though you had a lot of kills, you were still behind in terms of gold and map control. So what was the key moment of the game for you?
우선 팽팽한 경기였는데 승리 너무 축하드립니다. 그리핀이 킬로 많이 앞서감에도 불구하고 사실 운영 쪽으로나 골드 쪽에서는 C9한테 약간 휘말린 느낌이 있었는데 게임 어느 순간이 전환점이었나요?
일단 미드 쪽에서 다 같이 싸움을 하자고 해서 한타를 이긴 데부터 그때부터 조금 할만하다 이런 생각을 했던 것 같습니다.
I think the turning point was when we said, okay, let's group meet and fight. And from that team fight, from that moment, we were ahead.
Aggressivity as we like it now. About the matchup bot lane. We know Sonatam Kench, we know Garen Yumi, but we don't often see them match together on the Rift. So talk me through the decision from Cloud9 to play this bot lane against you.
바텀 상성에 대해서 얘기를 나눠볼게요. 사실 가렌 유미도 많이 보았고 소나탐 캐치도 많이 봤는데 둘이 같은 경기에 나오는 건 처음인 것 같은데 그거에 대해서 한마디 부탁드립니다.
일단 저는 저는 솔직히 어떤 매치업을 해도
Kaya ba salta ng
자신이
Korea? Parang
있어서
Japanese yung Korea. Yung sasalta niya.
그냥 재밌었던 것 같아요.
But you know, whatever the
Ay,
matchup,
Griffin
I'm
ba?
always
Sorry.
confident, so I just enjoyed the game. Like,
Do you think it was a
Korean
good
to?
decision
Griffin.
from them, though?
클라우나인이 이 드래프트를 했을 때 좀 좋은 결정이라고 생각하시나요?
Kaya Korean.
그 벤픽. 네.
Pero parang siyang ano eh. Kung nagsalta parang
네.
Japanese.
그냥 실력 싸움이었던 것 같습니다. 서로 견해가
Hi guys, good
서로
morning
맞는
sa ating
쪽이
mga bagong
이기는
dating din dyan.
픽이었던 것 같습니다.
So I think it was a good decision because
May
it's
kusog
only
lang ako
up to
please
skills
follow
of
up
your
o follow naman yung
performance.
page
So
nyo.
yeah.
Okay, now about mental state. I talked to
Follow the
Tarzan
page,
yesterday,
please.
and he told me that you
Parang
still had to
awa niyo
work
na.
on some mistakes you guys make. Do you
Mali
feel
yung usawa
like
ng follows.
with this victory against Cloud9,
We need
you're finally
1,000
getting there?
follows.
어제
hit
당선서
lang natin
인터뷰를
yung 1,000
했는데
followers.
약간
Masaya
아직도
na ako.
실수가 많이 나온다고 그렇게 답변을 해주셨어요. 그럼 지금 약간 그 실수들을 좀 보완되고 있다고 느끼시나요?
일단 저는 잘하기 때문에 다른 사람은 모르겠습니다.
But you know, I think I'm doing well, so I don't really know about the others.
Well, you just need your teammates to match you then. Now, a lot of people were waiting for you to qualify to World Championships, and you have a lot of fans here. So, is there anything you would like to say to them?
여기 많은 팬들이 사실 그리핀 팬들이 되게 많고요. 많은 사람들이 응원하고 계신데 영어로 한마디 부탁드려요.
Thanks for sharing. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Lihans, for the interview. Thank you, Hajin, for the translation, as always.
Alright. So G2, wala pang talo G2. So para sila ng SKT T1. Wala pang talo. Kung nanalo sila rito, wala silang talo. Tomorrow, there will be no game. Ang next game na ay susunod araw. Siguro mag-giveaway sila sa ano. Sa 10th anniversary ng 10th anniversary ng League of Legends. Tomorrow, hopefully, mag-isang umaga. Stream ko yung Riot Please na broadcast nila. We'll see what's in there.
Griffin's going to find the Tom Kench. Licorice into the backline though, gets the grand challenge, but he's down to that GA. Tarzan grabs his opposite number, and there's the spin to win.
Okay, another poll. So marami nag-vote kanina sa Griffin. Tama naman. Tama rin yung bet ko sa league. Kasi wala pa akong nabubuong straight na tama.
Welcome to Assist
May
with the
nabuo na ba
Week,
kayong straight
presented
na
by
tama?
State Farm. Up 1-0 against Royal Youth. Clutch decided to play keep away from Closer, taking his red buff yet again. Royal Youth had enough and collapsed quickly, taking out DeMonte. Huni stayed in the engagement just long enough for Lyra to charge in and pop up Closer, Armut, and Seal before ulting them in place for Huni to lay on the damage and escape with just a sliver of health.
State Farm. 5 minutes pa. Sa Berlin nangyayari itong itong ginaganap tong itong group stage. Not sure kapag ka quarterfinals, semifinals, kung lilipat sila sa Paris. Kasi ang World Championship sa gaganapin sa Paris, no? Sa Paris siya gaganapin. Pa-follow naman ng page, oh. Come on please, guys. Pa-follow ng page. Kung di pa kayo naka-follow, or comment lang kayo ng exclamation point notify para automatic follow at nakapag-comment pa kayo. Sitay lang natin to. Anyway, hindi ako magkatagal dito. Hindi pa ako nakalabas dyan sa monitor nyo. Umi-exit din ako. Ayaw ko kasi yung magpapalabas ng ganito na salita ako ng salita. Gusto ko ma-enjoy nyo yung tawag dyan, yung laban na walang nagdadaan. Pero habang ganito tayo, habang nasa preparation pa for the next game, kwentuhan muna tayo. Sino ang gusto nyo manalo sa ngayong taon na to? Ako gusto kong bumalik, kumambak ang SKT team. Okay. Ang Invictus actually natalo siya kahapon eh. Sino nga ba nakatalo sa kanya? Si Damon din. Victus is a reigning, sila yung reigning team, ano? Sila yung nanalo last year. Victus team. So hopefully SKT1 will come back. Ito siguro itong secret lang. Mas mahal yata ang secret lang. Mahal na ito ngayon kasi na sa league na eh. Sa league eh. Alienware. Promising din doon GT Esports ngayon doon. Ganda rin yung mga galaw nila. Kasi ito sa mga inaay na mag-champion. PSN din ako sa PSN tuloy yung liquid pala sa touch game wala po. Start na tayo.
Yeah, I think if we manage to go 3-0 playing against HK, it would mean that we have like a lot of freedom to drop a game and still be like fine. We can still bounce back. That's like kind of the theme of G2. Also during like the regular split in our region is that we have like a really good start, and then once we are secured, we can do whatever we want, and then maybe we'll lose a game. But yeah, I mean, it will just like be good for our confidence, and hopefully not too overconfident, but it'll for sure be a nice feeling. Yeah?
Well, we'll see whether Wonder is going to be confident heading into the final game of the day, and the final game of the first round robin here of the World's Group Stage for 2019. Jad, Bubba Smithy, is it going to be a race to see whether G2 can match what SKT did earlier in the day?
I think it's going to be loosey-goosey, if I'm going to be real. I remember casting a Garen game not too long ago, and G2 do fall pitfalls of looking past opponents and having a lot of fun, so they want to go the 3-0, and what route they take is going to be very interesting to see.
And also the way their schedule ended up falling, they, based on power rankings, are playing their opponents in descending order. This is the most assured victory on paper for G2 Esports, but we also know, as Wonder just said, how confident they can actually be, which is why we might get the loose game.
And we've seen these very interesting kind of, you think back to some SK Telecom T1 games where playing Olaf made in previous tournaments.
Yep.
This is very much David versus Goliath when we look at G2 versus HKA.
Ooh, Josh has got some stats on that one. Ooh. We can bring that out if it's going to be a slow game, so we're not going to be bringing them out.
We're not going to bring He's holding his stats for the VODs.
Yeah.
I know how he
But
is.
you can look back to the VODs that we actually have those down. Speaking of things being down, There are almost 6 bans already, gentlemen, as we are well and truly into this champion select. The Elise, Tristana, and Akali taken away on Hong Kong Attitude's side, and then G2 Esports taking away the Pantheon and Kiana, as we would assume, and the Kayle is going to join them. So just power picks banned by G2.
Yeah, and even though Hong Kong Attitude come in as a big underdog, doesn't mean their draft isn't going to be good. I think the Xayah is a very strong takeaway. Perkz had an incredible game on it yesterday against C9, and it's something Unified is quite good at.
Not something he's played so far in the group stage, though, because group stage he's been trying to dodge laning phase with Garen and Syndra and the non-traditional marksman. Doesn't mean they're going to get Xayah Rakan. Mickey happy to rip it away, and I'm always interested in the flavor of Rakan buddy, if it's not Xayah. I'm not a big fan of the Ezreal Rakan or the Kai'Sa Rakan necessarily, but it does depend on what you want to do, and they could always go non-meta with it, such as G2.
Yeah, they could do some weird stuff here, but G2 is going to just lock away the Lee Sin. Understandable, picking up these 2 champions if you're then going to pick the Xayah, but that one is not going to be an option. And HKA grabbed themselves the Gragas, followed up by the Thresh, which feels like second in line from just the basic Lovers duo.
Yeah, I think so too. And for G2 Esports, the fact that Syndra hasn't been banned would draw your attention and say, why doesn't Perkz just play that? But we also have to keep in mind, G2 is in a comfortable spot in this group. I think if this was game 5 of a best of 5, we would definitely see the Syndra, but I don't know if they want to show it quite yet.
Isn't it almost incorrect not to just pick it here and put it somewhere later?
I think so.
But, I mean, if it's going to go towards the bottom side in the hands of Perkz, Featherstorm is a great answer to the Syndra. Theoretically,
but
you
Gragas
can
isn't that tanky. He can be popped. Thresh can be popped. There's still
other
targets.
options, absolutely.
So let's see if G2 want to do that. No, they're going to go differently, and this could very much be bot lane. It could be 3-lane flex of the Yasuo here. We haven't seen top lane in a very long time, but gonna lock it in.
So
it's another duo.
It's
denied here. Gragas Yasuo, Xayah Rakan.
Yep.
Believers of pure love, look away. Avert your eyes.
If you're talking about, you know, the fact that things have been ripped away from one another, I mean, what isn't an issue is Yasuo's got knockups from absolutely everyone. So far, of course, Rakan, very good with the grand entrance plus the kickback on Jankos' side. So wherever this Yasuo goes, it's going to be having a good time. We're suspecting Perkz on the bottom side of the map. He has been the Yasuo player, but Caps, of course, can use that pair up with Jankos, does have the knock-up once level 6 is being claimed by the Lee Sin, and those ganks can be pretty terrifying. Already, with a couple of bans coming in there as the Twisted Fate and Renekton taken away on G2's side, continuing on down the line when it comes to just strong picks at the moment, and the LeBlanc taken away on Hong Kong Attitude's side. Final ban to come in.
Yeah, and the strange thing about watching ban phases against G2 is, like, even though, yeah, Rakan, Lee Sin, Yasuo seem like standard picks, you have no idea what they are going to do. The first day of group stage, they did Ornn, Orianna, and then the fact that they didn't even ban Syndra second phase, okay, we get it.
It feels, they feel very nominal, right? They're very nominal bans of like, I guess this?
Yeah.
That's the flexibility and one of the biggest weapons that G2 will wield at this World Championship. Again, Syndra somewhere is the story here. And now Hong Kong Attitude just want to make it ultra standard. They go their own scaling and they say, well, these champs won for other people. Let's put them all together. Got a balanced team fight comp. We've got some insurance throwing a cannon barrage down bot lane. I just need to see this last pick to make heads or tails of G2.
Well, Gangplank will be locked away, so that is your HKA lineup. Not a lot of ambiguity when it comes to this one as well, so we know where everything's going, and now G2 can answer, and maybe we'll learn something at this point. Maybe we'll learn something at 20 seconds in the next countdown, and Vladimir is locked away. So let's find out where all these picks are going.
Yeah, that's kind of the one pick that I think I was able to predict here in the G2 of last picking Vladimir into the GP. It can scale faster than Vladimir and get soul lane kills, and also, since there's so much knock-up synergy, the Yasuo Syndra can still swap at any point.
Well, I mean, the Yasuo, being in the bottom side at the moment, still have to wait until 20 seconds, though, because it was an old favorite into the Orianna in times past.
Exactly. We'll hold our breath on that one. I must admit, I thought maybe you return to the Ornn, because in such a mid-range comp, the initiation would have been big, but pick for lane is the way that G2 decided to go with a lane buster, and it's Perkz who, you know what, I'm going to give him credit. He'll listen back to this VOD. He's probably the best Yasuo on the lineup. He gets to play Yasuo in the bot lane. I was with this team on their boot camp, and it gets very personal the moment you say, who is the best X?
Yeah, best Pyke, best Syndra,
They've played
Yasuo.
Pyke in all 5 roles.
Who was the best? Did they
It
Yeah.
was. I can agree with one thing. It wasn't Jankos.
Well, I don't think that it was Wonder as well, because he broke my heart when he was playing the Pike.
Hey, but let's give Jankos one thing. Best Braum on the team.
Oh yeah, greatest kid move yesterday in G2 as well. As we are very close to getting into the final game of the day. Let's go. And here we are onto the Rift for the final game of the day. HKA versus G2. It's going to be an uphill battle for our blue side squad. And G2, let's see what they have in store for us with this Yasuo composition. Only the Vladimir unable to get those knockups for the last breath. As over the wall goes Mickey, and Unified takes a couple of autos, but is otherwise all right.
Good scouting report here, actually. When it comes to checking all these brush, I can remember Origin being tilted off the Rift in some of those spring playoffs best of fives by the very creative approaches that with starting the grand entrance on Rakan you can pull off at level 1. So no cheese level 1 here to tilt you off the planet. G2, they're adoring fans. They've kind of, as an org, gone around the world searching for acceptance and love, and definitely here in Berlin, they are a fan favorite.
Definitely with the home crowd behind them. And this might be the only time in the game where we have a little bit of a lull. The last 2 games we've played have been 44.5 minutes and 43.5 minutes long.
Okay, so what are we expecting now?
We only get one topic off
G2 has averaged 27 minutes and 12 seconds so far at World's Group Stage, which if they kept it up, would be faster than IG last year, who was the fastest group stage average ever. Just so people know, not necessarily tracking anything, the fastest game in World's history is 20 minutes and 21 seconds. We know G2 has the fastest game of MSI history, and these are like the G2 side quests, potentially, in this group stage.
I'm going to have to pull my one veto for Puffsmithy replacement in the LCK. We had one lull, and he talked about the game in it. What the hell?
Yeah. Sorry, you're off the hook now, Jat. It's just not going to happen. We're looking for different things, slightly different skills.
Maybe in the next life.
Required. Yeah, maybe next season. You just work on it. You could work on it.
Changed your opinion real fast.
Oh, it's just we had such great interview process. There's been like what 8 games so far.
They're loving the
9th one.
They're loving the Atlas Jack combo, I gotta say. Well, let's see here at level 1. Level 2 advantage comes in and grand entrance out very quickly.
That's a grand exit, Puffsmithy, as Mickey X does get himself out, but no harm, no foul, and this minion wave is going to be pushed towards G2 pretty easily.
These Yasuo lanes always change around level 6 when that extra threat of an all-in comes in. The wind wall can be very powerful against the Xayah feathers, we must remember, and it will also stop the ball on a command attack as well.
Yeah, and we should talk about Hong Kong attitude for a minute, because I feel like Crash personally has been their best performing player, and if they are to try and get a foot up in this game, I think it would have to be off of Crash making a big play. But here comes Jankos.
This is going to be the big play into the mid lane as Mission. He has got no good options. He's just wandering around. First Blood comes in for G2 so easily.
Pre-Scuttle Crab spawn. Crash was just waiting there saying, I'm going to get the jump here. Now he doesn't have mid lane assistance and has to give it up.
And of course, Jankos will tend towards the top Scuttle because you plug and play every Gragas to full clear red side and Krugs before going towards a Scuttle. No Scuttle for you as bot lane.
Already a teleport towards the bottom side of the map, but already Unified has taken down Mickey. We're going to even out the odds here on G2 side as Caps is going to grab a kill back, and now Unified's getting stabbed. The flash forward from Perps, another orb and a double kill for the Syndra.
He's 3-0 before 4 minutes.
Yep. That is definitely a fact here, and the teleport is a G2 special. We talked about it at MSI, but Caps is so ready to give up minion waves to help his allies, and that was a fortuitous teleport. That could be another kill.
Crash is closing in once again, only level 4 into Jankos as we throw down the orb, and Caps finds the scat of the week, doesn't get that last one as Jankos is going to be taken down so close to a god tier play, but in the end, Jankos is just going to fall.
And the tracking there from Crash means they are able to answer back. A little bit of lead syndrome on the second half there. The interrupt strong. And now 5 kills in 4 minutes already.
Well, Kywin, can you land the hook? Not going to go for it. because, of course, Windwall was available. Perks without any summoner spells. He's just going to go back home. Couple of assists to his name. And Caps went back and just got a blasting one. I love that.
Yeah, he had that before, and now
I
he's
know,
going to expand on it, which is delightful on his way towards a lost chapter. Gonna watch the bot lane here, and the TP timing is so proactive. It's out of screen on the framing there, and it's what allows them to spare their blushes, and it's the trust fall of G2, and Mickey says, I'm going in, because I know this will work out.
Yeah, Unify did what he could to be able to pick up the first kill onto Mickey, but the number advantage was just there for the rest of G2 now. As you mentioned, 5 kills in the first 5 minutes of this game.
Well, we've got a bit of a roam on here from Jankos and Mickey. They can move towards Mission if they want to, but Mission gets the memo. He's going to head underneath this turret. Jankos going to stop the back for now. Dissonance moves Mission a little bit faster as now Crash. He's going to get discovered here by the Lee Sin. He knew that the Orianna was available as the barrel going to pop. Mickey turns up a little bit late, but Jankos is going to be alive. Kaiwing unable to get there in time.
I'm pretty sure Mickey stole everything. I think his E1 got all the little raptors that had been brought through, and then his smite killed the big raptor. So all this proactivity, even if they lost a little bit of CS in the bottom lane, is paying off.
Well, Grand Entrance comes in. He can't click the lantern. He lands himself the hook, but that lantern eventually is discovered. Jankos once again lurking bottom side of the map. Caps is here as well. 4-man dive opportunity. A big minion wave with a cannon is prepared. And HKA, can you outplay this one? Only level 4 on Unified, no flashes on either members, and G2, they're not going to go for it.
It's not a full minion wave. They were spotted early, smart there, and then probably the spotting ward that he's walking over now was helpful. Crash pops the Predator, just say, please go away.
They can oblige.
They will for now, at least. Not going to see a Drake start yet. Either, you would imagine. Actually, Sorcerer's Shoes rush here, so the most possible burst here. And remember that Syndra, to Synacists at least, is kind of a stat check champion of, do you have enough AP and Magic Pen? The answer right now is yes, and it was an old counter matchup into the Orianna, who has an old Magic Mantle, but going to have to hug it really closely to stay alive.
And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that Mickey has Aftershock on Rakan. Usually you see Guardian on this. It would potentially give him more resists in and all-in with Yasuo, but if he gets hooked out, he can't just immediately proc it to get that bonus.
We saw it from time to time in the LCK. Like you said, Guardian was still the dominant one, as Perk's going to leap around. This game is going to be, I mean, you can't really run Yasuo bot lane unless you're Grand Entrancing in a lot, right?
Yeah.
You have to be in the front line. And speaking of front lines.
Yeah, that's going to be the body slam. Crash takes a drink, looking for Mickey. Battle Dance going to be there, though, and HKA find nothing.
He knows his role. He has to dive in and hopes to not get popped instantly to AoE damage from, say, for example, an Orianna. So don't mind it in this situation at all as Mickey walks back in.
Caps is pretty rich, by the way, guys. That's what we're looking at right now, about 6,500 gold. There's 3Z underneath his turret. We haven't really been looking towards the top side of the map. A little bit too much going on around elsewhere. But they're sitting at about the same health mark, and as you can see in the CS, it's a slight lead for Wonder, which is bad news bears, because there's a Kleptomancy, and that's going to mean that Wonder is well and truly ahead.
And I do think overall, Honking Attitude's done a pretty good job of keeping up with G2's pace of game right here. Crash got that first counter gank mid. He's also here for the counter gank top. Now it's about execution.
Yeah, may have spoken a little bit too soon there as 3Z's going to have that Hemoplague pop as Caps, not a lot of mana.
Crash!
And Jankos has to use the safeguard, gets himself out. Red buff not going to be enough, but G2, they botched the dive.
Scout of the Week missed from Caps, and they just didn't have enough damage to pick up a kill, but he's sticking around. Another range of cooldowns and mana regen should be available.
He's been there a while, though. It gives time for Orianna to go into the river, and kind of sensing that Orianna had gone missing from the mid lane, Caps realizes he has to blast cone out.
Yep, and there's a ward there that shows that he did make the right call. This minion wave completely goes begging, though. So Caps had a large advantage there in the mid lane, but loses a wave and maybe an opportunity for Mission to even things up as Kaiwing wants to get it. Oh, Perks has to use the wind wall to stop the hook from registering, but the back is stopped, and that is time bought for HKA. Valuable time for them to get themselves together, and Crash is going to take a blue buff.
I mean, that was not obviously the intended situation, but it's what happened.
Looked like it. Not going to lie. It didn't look like he was stopping that auto attack. Yeah. All right, whatever.
But at the end of this point of the game, remember that Vlad scales into supremacy in the 1v1 against Vlad. Kill pressure, so against GP, the kill pressure's not there yet, so that's going to be obviously better and better come level 9. At the end of the day, HKA drafted a very simple kind of to execute teamfight comp here, and they just want to get some scaling, make this game square, and then get going on some form of 1-2 item power spikes. So anything that keeps them even for a long time is what they're looking for.
Yeah, and something we've always seen from other great teams in the past is even when the game felt like it was close, they were pulling ahead. And we saw this yesterday in the game versus C9 where Licorice was popping off top lane. Caps and Perks just kept growing that gold lead, but another hook on Mickey.
That's just dead Mickey.
He's dead.
Yep.
It's the lane ward there that made it so easy to connect, and while Perks and Mickey were trying to hold the wave about where Perks is standing to try to get some sort of deep freeze and use also the wind wall to get lane control, the lane ward in that brush actually undid everything, didn't even require the Gragas to be involved. Now Perks just has to CS under turret.
Should be able to as well. We'll have that wind wall up for himself. So clears out the wave, spins around a little bit with the Q while you're dashing through things, and everything's going to be all right. Perks now sees this ward, clears it out, and G2 get themselves down here to get rid of the excess vision. Still, the Mountain Drake hasn't been taken, but Shelly has just spawned onto the Rift. We'll see whether that extra objective that's been applied to the map is going to help out for either G2 or HKA as far as making some moves.
And considering this game started with a 3-minute first blood for Caps into an immediate double kill teleport bot lane, HKA has done a great job of neutralizing that from that point, and now Crash has the upgraded jungle item, so does pack a big punch if they want to contest this Drake.
Well, Crash throws in the barrel, they can see the health bar. G2 keeping it at about 1,000. The ball's not going to land on anyone, whether they be from the Orianna or from the Syndra. That is just going to be secured Drake going over to G2 without a fight.
Didn't have enough battle stats on Mission, I think, to try to take some sort of walk-up team fight. So in the end, they do cede the Mountain Drake. That doesn't really affect the pace of the game right now. So of spawns, they will accept that for the present. G2 desperately want to play mid to bot or bot to mid and just control the bot side of the map because the inevitability is Wunder getting stronger and stronger of a foothold in the 1v1. The Rift Herald does muddy the waters for a little bit, but that's largely been the game. So the fact that some of these kills have been repelled or answered in the mid lane, for example, Crash being able to avert Jankos' kill earlier, has allowed them more of a foothold than you might imagine, and they're actually the first to make this visit with friends to the Rift Herald.
And G2 had 2 bottom lane at 12 minutes, which for this tournament is different, but they still go for play.
Yeah, kickback is going to come in. Mission flashes to relative safety. Out of the way of the Scatter the Weak there as well, which would have meant the kill. Wunder comes on down, has himself the Hemo Plague, and it's going to be Shelly disengaged from. Pretty frightening.
She's not going to reset yet, remember. This could just be Rift Herald for G2.
Yeah, she's a patient lady, is old Shelly. Now, Unified not going to get there as Crash just steals it away. They go 1 for 1 of the neutral objectives in this early game as G2 now back to the mid lane. Caps throws out a whole lot of spheres, but isn't going to find the kill there.
Smite was a couple of seconds off being available for Jankos, so just swept in, took it out, did Crash. It's nice reward for effort. The side of HKA is Hook.
Whoa, blind hook is going to land there. The barrel's going to pop, and Kaiwing grabs the kill on a Mickey again.
And it's the wards just keep catching him out in the wrong spot is what it feels like. The Eye of the Herald, have to note, will time out. It lasts for 40 seconds, and HKA was pretty much zoned off of the area. Unless Thresh is making a run for it, he might get it? No, looks like it expired right as he was running up to it.
Unfortunate. So Shelly's going to go begging, but otherwise HKA with a decent fight there. Still going to be trailing when it comes to that gold. Told a little bit of a lie there. Wasn't a blind hook, as you mentioned, Jat. Thank you very much for that one. But still, great to land it there from Kaiwing, and just to be able to delete a member of G2 really does slow down this composition.
Being my early MVP here, he's been on point with his hooks. He's made the rounds. He's actually top side now. Not ideal to have 2 of the 4 kills, but liked his impact.
Being very patient as well, Papa. As we have a look towards the bottom side of the map, HK just holding on to this turret. It's going to be Perks down there just pushing wave after wave, but he's only even. The big discrepancies are in the solo lanes as Caps takes his 4th plate, I believe, and will be able to finish off this outer turret in the mid lane. That's going to be the first turret going down, and having that be outer in mid lane, it's pretty crazy on G2's side. Have a look at this one once again.
They saw Jankos walking up, so they had that extra bit of
they didn't have the ward in the brush.
It was blind, okay.
Yeah, very good just awareness by the rest of HK. Yeah, it was actually G2's ward that was in that brush.
Yeah. They saw him walking in, so it was, of course, you know, either going to hit or be slightly askew, but blind at least in
what would the name be for that? Is there a name in between, like
blindish?
Blindish, yeah. Somewhat sight impaired.
Vision impaired, yeah. Like
Vision
you need
impaired.
glasses to drive.
Hard of sight.
Yeah. Hard of sight.
legally blind.
They're actually maybe like previously in Vision.
I apologize in advance if that was offensive.
Hey, this was all you, man. We're just trying to help you out.
We definitely
it's a
jumped
trust
on that
fall
one
on the
maybe a little
class.
too
This is
much.
true.
Okay, well, HKA get themselves towards the top side of the map. They are going to siege down on this turret. This is feeling pretty comfortable right now for HKA.
Nothing Perks can do as a melee champion here. He takes his time. He really needs to survey. The question mark pings do show that not all the allies are around, so he'll start to close the distance. Caps disgustingly far ahead of Mission, especially 2,200 gold at 15 minutes.
Jeepers.
That's, yeah, about 80% of a full item completion this early.
Well, Mickey might just be dead again. Throws in the control ward. Hook's going to land, though. Barrel back. I've seen this one before, guys.
One of those games.
Yep.
Last game, that was Yankos.
That's true.
This game, it's Mickey.
Around the same time, too. 0-4-1, same stat line.
Yeah.
It's contagious.
And the strange thing is, in the C9 game, it was Perks who was 2,000 or 3,000 gold ahead of the rest of the game. This time, it's Caps.
It just shows that anyone on G2 can be anyone on G2. As another hook is going to land, Yenko's going to at least begin to prove my point, but looks like he's trying to make his way out. Does he have another safeguard? The answer is no. Booped. Mission grabs the kill.
Having a bit too much fun on the side of G2. 6 deaths so far. Nothing that's going to decide the game. It's still a gold lead of 1,400 gold, but here's another one.
Well, looking for a fight here, but Perks is 2 versus 1 for the moment, but Mickey comes down. Oh, Grand Entrance doesn't get there as Mickey. One more crit would kill him. Flash forward, flash hook not going to land. Has crashed. Oh, doesn't even get the flash. That was out of vision, which is why that missed so horribly. And then goes Golden just to demonstrate that he can at least still swag out.
Guys.
And there goes Unified clearing out the minion wave.
G2 definitely playing loose, and because of the scaling of Hong Kong attitude, they definitely need to clean up the way that they're playing probably for the rest of the game. This turret goes over in the top. HKA is going to be pulling actually quite close in the gold, making it under 1K at 16 minutes. And G2 needs to really just clean up the play. Hong Kong Attitude's playing very well so far.
When it comes to scaling, there'll be a big mid-game portion where Hong Kong Attitude is pretty easy to execute teamfight comp with good scalers, and they will pull away. I still think there's a 6-item bottom here breakpoint where he kind of runs at people, can take over, but that's ages away. And in the immediacy of the next 15 minutes, moments like this, especially with Mickey, who's just, he honestly just needs to eat his Wheaties and get some experience. He's still level 6 and almost going down to a gust of wind every time he rolls by.
And Crash doesn't get the flash there. Of course, no vision available, but still able to get the fadeaway barrel.
Had a stopwatch. We'll be building that into a Zonia's shortly, so shouldn't actually have to sit on that broken stopwatch for long.
In fact, not very much money to complete that recipe as well. It has all of the components available. So G2 will finally get their act together and take down this outer turret by the looks of things, but no, this minion wave is going to get finished off pretty quickly. Yankos, is he going to get that ward and actually just finds 3Z? Can he get it? Actually takes down the barrel, like it. Lands another Q.
He's got his Conqueror.
Trying to come on down. Yeah, exactly. Yankos just fighting the
One
top
more?
laner like he's an even match as the flash is gained. Traded for the Grand Entrance. Brilliant for G2. In the meantime, Perks taking down the outer turret top lane.
And moments like that where actually you're zoomed in on the kill but realize to herald the minion wave being taxied by Perks to get the turret shows the more fundamental side. His Caps is
Yeah, that's a lot of spheres, but not enough.
One sidestep of a skill shot there by 3Z means he can stay alive. And yes, G2 sent about 3 or 4 people after 3Z. It means they have the rest of their team on the other side of the map, and they can actually get a tier 2.
They make it a very long lane in this bot lane. The Cannon Barrage used to prune a wave as well. So there's no gold lead really at all. They are actually even in gold in 18 minutes, which given some of the predictions and the speed runs that people were alluding to, even the early game, right? The pace is slowed, and suddenly things are looking competitive.
Yep.
I don't think they're going to end this game in the next 2 minutes.
There's the safeguard back as 3Z, the Hemo Plague is down.
He's fine.
Tides of Bloods are in, but as you can see, yeah, exactly right, chat, and Crash is going to get the answering kill onto Yankos. Mission turns up with the teleport, and HKA, they're triaging beautiful. 8-3 now is their advantage. And guys, when do we start talking about this as an HKA game that they have control of and may just win?
I think this is the start of the conversation. Crash is playing a great game. He has been counter-ganking Yankos every single time except for the first blood. Now G2 wants to try another fight.
Feels like we've been waiting for this Crash for upwards of 2 years. But maybe, just maybe, he's going to start living up to that Longzhu hype back in the day.
Very, very early hype. He always had something about him. A swagger, his Nidalee, very impressive on debut, but never took the next step. Was never a starter in a contender. He's found his way to the World Championships. And he and Kaiwing together, the Thresh and the Gragas, have been everywhere in this early game. And G2 skip steps. That's what they do. They like to skip steps to find plays and surprise people with their aggression. Turns out when your buddy system's working, the outnumbering, the kills, and so far no inroads for G2.
Well, red buff going to be taken here from Perks. Might be a little bit early because, of course, only 500 gold is going to be the difference. HKA, they are crossing their T's, dotting their I's, getting themselves towards a moment where this Baron can be contended with. Bottom side of the map is Jankos. No vision on him on HKA's side, but look at all of the vision they have top side of the map. They've done their homework, and they know where G2 are. 3Z heads down. He's got teleport available. This is just clean.
And G2 need to play around their strongest member in Caps, but that's actually, as he checks mid, has to burn his flash.
Immediately, yeah. Cannon Barrage is invested there as well as G2 trying to regroup. And Dissonance, bit of damage onto Wonder. Hook's not landing. HK just back away, but you can feel the teeth that this composition has at this stage of the game.
Exactly. It's getting to that point we talked about in the mid game where you love what they've got going on. Jankos chasing down.
Yeah, 3Z gets kicked back, sorry, as the Q is going to land. Caps, I think there should be enough spears now for them to grab this kill as the unleashed power may be necessary, and Caps decides not to waste any more time. But it does take a little while, 2 versus 1 bottom side. What can HKA do to get things back elsewhere?
Yeah, 3Z was trying to play a little ring around the rosy, but that is exactly what G2 needed to do with playing around Caps.
It was a little bit in the middle of nowhere too, 3Z. Like he was actually really far from the menu. He was around the Grump line on the side of G2, so that was one of the few times they didn't have vision to play around, and we talked about the buddy system. They abandoned it for a second. Speaking of the buddies, they're mid.
They're still setting up though. Caps abandoned mid lane, which means HKA can push there. The response was delayed, but this was the response.
And Crash was here this whole time, now looking for a potential engage maneuver. Barrel comes in, Wonder down to about half health, but he's Vladimir, so no use really talking about that one. Rubber bands that health bar a heck of a lot. Jankos comes around, and HKA say, well, let's move towards this bottom side. Dragon going to be up relatively soon. Not entirely sure what's coming up next. G2 clear out vision. They've got topside control at this point.
If you look at the Vladimir build, it tells you what Wonder's role is this game. He hasn't gone for the early 20% CDR, working towards something like a Proto Belt, no Kindle Gem in the inventory. The Spellbinder is a flanking item, allows you to get access to a team fight, and he's going to get a sweet hat to back it up. So he's very much going for the Wombo Burst alongside a Rakan Yasuo engage. If you pick the right time, you hit those spells, people die real fast. If you pick the wrong time, you don't have a stopwatch, and you can actually be mown down as you make the engage.
I feel like now's the time for HK. Wonder is so close to finishing off his Rabadon's death cap. It's going to be scary amounts of damage for the Vladimir once that one is complete. G2 still splitting this map up. They have side lanes in decent positions, and now they're
want the
crashing
flank
towards HK. Q going to land onto 3Z, holds onto it for the moment. There's the stun. Crash, remember, very squishy with this particular build, especially against magic damage, despite the Merc Treads.
Yeah, and you were just talking about items. HKA just completed Infinity Edge on Unified. So now would be the time that they could actually want to take a 5v5 team fight. They have all of their ultimates available. Level 13 GP, still a strong Gragas. If they found a fight and were actually able to win it with the Mountain Drake, it would be Baron and a very serious conversation about them upsetting G2.
But G2 have been a lot smarter in the last 5 minutes. They kind of made the same comms we heard in their listen-in earlier. You know, guys were running it down and have just gone back to pushing out lanes. We know they have the priority matchups in some of them. Specifically, no one kind of wants to lane against Vladimir for the rest of this game, more Malmortius or no. And it's in these times that G2 show their fundamentals. Yes, we know about the Flash, the Panache, the Garen lock-ins, but you forget through all of that they have standard macro elements like they showed in their first game of this tournament, where they keep pushing you, they keep prodding you, and whether it's your little brother or G2, sometimes you make a mistake along the line, get angry, and they take advantage of that. So Baron's setup that was so favored to Hong Kong attitude is actually now all G2.
Yeah, things are really demonstrating as far as G2's flexibility is concerned. A lot of different compositions in the first round robin so far. This game is far from over, and there's still half the kills that HK have picked up. Still, they're going to hold a 200 gold lead as Mickey has to grand exit once again. Good stun onto Unified. This damage will stick for a little bit.
Let me draw your attention to the item lead between the mid lanes. It's 1.5 items to 3.
And the Banshee's Veil, I think, is quite important for Caps because he didn't have that before. It stops Crash from being able to get that guaranteed initiation on him and allows Caps to also siege a little bit better, so it can't just be a cask from Fog of War that flies at him.
Yeah, very dangerous to be a Syndra just in general. You don't have the highest of mobility as Perks is underneath an inner turret and there are 3 members of HKA moving around, but who is hunting who? Jankos gonna get himself around. Grand entrance is there as,
We all took a deep breath when Wonder was considering flashing over the wall.
That's a pull. And Wonder's going to be absolutely fine. I also held my breath a little bit there, but then remembered that he's the Vladimir.
Just feels like G2 are shaping up to be the pool sharks here. They're giving you a couple of free trick shots. They don't seem that good at sinking the balls. And suddenly, that one was almost the connection they've been looking for all game.
When is the hustle going to be over, though, Papa Smithy, is my question. 600 gold the lead for G2. They're still pulling further and further ahead, as their side lane control has just been far better, and HKA have been struggling to figure out what to do.
But remember, further and further is very much just a turn of phrase here. We're talking about 1,000 gold, right? There's no huge amount of gold here. What they have pulled further and further ahead in is map control. They're no longer trading quadrants. They're getting what they want. We're just right now still judging to what end. And this could be a game where vision exhaustion, where a full reset from one team gives a Baron to the other. Speaking of which, seeing the recall from the Orianna, but the Scuttlecrab vision is undeniable.
Yeah, definitely watch for Jankos to try and make an engage on the Orianna or the Xayah. More likely the Orianna, because Xayah would be able to just use the ultimate and counter that engage. If G2 can get a start like that, then they'd want to run over a team fight.
And we have to remember that this is G2 with a Yasuo, so often when you have unconventional bottom lanes, the Baron damage goes down. When you've got a Yasuo, it actually stays about the same. Does a lot of damage there and can deny a lot of the damage back with the wind wall. Not going to invest. Oh my god! Just disgusting damage from Caps right there. G2 still stay on the Baron. They're bathing in the cannon barrage, as they will be able to take this one down. Crash not going to be able to get in there as the Hemo Plague onto 3 members, but Wonder just going to use it to make sure that they cannot get in there and disrupt the Baron. Look at all the damage. 2-man Shockwave though is Mission trying to get one back. Caps gets shut down, but Unified may have sacrificed himself for it. Perks puts him in the death chamber, and now Mission trying to run for the hills. No mana, but Kaiwing sets up the box to try and stop it. 3Z, these battles need to be respected, but lands the Q. Does Jankos, the flash forward. Mission now not going to get knocked up by the grand entrance as Kaiwing keeps his mid laner alive, but can't do it for the rest of his team.
And few teams can turn an even game into that. That was a vision-starved Hong Kong attitude trying to find access to the Baron pit, getting an uncontested Baron, and then also a one-team fight afterwards.
And those are the fundamentals we talked about. As TPs come from everywhere, orbital strikes, here we go.
Yeah, we're still fighting. Flash Flay comes in from Kaiwing, but he's punished for it. Goes golden for a moment, but he's still going to be dead. Stabbed by Perks. There's now Mission. He's got a command attack, but over goes Wonder. Very aggressive is G2, but they're buying space. Caps is just sieging by himself on this inhibitor turret. Unified had to respawn in order to protect it, and now finally we might have some respite.
And it's almost like G2 finds moments like this and they combat problem solve. It's like a jigsaw puzzle for them. Okay, we made some mistakes. We didn't engineer this to perfection. Grabs is probably mad, but how do we fight our way through this scenario? And even the TP spot there to get inhibitor turret damage allows them to take that combat puzzle, largely solve it, and get the first meaningful gold lead in a while.
And I've heard G2 spoken about as the villains, but honestly, when you're going to give fun games like this, they certainly are the heroes to me. As Caps does a heck of a lot of damage, guys, as we check out this replay.
Gragas overkilled by 1,000 damage here. Didn't even get any hits of the ultimate. Wonder jumps in, doesn't have the 6 items yet, but puts in a big chunk. What you'll notice is the flash in from Caps is for an AoE knockup, but Perks wasn't able to get in, so they have to get a little bit creative towards the end.
They end up getting the knockup on Unified after Unified tried to make the move to carry the fight, and then Jankos just has very high skill shot accuracy throughout the rest of the fight.
Yeah, stretching a little bit to try and take down the Syndra. You can understand exactly why, because he's so extraordinarily strong, his Caps. But G2, now it's the war of attrition. Now it's the G2 that has all of the control. 4,000 gold, the first real gold advantage, The second Infernal Drake is going to be up very soon also, but the game may not last that long. We're about to tick over 30 minutes. And when we go back to our initial conversations of how fast can you beat the bottom teams in your group, when you're talking about these teams that we expect to go very deep in this tournament, it's not going to be G2, but they've been having a lot of fun. Mickey goes golden, not going to die just yet. As Caps just destroys Crash. Didn't even notice because it happens way too fast as Unified. He's almost an afterthought as Perks gets a double. It's Yankos that grabs one towards the end. Mission wonders what happens as his team evaporates. And now Mission, Hemoplague is down. He has himself that shockwave, but the Crimson Rush scores the ace, and G2, they're not messing around anymore. They had fun at the beginning, but that stops now as they move to 3-0 in the group.
The slowest game of the three, but still the fastest team at Worlds through the first half of the group stage.
Yep, they were racing through their earlier matchups as well as the Nexus is gonna go down. G2 on the final game of the first round robin. They're gonna play with their food for a moment before taking those last auto attacks. In fact, thankfully, the caster minions are gonna do it for them.
Alright,
G2
sa ating mga viewers, thank you very much.
SK Telecom
Tapusin na natin
T1
hanggang
as
sa
the only two teams to close out the first round
so
robin
guys, please follow the page naman.
They came in as two of the overwhelming favorites. They exit the first round robin as two
Follow
of
the page,
the overwhelming favorites, and you put it very aptly, Atlas.
G2 Esports,
They played
wala
with
pang
their
talo.
food. They checked to see if there was still a pulse. But when it
Ako,
came to the
attitude, wala
actual
pang panalo.
game-winning moment, it was a standard one. It was a Baron setup. It was a good turn from there. And even if sometimes it's their creativity that gets the worst of them, it's the standard play that can get the better of most.
Yeah, they were like the older brothers playing basketball with their younger brother, you know. They'll let them win until the ego comes into check, until maybe there's the chance for a victory, and then it's all business for G2.
There were games domestically that I think that fits. I actually want to reward Hong Kong Attitude here, specifically their jungle and support, for being ahead of plays and for holding G2 in check. That was less just completely G2 misfiring and more that Hong Kong Attitude stayed with them on the wavy path that is a G2 game for a long time.
Yeah, and I feel like Hong Kong Attitude put up a very good fight against G2, better than others, and I don't want to completely say that G2 was just messing around because we don't know exactly what was happening in the game. Starting week 1 at 0-3 for Hong Kong Attitude. There's only been one team to come back from that, and that was Fnatic, who came back from 0-4 2 years ago. So there is still a lot of League of Legends to be played in this group, but such a spectacular start for G2.
And if HKA go 3-0 next time around, then there's a possibility that they still have a chance. And I'm really glad that you bring that up, because the analogy wasn't necessarily about HKA not being good enough. It was about G2 not coming into this game, understanding quite the power level, and then HKA demonstrating that they definitely deserve to be here.
And look, most likely, Hong Kong Attitude will exit in the group stage 0-3, and the statistic you just rattled off does indicate that. But you can exit a game against one of the hopefuls with your head held high because they were able to stay competitive. And how many teams domestically and internationally have been just blitzed by G2 Esports and looked very silly?
Yeah, it's interesting watching this G2 team, right? Because we started the game saying, how fast can they end the match? And Caps starts with 3 kills for himself, but then
pre-4 minutes as well.
Really, they got surprised. And it felt like they, as you mentioned, problem solved in the middle of the game. And the impressive thing about this game to me was the Baron, right? We've seen so many teams mess up 50-50s, run back and forth in mid lane for 15 minutes. G2 just did it. They got the control, they took the Baron, they won the fight, and in that power play, won the game.
They snapped their fingers, and then the game worked out for them. That was basically how it worked. But to wrap up the day, let's send it over to Worlds Cooler.
Thank you very much, Atlas. Great cast on the day. I am Freak, joined by Vedius and Azael. For Worlds cooldown, I almost said LCS cooldown. I've done that.
So later,
every time I've thought about it, I got
mga 9
2/3
AM, hopefully
we
magising
have
ako.
2/3
Pag
of
magising ako ng
LCS
9
cool.
AM,
You're our
before
LCS
9
pro
AM,
player.
mag-stream tayo.
You're like, what,
Riot
Diamond 2
PC
EU
stream
West?
natin.
Yeah, let's say that.
Titignan ko
So you're
anong
basically
meron.
an LCS level player.
Diamond 2 Nocturne level.
That's more accurate.
All right, and it's Worlds in case you were confused. There's Thundersticks. We're live in the audience. It's perfect. So this was a pretty exciting day. It closed out 3 of the groups here. My pick'ems got scuffed a little bit at the sort of near the end right here, but really interesting. There's only 2 undefeated teams. Lots of these groups are very, very close to the standings.
Yeah, I think that what we've seen is, I think people are a little surprised by how dominant G2 and SKT were. I think many expected the groups to be a little bit closer. And when we tunnel in a little bit more on Group A, I think we got to see a little bit of why. Because G2, while they can be a very dominant team, they also like to have fun in a lot of their games, and sometimes that can be both a blessing and a curse for the side of G2.
The thing that's so impressive about it for me is that
Ito,
for a
may
lot of other
may
teams,
pa
even
si
teams that are sometimes top in their
si
region,
Caps. Wala,
if you
no?
have one player having the kind of game that Mickey had this game, for example, that can be disaster. That can be you dropping the game to these guys. But for G2, it never feels to matter because they're so individually talented and they play so well together that they can always turn it on, it feels like.
Yeah, and it's Jack mentioned it on the caster desk, but it's about how their ability to problem solve within the game, recognize, okay, we've had enough fun, we need to focus in, otherwise the game is going to be
more
lost.
fun allowed.
Yeah, and I think that one of the more consistent members and vocal leader points is Perks. He's one of the reasons why so many people have so much respect for him, and he's often considered a leader. But when we think about the 3 days, you can say that every member has had their ups and downs, but Perks has been the most consistent performer of the 3 days.
Absolutely agree. He's been absolutely incredible. 3-0 again for G2 right here. And coming into the day, there was actually some really incredible stats that Jat shared with me, which were that they're the bloodiest team at Worlds by far, and they were tied with, I think it was Samsung White, for like how aggressive they were, how many combined kills they had. And of course, Samsung White went on to win the 2014 World Championship. They were also the fastest winning team here at Worlds, and they were tying IG from the group stage of Worlds last year in how fast they could win games. That's either,
I'm noticing a positive trend here.
Right, but in aggressiveness and winning speed, they were tied with former world champions as far as the group stage was concerned. Now this game, a little bit of a slower win. It was only 30 minutes. Oh, woe is them. They're slightly closer to average right there. But they absolutely have been dominant. They've been one of the most impressive looking teams to me, so I want to continue to give them props. Of course, they just played the game right now, so they're on top of my mind. But they were one of my top 3 teams coming into Worlds. With how much Fun Plus are wavering, they're top 2 at the very least for me for winning the championship.
Yeah, and I think they're going to remain that way unless things change in week 2, right? I think most people would say they're the most impressive team thus far in the group stage. I would certainly think that they are the favorites at this point. It's still early in the tournament, but they've looked really, really good.
All right, well, for more on that G2 game, let's hear from G2 support.
Thanks, guys. Laure here, and joining me right now is Mickey after the game against Hong Kong Attitude. Congrats on winning this one. I feel like you didn't have the best start. We're going to be honest about this, but even though you conceded a lot of kills, you stayed ahead. So were you worried at any point that you might lose the game?
Yeah, I was a bit worried at one point. After I was like 0-5, I was like, I'm actually giving a lot of gold to the enemy team. But then again, I knew that my team was really ahead, so I wasn't that worried, but they were playing pretty well as well. So, yeah, I was like a bit worried, yeah.
You know what, let's talk about this Rakan performance, because I recall seeing a tweet from Grabs yesterday saying that he wouldn't let you play Rakan again. Yet he did, but tell me, what is he going to tell you now that you hinted a bit here?
Yeah, I'm probably not going to play Rakan again. Then he probably doesn't have to ban it anymore. I'll just probably stay away from the champion. It just doesn't work anymore. Yesterday was like a fluke, and today I showed my true Rakan. It's very bad, so I probably won't play it ever again.
Dude, what happened? You're good on playmaking champions, really.
Maybe the trash was just too good. But yeah, I was really like... Yeah, I guess it was my time today to win. Yesterday was Jankos and Wunder, and today is me. Tomorrow, next week, hopefully... I'm not the one again, and it's up to Perks and Caps to win a bit and let it all out. But yeah, I guess we'll see.
That was a strange game, but would you say that Hong Kong Attitude is the team who challenged you the most so far? And if not, who was it?
Yeah, I think so far they've been the team that challenged us the most, just because it actually felt like we were like at one point at like a stalemate, and we were just like kind of trading vision, not really fighting much. Compared to other teams, we were just like kind of ahead throughout the whole game. I felt like I never felt like we'd actually lose the games, but here it was like a bit iffy, I guess.
Right now you're 3-0, so I expect you guys to get out of group. So who will get out of group alongside you? Cloud9, Griffin, based on what you saw from the teams.
Based on what I saw, I think Griffin is probably gonna be the second seed. I think they've been playing pretty decent. I think Cloud9 and HK are both good, but Griffin just better than them, I think.
Well, we'll see about that in the second round, Robin. Congratulations, nonetheless, for winning this game, and thank you very much for the interview. And back to you guys in cooldown.
Welcome back to World's Cooldown. And another topic I want to bring up here is how bot lane's been shaping up. Of course, Mickey down there at support role alongside Perks, who just played a game of Yasuo. But there's two players I want to highlight, and they are World's veterans at this point. You've got Reckless on the one hand and Sneaky on the other for Fnatic and Cloud9. Sneaky did play one marksman pick. No, sorry, that was Heimer in game one. So neither one playing marksman at all. And both these teams are on third place looking out of the standings.
Yeah, and I think fans are very disappointed with both of the teams' performances thus far, right? You know, Cloud9 maybe not expected to get out of this group, but people were still kind of cautiously optimistic, given that they've had so much success in the past. And it does feel a little bit strange, especially, I think, particularly from Fnatic, because they are kind of known for having a really strong bottom lane and going so much away from what had been one of their big strengths, you know, playing these kind of more off-meta things, at least as far as the World's meta has gone, and it hasn't really worked out very well for them.
So during the regular season, Reckless played a lot of Karma, and this was something that did receive a couple of nerfs on this patch, but it felt like that they were in this direction where they wanted to play a safe bot lane to allow Hylissang to roam. And we got to see an element of it today with the Morgana/Blitzcrank, where you can just leave Morgana alone and then allow Hylissang to roam around the map. And while I acknowledge that it is a strategy that works, I am surprised that Fnatic, it seems to me like they've lost faith in Reckless, because either he's lost faith in himself or the team has lost faith in him. But there were many examples, even during the finals, where they put him in positions to carry, and he did. And I feel like he's more than capable of doing it on the international stage, yet for some reason, we're not seeing it from him.
And it's very similar with Fnatic as it was to what I was talking about earlier today with Cloud9, where I feel like these teams are playing the laning phases fine, but playing out team fights is so much different when you have a marksman versus not having a marksman. You know, we saw how RNG was able to play so incredibly well around the Fnatic comp, you know, never grouping up for Reckless to get a good ultimate. He never really had an impactful ultimate in the entire game, and you know, that's something that is just so differing from when you are playing, you know, a Tristana or a Sivir or one of these kind of scaling champions that he's really well known for, where you can get such a high amount of consistent damage out.
And of course, on the other side, you're seeing clips here from Sneaky's Heimerdinger game set a day 1 or day 2 damage per minute records on like 1,400. So, you know, really, really high stuff right there. But overall, this is the other half of it. Here's his Cassiopeia game where he was absolutely, it felt like the reason they were losing. Bot lane was why G2 took down Cloud9 in the midst of Licorice taking over and everything else going well for them. This was very much a very rough bot lane. And here's his Sona game. And again, it's a lot of missed crescendos and really the better bot lane won. It felt like you're getting more out of the Yuumi Garen on the other side.
Even if I give them a pass for losing to G2, because G2 can make teams look very, very foolish, I was honestly really disappointed in their other two games, both their loss against Griffin, but even in their win, right? You know, these were games where it just seemed like they had a complete inability to play side lane when that was the way that they had to close the game, right? We saw in their first game against HKA, they played this Heimer, they got a big gold lead, and essentially just rammed their head against Garen for 20 minutes until they accepted they couldn't kill him, and then 50-50 Baron happened to win. Then they draft Fiora here against Griffin today. It felt like they were in a great position again to win through split, but the team wasn't able to actually do it, which has just been, you know, kind of surprising and very disappointing to see.
So throughout the year, what we've seen is a lot of AD carries have gradually been nerfed. When we think back to the beginning of the year, we saw a lot of Sivir's Eye, and then like Sivir started falling off, and then Kai'Sa received a small nerf recently. And the impression that I get is because AD carries weren't buffed a lot, whereas, you know, Xayah, because of Rakan, largely stayed very relevant, it feels like that AD carries are saying there aren't as many champions available. So by picking up mages and by going for a different direction, they feel they have more agency and more control on the bot side of the map. Yeah. And I wonder if that's a large part of why we're seeing them put in this position more, because they just don't feel they have the AD carry options that they can have the same impact on.
What's interesting is like 8 different marksmen got buffs in the patches leading up towards as well, right? Ashe, etc., etc.
Yeah,
so
you're
I wonder
right.
how many undiscovered champs there are. I know I don't mind seeing the Garen Yuumis and whatnot and everything else, and we can go down the rabbit hole of bot lanes for a while. We've got more to talk about, though. Want to bring up standings from groups that finished off today. The first one that will complete the second round robin is going to be Group B. It's the Fun plus Phoenix J-Team Splice group. Here's the overall standings. Again, as we mentioned, it's G2 over in Group A, SKT over in Group C, who are undefeated. Otherwise, the rest of these groups, very, very tight. Really only AHQ in a really bad spot down there at 0-3, but a bunch of 2-1 ties in the 2-1, 1-2 group. And again, attention over to Group B. Splice's group here, 1 and 2, only a single game behind first, and we've seen near wins and rough losses from them.
It's been quite a controversial group, considering it was considered the group of life. Everyone looked at it and said, oh, FPX free, they're going to get out first place in that group, and everyone else, I think a lot of fans didn't know what to expect from J-Team and GAM, so people looked at, because Splice had a poor performance, it could have gone literally any way, but now it feels like it's the same as that, except FPX is also included because of their performances, and the fact that so many different players and teams have been performing at different levels from game to game. I feel it's very difficult to evaluate how strong or who really stack ranks in this group.
Yeah, it can be very difficult, but I also think that if you look at the performance just from today from FPX, that was incredible.
It was.
I think when you look at Doinby's performance today on the Kayle, as well as the Rise yesterday, he is really starting to ramp up, and I kind of get that feeling that the Beast has awoken and is going to be really very difficult to beat in the second week, which is why I'm kind of looking at J-Team and saying, like, well, maybe you get out just because you're the one team that got a win off of a weaker FPX. Because if they come into the second week and slam everyone and everyone else trades wins, well, J-Team's already up one.
Yeah, J-Team's already a game ahead of Splice. They won the head-to-head the first time around, so there's a decent chance that they just stay ahead and the two teams at 2-1 remain 2-1. I definitely do have less faith than FPX now than I did before, right? They lost the game to J-Team. They needed a Baron steal to beat Splice, so there's really only one game they've played that looked like the FPX I expected. I still have to, trust all the prep coming in that they will turn it on, but it's not been convincing. On the Splice side, they could so easily have been 2-1 themselves, really only handed one bad loss. But otherwise, as the resident LEC expert here, give me your odds on Splice making it out.
Well, right now, very low. Humanoid has been a massive disappointment to me, and it feels like we're seeing different issues from the team. Like, a lot of us on the analyst desk were talking about how we want to see consistency and reliability from Kobe, and in those late game fights, we were like, do more, go in, you have so many tools and power, and you could carry this game, and he doesn't.
Yeah.
And I don't know what it is with Splice, but it seems like they have all the pieces to succeed. They often have the tools necessary to win, yet when it actually comes down to when you have to step up, that's when they fail. That's when they crumble. And that's why for so long in Europe, they've been considered the gatekeepers, the team that sits above the bad teams, but the one that can never quite break into being the best.
Yeah, and here they are, right? Like having a pretty quick exit in playoffs, but doing really well in the regional qualifier to then make that run. Either way, we return on the 17th with Group B playing out the rest of their round robin. That's going to be the one. Again, the games to watch for the most English speakers is Splice, who's second in the day, and then Fun Plus and GAM. But the big one, them versus J-Team. I think there is a chance that if Splice lose, they can still make it through, but the odds are so slim. If that one is dropped, they are done.
They have a little bit of time to reset mentally. We'll see if Humanoid can turn in a better performance, because I do think if he can step up in the second round robin, Splice still have a good shot at getting out.
Yeah, and I think that first game is going to matter a lot, because as you were just saying, that if they drop that game, it becomes a lot harder, but also if it can really make the results very interesting depending on how things play out. What level does FPX show up? Can GAM get any more surprising upsets?
Yeah.
Like, it's such a close group that I think that pretty much anyone has a possibility of getting out.
Yeah, your form of the day is going to mean a lot. Now, if you missed any of the action today, just kidding, the prompter scrolled. Now it's back. If you missed any of the action today, make sure you stay right here for the rebroadcast, starting off as soon as we head out. And, of course, keep in mind that League's 10-year celebration is in full swing. Check out the anniversary stream at celebrate.leagueoflegends.com in just about 6 hours from exactly right now. So stay tuned for that. It's going to be exciting. I'm excited about that one, honestly. How
long have you been in League of Legends now,
I've been in League of Legends since closed beta in around, I want to say, August of 09. So I've played League for just over 10 years myself.
What's your highlight?
My highlight is a tournament game in like December 09. I was playing Corki, and I was like, I think a Twitch is following us around right now. It's back when Twitch had full invisibility, and Corki revealed stealth. So I queued our feet, we saw Twitch, we focused him down, he gets 10%, flashed away, still stealth, and I'm like, Corki Rocket, Corki Rocket. I killed Twitch from stealth. My stream was broken during that game, so no one got to watch it. I was streaming that match and my stream went down.
I love that you had an immediate answer. I thought I was basically giving you an impossible question. What's the one moment from the past decade? And you're like, well, it was 12:42 on a Wednesday. I was drinking an orange soda.
Game 2, we made it to the finals, then we lost to Reginald in the finals. Now for myself, the casters, the entire broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you here next time for the continuation of groups. Good night.
Hi guys, good morning. So hopefully magising ako mamaya. Yung sinasabi nila kanina ng tension. 6 hours from now actually. So guys, thank you very much. Hope you follow the page. So next October 17 will be streaming again. Yung day A5. Okay, thank you. Good night. Good morning. God bless. Bye.
Divine Red Judgment needs to do something here for Nemesis. 4 versus 3. Uzi flashes forward. He gets